Good morning. Good morning. All right, girls.
I don't think so.
Oh, we're going to do it. Today's the day.
What's that noise?
Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Pause. All right, Samantha Dragonotti, links in the description for the opening song here on today's stream. Today, we're going to have a very important conversation about why men can take accountability. But please, a reminder, if you're new to my channel, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. I actually don't care that you were born a man. I don't really think gender matters all that much. I think it matters a lot to the individual. But I don't think you, because you were born XYZ, dictates future action. So if you're a man, you feel maybe a little hurt by the stream title, I get it. Except, reminder that I don't think you're a bad person because you're a man. I think people raise you to be bad people, and they don't teach you how to take accountability because they don't even know how to build a community that holds people accountable. So let's talk about it. I'm gonna reference some things here, including Cavernacle. So he's in the thumbnail because we love him, even though he is indeed a man. Maybe even especially because he is one. Who knows? So shout out to Cavernacle. I actually really do love his content. He put out a really good video. I'm going to reference it today. Not going to show you the whole thing, but I'll reference it. Mikey, super chat in the comment section, or not super chat, but like a members chat. Member for 18 months says, good morning, ma'am. The woo-woo divas are losing their minds about the world right now. Let it burn. Okay, let it burn in fabulousness, not by fire, girls. Okay, may the woo-woo girls give us blessings. You know, blessings, girls. We need blessings in the universe. We're also going to do Britt Hartley, who, speaking of woo-woo girls, does no-nonsense spirituality here on YouTube, and Rainn Wilson interviews her. We're going to talk about that. Let me pull up this thing I'm trying to show you right now. Pull this up for us. Okay. Get us started on this beautiful Thursday. Oh, and just a heads up, girls, I got a notification that I have adulting to do tomorrow, so I cannot make it to stream. I was not aware. I got told today that I need to do some adulting, so I won't be here for stream tomorrow. I'll figure out what to do. I'll probably be finishing up my BoJack recordings. You guys know I'm floating an autistic burnout here, and I'm really trying not to burn out fully. So I have been slow on the uploads of BoJack, but I'll just do as much BoJack as I can tomorrow, have content out for you on the weekend, and hopefully eventually get around to doing this Fear Ultimatum stuff, which I really want to do. Okay, I really want to do it. I think it will be a lot of fun. So just a heads up. If you haven't seen the new podcast, you guys can watch that. Let me see here. Why can't I pull up this? Sorry, girl. Da, 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 da. Okay, we got it. So, okay, perfecto. Oh, gorgeous, really beautiful. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, your Instagram post was gagging me. Excited for this stream. Okay, first of all, I did just post two posts to Instagram that I was like, oh, post. Took it this morning, girls. Took it this morning, girls. And for those asking the Instagram post, is that indeed the view from my apartment? It is. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky. I get a view of water every day. I love water. It's like one of my favorites, you know? Funny enough, though, I wouldn't be a waterbender. I'd be an earthbender. There's just like, you know, there's just more to do with earthbending than fire or waterbending. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. But I love water. When I listen to ASMR nature sounds, I listen to water sounds. Oh, I love water. Okay. Also, oh my gosh, I have this podcast coming up. I want to do one on ethical SW, but then I have one about fighting in a relationship because I'm on the fighting on relationship part of TikTok right now. It's like, is it healthy? Is it not healthy? And I think it's because of what we talked about yesterday. I really do. I think it's what we talked about yesterday, you know? Okay. Let's go ahead and start. Before we really get into the comment, which I blurred out the username in the picture just out of respect, you know, I like to do that for some people sometimes. And I'm going to take this question as really good faith, but one of the guys in my audience asked a question and it looks like another man replied to it. I want to go over it, deconstruct it with you and answer this question in completely good faith. And the question is about accountability in communities, feeling like you're always walking on eggshells, and why the communities don't feel enticing to a lot of men when it feels like people are just waiting around to pounce on you for doing something problematic. But let's talk about it, because though I think those communities do exist in the world, that's not this one. Okay, this community is never going to punish you for being a man, because being a man doesn't mean you've done a punishable offense. Even if I say all men are misogynists under patriarchy, it's not saying you always have to be that way. It's saying patriarchy convinces you the best way to be is this way. I mean, most of the ways that men are brought up in society are trained into them from birth when you're little boys, and the system neglects you and uses you. And instead of being mad at the system, you're mad at women who exist and survive in the system. And I get it, but also women uphold the patriarchy as well. So they also are contributors to why, you know, things stay the same. Girl, things stay the same as they were. Okay, let's go over this comment, girl. Now, good question. No stupid questions here, especially if they're good faith. So I'm going to, like I said, deconstruct this with really good faith. He says, I think a part of why communities like these are so unenticing is because it feels like people are constantly watching for an opportunity to get you on something. Everyone is imperfect, both in intentions and actions. But if you knew them, you would probably think on balance they are good individuals. If life was a test, scoring a 70 or higher is passing. Yes, you should be encouraged to improve, but you shouldn't be shit on because you didn't score 100. There is something sad about having to be consistently be vigilant against wrong think and wrong act. Then the person replies, I fully agree, the replier says. I feel like in some progressive spaces, you have to walk around eggshells. As someone who is raised progressive, I still try to give people the benefit of the doubt, as long as they aren't intentionally cruel or violent with their opinions, and they just genuinely don't understand some things, I give people grace. However, on the flip side, I understand why some progressives wouldn't want to do that, because it is very exhausting to have to consistently educate people. Pretty reasonable reply. They seem to agree with one another, but also there is nuance there. But also, let's talk about this idea of passing, right? And we're not talking about trans people who we love. Okay, let me also pull up this thing. Sorry, I forgot to pull it up. Let me pull up this. So yesterday, I covered Joey Swoll, right? And one thing I forgot to bring up is actually this tweet he had put out. And it kind of encompasses the problem with the boy bubbles, but also mentality of people. And it's the same thing Ethan Klein is suffering from right now, right? It's the same thing that most men suffer from. And I'm going to show Cavernacle's video because, you know, sometimes men don't want to hear women or femme people talk. So, hey, I'm going to bring up a man just to like solidify my argument here, but also understand that I genuinely do not think you're a bad person because you were born a man. I need you to really understand that. I don't believe that. Okay? Okay. Joey Swoll put out this tweet. All the good things I've done, he says. All the people I've helped. All for nothing. I truly hope all the people I've inspired to do great things in their life and paid forward to help others and carry on my message. But no matter how much good you do, people just wait for a reason to hate you and tear you down. You either die a hero or live long enough to be the villain. Thank you for your support. I am done. Oh no. Not Joey. Joey, come back. I'm sorry, bro. It's literally the Ethan Klein of it all. Men are raised under patriarchy to literally just be heroes when we never needed one in the first place. We don't need heroes. We need community members. We don't need white knights. We need community members. We don't need, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are so busy trying to be heroes. We don't need a hero. Need a hero. Ba-na-na-na. We don't actually need that. Thanks. And even for women who say, I love a man that provides. I want my man to be my hero. Girl, get off it. Deconstruct, stupid. Just kidding. No, Brittany, focus. Sorry, I'm going to try not to say stupid so much today. It's just funny to me. It's a stim. It's a stim. It's become a stim. Every time I say it, I make myself laugh a little bit, okay? It's funny. Listen, you're not stupid. You're ill-informed. Listen, you're uplifting a system that is not going to make you happy, okay? And because it's not going to make you happy, you're going to make me miserable. You're going to literally spend your life being annoying because you refuse to be happy, okay? And I need you to get off it. So when he says, you live long enough to become the villain, this is Ethan, I would know. They made me out to be a villain. I just wanted to be a hero. Listen, Ethan, listen. Boys, what would we do without men? We need these heroes. What would we do without men? No, for real, seriously. For real. FR. Put that in chat. What would we do without them? We really need them. Listen. I'm being so sorry. I told myself not to be sarcastic when I came on stream today. I think I failed a little bit. I'm sorry. I think I failed. Listen, I think men genuinely buy into this. I think they really believe their job is to be a hero. I think they really believe that at the end of the day, this is what women want. They want you to be heroes. This is why I say beware of a white knight. I've known so many white men, that's not what I meant to say, but you know, white knight men who are like, I value women. I think they're so great. I just think they're so smart. But at the end of the day, their bullshit comes through when they talk. They say the most misogynistic shit ever. When complimenting a woman, it's always about how her tits are bouncing. It's like, girl, please. Don't tell me you care about the dignity of women. And then you're like, have you seen her tits though? It's like, okay, there is a time and a place. So let's deconstruct this message together before I get to Cavanarco really fast. I think a part of why communities like these are so unsettling is because it feels like people are constantly watching for an opportunity to get you on something. Now, we know those communities. They exist in all spaces, whether it's a church community, a politically conservative community, a liberal community, a politically neutral community. There are just groups of people on the planet that are reveling, excited, elated, and trying to tear you down. I talked about this in the T-App on my last podcast about the T-App. I said, if you were elated about abuse, if you are excited abuse occurred so you can talk about it, you're the problem. Ethan Klein does this. Ethan Klein loves when women have been sexually abused by men, in my opinion, based off how he reacts to abuse victims. He's like, did he touch you? Did he like rape you? He gets so excited at the idea that he has somebody on his stream who might have been hurt so he can exploit it for views. And it's not uncommon. It's actually it's in a lot of true crime bubbles as well. I've noticed I really don't like true crime bubbles because a lot of the people there, regardless of gender, mostly women, are so excited to be like, ooh, he was so abusive. Ooh, they love like it's like they revel in how disgusting human beings can be. And they love being the person who gets to tell you about it. And I just think it's really gross. You know, it's really dark. It's like really genuinely dark. And I'm not trying to be dark like that. I'm trying to be the light of the world, baby, like Jesus, but cuter. He is the light of the world. He is the... Listen, okay? So I understand and I agree, but it's not the progressive communities that are doing this alone. This is a universal experience in all communities, right? Yes, more gay chat, exactly, more gay. These communities exist everywhere because it's a type of person that comes together and therefore creates a community. But it's a type of person, okay? That's what it is. Chad says, I notice a lot of people do this as well. All night types, even with women coaches that believe they're helping, 100%. Okay, so the commenter goes on to say, everyone is imperfect both in intentions and actions, but if you knew them, you would probably think on balance they were good individuals, which is why we're able to condone and ignore abuse, 100%. The reason why it is so hard for us to hold people accountable is because we like abusive people. We don't like their abuse, but when they're not being abusive, we like them. We like our boys. We like our homies. We like them. They're fun. Okay? Like we like the people in our life because like there's a part of them we know when they're not like supporting abuse. Right? I get it. If we looked at, that's why I say from a philosophical standpoint, most people are good. The dilemma is that it's not good enough when we're talking about breaking generational curses. So this is really important, right? And this is going to be really hard to understand because we're raised in these bubbles where people are settling. They're settling in relationships. They're settling for their lives. They're settling for their values. Okay? Let's say this is the goal. Let's say this is actually the goal. Okay, people are still going to struggle and people are still going to have problems. But if we can get people to hear, then their problems we can fix to some extent. Their problems we can deal with. Okay, because right now we're over here where people are arguing whether or not a genocide makes sense. We're allowing a literal genocide to happen in multiple places on the planet. Okay, millions and millions and millions of people deeply struggling for the basics. Food, water, shelter, baby. Food, water, shelter. Okay, we're here where a rapist gets elected for president. We're here where people make excuses for people, men and women, right? I know women who voted for Trump. My mother voted for Trump, right? And listen, I have a very difficult relationship with my parents. I have a difficult relationship with my family sometimes, and it's all about open with boundaries. I know the goodness in my parents, but I also know they voted for a rapist. I also know that they know I've been assaulted, but we don't talk about it. I also know that when people have been raped, they've often questioned what they did to put themselves in that position. I know my parents are victim blamers. I know my parents often will say to me, I don't know why you're so upset with this man. It's like he did something to you, even though the man in question is somebody who had an affair with a minor. Though not physical, who cares? It was a long-term affair in which gaslighting occurred. And they were like, I don't know why you're so angry at him. Did he do something to you personally? Why aren't you mad at him? Why aren't you mad at him? And yet I still talk to my parents. And yet we still have a relationship. Why do I have a relationship with my parents? Because I understand the goodness inside of them, but it cannot ignore the evil, philosophically speaking, of course. So how do we get people, okay, to go on this journey to get over here? It's difficult, right? Because it's gonna look, well, actually, it's gonna look like this. It's gonna kind of look like this in a sense. Like the colors are going to start to change until they naturally start to kind of get redder over time. Just bear with me here, okay? I'm an artiste. Just bear with me. Okay. And I say this with great love, that it takes a lot of labor to get people into a better place. Okay? A ton of labor. And the dilemma is that it's only a few of us who are doing that labor. Most of the people aren't going to do that labor. So, like, I'm not talking, as an example, to two of my siblings in my family, because two of them got issues with women. Two of them have offended in ways that I'm like, too far. And yet, all the siblings check in with me and go, hey, have you talked to so-and-so yet? I'm like, no. But they're still talking to them. And I'm like, you're willing to talk to them because you want to play this middle ground, which I understand. But I told these men, I will talk to you always, but we have to have the conversation. Okay? And both of the boys are like, I'm not having this conversation with you. You can't try to hold me accountable. They rejected my gift, my olive branch of accountability, because I wanted to get my brothers into recovery. I wanted to give my brothers tools to not be who they were because they were bad people. And instead of taking it, they rejected it. You don't get to tell me what to do. You're not my mom. You live in a different country. You don't get to try to, and I was like, I am giving you an out. I am literally giving you an out and you won't take it. So now we don't talk. My DMs are always open, but they won't talk. Okay. There is this idea that we're not giving people an opportunity to do better. That is bullshit. Some of us are absolutely waiting to give our family opportunity and y'all aren't taking it. So going back to this comment, right? If you knew these people, you'd probably think they were pretty good. They are pretty good. But what does that matter what does it matter if 90% of you is good, if the 10% of you that is left over is doing this shit? Okay? Racist, homophobic, transphobic, victim blaming, offending in a way that I'm absolutely not okay with, right? Okay. So they say if it was a test, scoring 70 or higher is passing. Yes, most people are doing good enough, but it's not good enough if we actually want to break generational curses. It's not actually good enough if we want to do better. It's not actually good enough if we can't actually get to the other side. And not to mention that I assume these men are going to get into relationships with people in which they are going to conveniently avoid telling their partners, so informed consent, that this is their past. And that's the dilemma. I don't care if you're related to me. if you've done something, okay, then any woman who ever dates you, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to tell her. And you can be upset with me about it, and they're going to be upset about it. But you know what's even more upsetting is that I would deny that woman informed consent because he's my brother. How could I deny that woman informed consent just because he has my blood? If my values are progressive, if my values are consent-based, if my values say every life on this planet deserves dignity, I must be dignified in my actions towards them, right? It is my job. It is my job to inform all women, all people, gay, straight, gender fluid, whatever, who end up with people who might hurt them, that, hey, that person has not done the work. And I need you to know that, because they're not going to give you informed consent. I will give it to you. Okay? And look, I know people are out there saying, I can't believe you would do that. They're your family. And this is why you're not going to break any generational curses in yours. Because the burden of being the person who breaks generational curses, no one wants to talk to you anymore. No one wants you invited to the family gatherings. They see you as the bad guy. They see you as annoying. Oh, you're always bringing it up. You're always talking about it, because none of you are talking about it. Oh, you're always in people's business. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you got involved. Listen, I'm not always involved, but I will be involved to protect somebody. So yeah, breaking up the generational curses, like actually ending that shit, is difficult, because you also have to have the wisdom and discernment to know when to interact, to know when to intervene, to know how to intervene. And that's really difficult. Okay? Chet says, how can we discern when to share our past with a love interest? I worry people will use your honesty against you later. That's a great question. That's why I say, guys, when you're interacting with people, when you're bonding with people, there are so many ways to knock them out of the running to be your partner before you even have to give them anything truly intimate. And for me, truly intimate things are not how much money I make, what STIs I have, what my mental health status is. For Brittany, those things are public. I don't give a fuck. Okay? What I give a fuck about are your values. Who are your family members? Who are you going to invite to be around my children? When are you going to stand up to your family members when shit goes down? Are you going to do the right thing when it comes to the community? That's why I ask community-based questions that involve our kids. Even though I don't have kids, I'm not having kids. I ask kid-based questions when on dates with people. Because how you react to children and the most vulnerable will tell me everything I need to know about you, right? So there are so many questions you can ask somebody that doesn't need to be your true vulnerability before, if they pass all of those other tests, all those other questionnaires, and then we get to a fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth date, and then you're really talking about marriage for real, then you can start having a conversation about, okay, let's talk about the things that are going to matter. Here's my family drama. Here are the things that might matter. Here are the things that, when you're marrying into me, you're marrying into this family. Here's some of the shit with the family, right? But that's why I say companionship is not the same as settling. If you're settling, half y'all are not going to tell your partners anything. Half of the people I know who settle in relationships literally keep secrets. They literally think it's their right to keep secrets from their partners. You're not doing what I'm doing. So you have to decide, am I going to be in a relationship where I keep secrets from my partner? Or am I going to be in a relationship where I pick somebody I don't need to keep secrets from, which is the difference here. I don't have to keep secrets from you, because you're never going to misuse what I tell you. You're never going to do that. I knew when I dated people, sometimes I knew I was oversharing. I was like, damn, I know I'm trusting an untrustworthy person with my personal fears and vulnerabilities. And, there's a regret there. But that was also on me for doing it when I wasn't even comfortable to do it. Don't do it if you're uncomfortable. You shouldn't be uncomfortable when sharing vulnerabilities, in a sense like you shouldn't feel unsafe, right? And that's same with family and friends. Same with family and friends, y'all. This isn't just romantic relationships. Okay, now let's watch this section from Cavernacle's latest video called We Need to Talk About Why Leftist Men Keep Being Exposed as Creeps. It's about Alex Lolo. But 23 minutes in, he has this segment here that I think is just really important. It's just a small segment. Listen to this.
I think it is something we should talk about as well, that a lot of leftist men believe in things in theory. So they're not pretending to be leftists, a lot of them. Like, they are actually leftists in theory. They believe in these things in theory. They might constantly talk about patriarchy. They might talk about all of these like gender dynamics, gender norms, like liberating women. In theory, they believe in that. And I think as men, in terms of passive misogyny, yes, we can understand the systems like, yeah, patriarchy, capitalism, all this stuff that makes us act a certain way. We can understand that and analyze it. It's a lot harder to practice it when you grow up as a straight man and a straight white man in the UK or America, where the world is designed for you, so you don't actually even have to challenge your own prejudices. And I spoke about this pretty openly in my video about online misogyny. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not trying to depict myself as the like uber male feminist, because I'm not trying to do that. And a lot of people seem to think I'm doing that whenever I talk about these subjects. Is the thing with misogyny for men like us is you don't even realize it. And sometimes you feel yourself thinking something or reacting a certain way, and you have to take the time to think, why did I react that way? So here's a recent...
Okay, hold on. He's going to give an example of his own, but I want to say that I think a lot of people talk a big game because they think it's true for them. That's why I say it's easy to think you're a good person if you've never been tempted. I need to know what you've done when you've been tempted. So one of my favorite date questions is like, you know, or one of my greatest like even for friends is like, hey, when you've been tempted, what have you done? Or like, hey, what was a situation in which like you were given a choice and how do you know which choice you would make? Especially from a philosophical standpoint, right? Especially when you talk philosophically, this is why the trolley problem is a philosophical quandary, because we always think we're good people, but what does it mean to be a good person when we're actually given an opportunity? So when given an opportunity, what did you do? And then what was the opportunity in that moment that made you do something like you regret? Like, I think back of my life and I think about times that I regretted doing something and I remember exactly why I did it. And all I can say to this commenter who left this comment to me is, listen, I'm not going to punish you for making a decision you regret. I'm going to hold you accountable for not regretting it. And I don't mean regret in terms of philosophically regret, like, hey, we can't regret things because like it all ended up okay. I get that. But hypothetically, if we went back, would you do it again? I'm asking you if you've learned from the behavior. I'm not punishing you because you did the behavior. I'm holding you accountable for repeating it. This is the difference. You're repeating the behavior. Okay? That's the dilemma that I'm seeing in people, is you're not thinking about it. And if you're not going to think about it, yeah, your 70% isn't good enough when we're talking about racism and bigotry and all these things. And I think that's what people are missing, okay? So here, back to Cavernacle.
An example for you. You guys know I love football, right? I'm pretty good at football. And I was watching the women's Euros, and obviously like massive credit to the English women winning. It's actually good to see England win for once. And I was watching the penalty shootout, right? And a lot of the penalties were terrible. Like, they were just bad penalties. And like they were kicking it kind of like mid-level to the keepers, like left or right, easy saves. The last penalty taker, Chloe Kelly, just absolutely smashed it in. Great penalty. But I was thinking when I was watching that, I could take a better penalty than that. Like, of course I could. I take a better penalty. And then it's just like that impulsive reaction of like, well, if I was watching the English men do that, would I have that reaction? Would I be like, I can take a better penalty? If I was a woman, I would be in the England team. Like, that sort of ridiculous mindset. And then you step back and you think, that's so stupid that I think that. It's like those people who think they can like win a point against Serena Williams or some shit. It's not as bad as that, but it's kind of like, of course, if I was a woman, I would not be in the England team.
It's ego. He's explaining the ego that comes naturally to us. Look, you know, when I joke and I say like, my partner and I will be watching TikToks and I'll see somebody like, you know, dive off an Olympic, you know, swimming board, whatever. And I'll be like, I could do that. Or I'll see someone do a backflip. I'm like, I could do that. How hard is that? I need you to understand, I do not in any way actually believe I could do that. Because one of the things I absolutely understand is people who do things well make it look easy. People who are professionals make it look easy. That's why I don't talk bad about YouTubers. It's why I say streaming is hard. It's why I say all these things are hard. You think it's easy because they make it look easy. But I know it's hard because I've actually tried, right? I've actually tried to do those things. And so I need you to understand that, right? That says, but there isn't a misogyny component to it, Brittany. That's the difference. Exactly. So the difference is he thinks he can be better than them because he's processing that they're women, and he thinks he's better because he's a man. Versus he would never think he was better than the male players. And that's the misogyny, like, that he's pointing out, right? Okay, back to the video.
Because I'm not that good. And also, I've not got the insane mental toughness that these women have to even play under pressure and stuff. I'm not even factoring into like a penalty shootout in a Euros final. Like, that's why the penalties are probably bad, because the pressure is absolutely insane. So it's just like that sort of reaction. And I say that to say that's like passive misogyny, because I grew up in a country that devalues women's football so much. And that's always in the...
That's all over America too. with basketball. It's like, oh, well, the women suck. The women's team suck. Nobody wants to watch them. Nobody wants to be there. Like, the culture around it is that women's sports aren't as interesting or exciting. And I'm gay, so I don't watch sports. That's a joke. But I literally am not interested in sports. The only sports I ever liked growing up were the X Games sports, okay, skateboarding and stuff like that. And even skateboarding did a lot of work to be inclusive to women, right? So remember that. They made a great effort, and every woman who ever joined skateboarding was incredibly devalued and doubted by all of the men. Oh, you're never going to be good enough. You're a girl. You can't do it. This isn't the thing for you.
Conversation. And sadly, as someone who exists in a football community in England and plays a lot of football, it's really not uncommon to hear people talk badly about women's football. And even that I know, and I've made the argument that the reason the women's game in England isn't as like good technically as the men's game is because they don't have the funding that the men have, and they don't have the funding to create this insanely competitive environment to give you similar results to the men. Like, there's nothing about being a woman inherently that makes you worse at football. But again, that's the passive misogyny of my like instinctive reaction to this stuff. And that's why you just have to keep thinking about it in your brain. And it's really hard to unpack that shit when you live in a society that doesn't challenge it. You exist in like very masculine communities. I've existed in the football community. I've played football my whole life, been in these environments where there is elements of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and all this.
I mean, just from a girl's perspective, I remember one day many years ago, my brother was playing COD and he had his headset in. He puts the headset on me. He goes, hey, you can play, you can play. And he goes, say hi, say hi. I was like, hello? And they're like, oh, is that the girl? Like the voice was like, and I was instantly like, oh, and I was like feeling really bad. I was like, oh my God, no, I don't like this feeling. And it's probably why I in some ways, I've never really been like super interested in like the gaming bubbles, but I was like, oh, like this is a lot. But I remember my brother being like, no, let her play, shut up, let her play. Like, and my brothers were trying to be there, but at the same time, there is like this, I don't know, this competition that naturally comes out. Do you guys watch that gamer girl who like shoots people with the sniper on TikTok? And she just says like, hi, and then all the guys are just misogyny. Like, why are you acting like that? I don't think I've ever heard of a group of girls that are like, boo, it's a boy, boo. Like, we don't do that. I mean, we might joke, and most of the stuff we're doing is joking. But I don't think I've ever heard of a girl space that is equivalent to that. Where like just letting people know you're a boy makes everyone go like, what the fuck? Like it happens. But you know how the boys, like they literally have a reputation. Like just the reputation is so strong. And that's why I'm trying to say, like, you guys make it so you create a stereotype that is so strong, right? That is so specific to being men, raised under patriarchy, that, like, even the worst misogynist of all, Destiny, okay? Mr. Borelli himself has to have misogyny conferences every so often to try to bring down the misogyny in his community. It's the men. I work really hard to keep this community 70-30, baby, okay? It's a nice balance. And that's the problem. And that's, by the way, he's a predator and he still has viewers, which I don't check in with Destiny very often. I did watch a video today about Hassan and realizing like other men in the Destiny spheres are finally realizing he's like a bad person. And that's nice to see. But I tuned out the Destiny bubble so hard because I knew anyone interacting with it at this point was lost. But it's nice to see, at least through other leftists, that like the boys in the community are waking up to it. I hope they continue to deconstruct, because the last thing you want to do is make an excuse for a predator. But I know how easy that is because they'll tell you they're working on it. Like the fact that Kyla is still batting for him so hard, the fact that all of her content is anti-Hassan content is crazy. Like, and she's pro-Ethan. Like, what are you doing? This is why I say, watch out for women. They also uphold the patriarchy. Kyla is a perfect example of this. She herself as a woman, because she desperately wants to help boys, engages in misogyny to make them feel like she's one of them, but it doesn't work because they can sniff right through it. Boys don't respect Kyla. There's not a man on the planet in that bubble that respects her. They see her as Destiny's lapdog, and they're going to throw her under the bus as soon as it's convenient for them. Because if she actually ever held them accountable, they would ostracize her. The moment all I did was say, don't take dating advice from Destiny, and that was all it took for his community and him to paint me as the biggest bitch in the world. That's all it took. All I said was, and this is when we were friendly, I said, don't take dating advice from this man. He's a serial cheater. And boom, that's all it took. God forbid Kyla ever actually have a backbone, but she won't. She won't, will she? Like many women won't. Many women in my life get upset for me for wanting to hold men accountable because they feel like you're just being so personal about this. This man targeted, manipulated, and gaslit a minor, and your focus is that I'm too passionate about wanting to protect the kid? What are we talking about? Like, what are we actually talking about? Okay? That's the problem. Now, Kavernacle goes on in this video to say something that I think is really important, and that I forget what the timestamp is. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if it's within this section. Hold on.
These things, even realize you might even practice that to a large extent at the back of your mind, what you preach, completely male dominated, so you don't even hear the counter argument. Then you have to actually wouldn't ever say anything bad about themselves. They're perfect.
Hold on.
There's an incentive to not tell people you did X or Y. There's no incentive to say anything bad about themselves. They're perfect on anti-racism. They're perfect on anti-misogyny. They're perfect on trans rights. They're perfect on Palestine. They would never say a bad thing about themselves. This is all just posturing for social media, and especially with left-wing male creators, something you have to remember, of course, there is an incentive to not talk bad about yourself.
Yes.
There's an incentive to not tell people you did X or Y. There's no incentive to say you haven't been perfect about something. So for a lot of these creators, they're never going to admit it in the first place, and they're never going to have that open discussion. And if we don't have that open discussion...
Because this is what we talked about when we talked about Alex, LOL, or Lolo, I keep calling him Lolo, initially, is what would accountability look like? Him not coming back to the internet. Because if you really understood what you did at the ripe age of 34, you would never show your face in public again. If Destiny, Stephen Bonnell, really understood the harm that he has committed, he would be so fucking mortified, he would never show his face in public again. Because they can't. They can't have a philosophical self-awareness. Because God forbid they actually looked at themselves in the mirror, they would be disgusted. They might even go insane from it. Now pause. Don't go insane. Go to therapy. Don't go insane. Start making amends to your community without making yourself the superstar, without making yourself a main character. Instead, they double down. They say it's not that big of a deal. Y'all are blowing it out of proportion. And that's the part. That's the marketing technique. You're blowing it out of proportion. It's not that deep. It's not that big of a deal. Chet says, what does it mean to hold someone accountable? What does it look like? Okay, for Britney, it means pointing out what they did and seeing how they react to it. If they're willing to say, oh shit, you're right, that was so shitty of me, now we talk about how to make amends, depending on the offense, of course, right? I saw a content creator, I don't know his name, I featured him actually in my podcast, so funny enough, last week I featured a post he had made, but he recently made another TikTok. He was a black guy with the chandelier earrings, if you guys know who I'm talking about, and he said, basically we were going too hard on Joey Swoll, and that Joey Swoll at the time probably just didn't know like the amount of racism that Hulk Hogan was exhibiting, including being mad his daughter was dating a black man. Like, let's focus on that, please. Okay. But a black content creator made a reply to him. I didn't save the TikTok. That's why I'm not showing you. A black content creator made a TikTok to him and said, look, you yourself said the only thing you know about Hulk Hogan is that like he said the N-word and that he was racist. And I know you're saying you're not excusing that, but by being lenient on Joey Swoll, who's 42, you are actually excusing it. Was that not enough? And black communities, listen, I watch a lot of black content creators, and one of the constant theme I see in the community is that they say it's so funny that being anti-black isn't enough for you. That no matter how anti-black and how racist somebody is, you guys can excuse it. And that is true. It seems to be true that everyone is very like, I mean, it's, it's just, it's public racism. It's not even like shit we're talking about happens in private. We're talking about shit that happened, well, I guess Hulk Hogan was exposed, but he doubled down, girl. Like his daughter doesn't even talk to him anymore. But the point is, like, even publicly, it's like people do not understand how lenient you're being on racism, which is very interesting. Like, what is it about? And I think that's that internalized racism, or that not internalized. That's that racism people don't understand. Is like, it's so casual for you to think it's not that deep. And that's what I want to change when it comes to misogyny too. You think it's so not that deep, but it is. It is. It's important, right? So yes, like as a community, right? We don't want people punished because we don't believe in punishment. We want people rehabilitated. But to be rehabilitated, and actually, wait, Kavernacle says it in this video. I think I don't know. I should have timestamped this video. It was so good. He says it in this video that basically, Alex, to be accountable, like accountability period doesn't look like getting your life back. When you hold people accountable, they have to change their life because they have to change their ways. So accountability means that the person internalizes and embodies a deep understanding of the impact that they've made. And so their life will change because it will follow. If you're holding yourself accountable, it's not to get your life back. It's to change your life for the better. And that's what people are missing, right? This video is so good. Honestly, it just got posted, so I want to give him the views and the attention. Go check it out. Links in the description. He goes on to even say that he himself, Cavernacle, finds himself holding himself accountable with the fact that he recently made a video basically focusing on 3 trans women and realized, like, shit, I got to watch that for the next time. Because even though in his head, he was just thinking about people who made arguments against or for Israel and against Palestine, he made the mistake of putting it all in one video, which made it look like, oh, trans women are the problem. And he's like, I got to watch for that next time, which is why I even said I try really hard to make sure that it doesn't look like I'm always talking about the same communities, because it puts in the mind of people who want to reinforce their bigotry. See? And even when it comes to men, I try to find a very good balance between when I'm talking about men and when I don't. I do, whether you acknowledge it or not. I try my very hardest, even though it's very easy, it's good views. Anytime I evoke the gender wars, all the men come out. By the way, all the men come out. When I evoke gender war content, most of the views, according to my analytics, are from boys, because boys get angry when you talk about gender politics. Girls, they get constructive. So unless the video is very much about like girls, it will be boys in the comment sections, because it triggers something in them, and it should trigger something in you. It should trigger reform, introspection, compassion, right? So, okay, one last look at this comment. Okay, let's go back to it. Let me bring it up, 2 seconds. Okay. So they said, if the test was 70 or higher, it'd be passing. Yes, you should be encouraged to improve, but you shouldn't be shit on because you didn't score 100. There is something sad about having to constantly be vigilant against the wrong thing. Do you know, when I meet white people that are really terrified of hanging out with black people, a lot of white people won't make friends with black people because they feel like, oh, I'm just worried I'll say the wrong thing. I need you to deconstruct that with me, okay? What is scary about hanging around black people if you're not racist? What are you afraid to say wrong? Okay? And it's because they haven't even, the reason they're afraid is because they don't know. They don't know, which is fine. We all don't know things. What is considered racist, because they never sat and thought about it. If you sit and you think about what's racist, you will know how to properly show up in communities. You will know how to exhibit behavior. And if you get something wrong, they're more than likely, all minorities are more than likely to be very compassionate and lenient unless you reoffend. Okay? And that's the dilemma, is like, even with trans people, I know so many trans people that like do not get upset the first moment you mispronounce them. It's usually when you keep doing it over and over again, right? And when people get that defensiveness, it's very biological human. It's very biological human for you to be terrified around groups of people you do not understand how to engage with, right? But you have to create a space to also be corrected. And if you do not create the space to be corrected, you are amplifying the problem, because you're probably fighting your defensiveness. Listen to me when I say this. We are all biological creatures. We are all raised in dysfunction. We can only do our best to catch ourselves when we feel like we're getting defensive. The one reason I think my relationship is so successful is we both, as adults, found ways we had to heal and remove our defensiveness. So when we do get defensive, we can say, hey, I'm feeling it in my body. I'm feeling this way. It's a form of communication that comes from healing. And that's why racism is a matter of healing. Bigotry is a matter of healing. Misogyny is a matter of healing. We are very unhealed. Okay, we are very unhealed. Chat says defensiveness clouds our empathy 100%. And if you're autistic like me, so does your PDA. My PDA clouds my empathy. I get so defensive. I want to shut down, and it's not my fault, but it is my responsibility to catch it and go, oh, PDA triggered. Give me a second. PDA triggered. I'm sorry. This is not my fault, but it is my responsibility to catch it. And so if it's happening to you and you don't have a name for it, like I didn't, as an undiagnosed autistic person, all of my fucking life did not have the language for what was happening. Okay. Me, a depressed BPD girl who didn't have language for why I was having all of these fucking intrusive thoughts, right? I thought they were me. I thought my defensiveness was me. And then I realized, like, this isn't you, Britt. This is your body. This is your body. It's upset, but give it a second. It's just trying to protect you. It's literally just trying to protect you, right? And so give it a second, let it calm down, and approach the situation appropriately. Overstimulation. Okay, when your nieces and nephews are like, Auntie Brittany, Auntie Brittany, Auntie Brittany, Auntie Brittany, and you start feeling crazy because you've answered 100 questions about like why goldfish do this. You know what I mean? And you're like, okay, pause. I love you. Give me a second. And before you lash out at the kid and be like, fucking stop talking, be quiet. Before you lash out at a kid, just be like, I love you. Give Auntie Brittany 10 minutes. Give Auntie Brittany 10 minutes because, you know, sometimes she gets overstimulated and you have so many good questions and I really want to answer them for you. But sometimes when I'm really tired, I give you the wrong answer. So let me, you know, regain some energy so I can give you good answers. Communicate with them. Use full sentences. Let the community around you know what you're feeling. Maybe even say, hey, I'm feeling like I did something wrong and I don't want to do that. Can you tell me what I did was wrong? I remember, one of the universal experiences of having, I think, like hair like this is people touch it. And I know this is very prevalent amongst Black women, especially. But I remember that I was at a conference. Okay, this happened a multitude of times. But I remember I was at a conference and people had been drinking and I feel someone touch my hair. And I like turned around and I did this. I just like looked at them with a scrunchy face and he went like this. He went, oh my God, oh my God. And I was like, I'm gonna give you a second because you have a drink in your hand to think before you reach. And I said, don't touch my hair. And God forbid you had touched something else, you would have been kicked out of this event. So I'm gonna give you a pass because it was my hair, but also don't ever do it again. Because it's not about it being my hair. It's about it being my personal space that you felt inclined to literally from behind where I couldn't even see you make contact. It's the whole context of the situation, right? I understand we're animals, like we're actually human animals. So we might actually, much like a dog goes right for the crotch, we might instinctually not even think about it. I am so lenient on people. I know that sometimes you do things without thinking. I do it all the time. But if the thing you're doing without thinking is touching, you need to train yourself out of that. If the thing you're doing without thinking is touching, you need to train yourself out of that. It is your responsibility. So if you're in a community where you feel like 70% should be good enough not to get shit on for your 30% of racism, 70% is good enough, but you touch without asking, but you don't know. So that's the problem. I don't want you to walk on eggshells around your family and friends. But I want you to understand that you're not going to have to do that if you're in the right community that's healthy, that loves you, that will be there through it with you, but will also hold you accountable. And I think that's the problem. Is like most people are really great, but they're also capable of such great evil. It's like that TikTok we watched yesterday. The greatest test about humans, like herd empathy, like humans as a whole, their empathy is openly watching a genocide happen. It's so publicized. It's literally everywhere. And we can just sit and watch and think like, yeah, I guess this makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense. And this is happening in our individual homes. It is hard. I, again, am not saying it is not hard to have these conversations with your family and friends, but you are not making it easier by being like, I don't want to feel like I'm walking on eggshells. I don't want to feel like I'm sitting in the room with somebody who's willing to ignore assault. I don't feel like I want to sit in the room with somebody who's exhibiting racist tendencies. I want to sit in the room with somebody who's willing to say like, oh shit, wait, thanks for calling me out. Let me think about that. Even with my own marriage, like we have safe words in this marriage because ultimately we don't have always the perfect language to say, hey, I'm activated. To say, hey, I'm upset. To say, hey, I want to continue this, but I don't have the spoons right now. Give me a second. I'm going to make a podcast about this, fighting in relationships. We are so fucking dysfunctional that we have women on podcasts saying, how could you ask me to leave my boyfriend just because he gave me a black eye? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We live in cultures like mine in which we let elders get away with the most bullshit because they're old. So you're the elder, you want to be in charge, you want to be the last word in the room, but you also want to be somebody we have to tippy toe around because you're old now? No. Okay? Discord said to be accountable, people must understand what they did was wrong and why. Most of them seem to get stuck there. Well, I think we do punish. Now, to be fair to this commenter, we live in a world that punishes people. I don't believe in punishment. This is a safe space. If you don't want to feel like you're being punished, because I'm not trying to punish you. I don't believe in prisons the way we have them. I don't believe in the interactions of punishment as a way to get, justice. Like, I don't believe in that here. I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't want to punish you. But in order for you to understand what you've done, in order for you to really understand that it's bad, you have to be able to embody that with how your life will look. So just like Cavernacle said, you're not seeking accountability to have the life you had before. You're doing it so we can move on. If you cheat on your spouse and your spouse can no longer be with you, but you have children, you holding yourself accountable isn't keeping your marriage together. It's you becoming the most amazing co-parent with your kids and letting your kids know that what you did was not only wrong, but you're going to make amends for it moving forward. I don't want you to even blame yourself or beat yourself up for the rest of your life. I need you to also learn to forgive yourself. But you can't forgive yourself before you've done the work. You can't be accountable by just saying you did a bad. You have to incorporate it into your live life. Like, I need you to actually incorporate that. And that's what creates high trusting communities. High trust communities are built on this idea that there is a safety as a community because we know we're going to do somewhat of the right thing. If you have a low trust community, you're always going to be on edge. You're always going to doubt people. You're always going to be jumpy. But you can't build a high trust community if we have different values, because when push comes to shove and temptation comes in in front of you, we have to know that you're going to make the right decision. And if you're not going to make the right decision, it's going to start to build low trust. We're going to start to doubt every single person around us. And it's funny because the same people who talk about high trust communities are literally cheaters. That's what's so funny to me. Is like, no, you can't be like high trust communities. High trust communities. Also, let's cheat for love. It's romance. No, high trust must actually be through action. I trust this person. They wouldn't do that because it's not a part of their values. But also, people lie. I think sometimes that, somebody in my comment section said, how do these YouTubers keep collabing with predators? Like, how could Hassan, collab with Alex? People lie. People have a brand. People pretend they're better than they are. Actually, something Cavernacle said in this video that made me respect him too is he's not trying to have a community. Yeah, same. Not with other YouTubers. I'm not trying to be your friend, bro. Okay? I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm trying to put the right information out there. I'm trying to help the world get a little bit better. I'm not here to build friendships. But community doesn't have to be friendships. It has to be trust. We're building trust. So if you guys wonder, what is a community? It's trust. We're building trust. When I get on the road, I trust most of us are going to follow the rules of the road. You don't have to be my friend for me to trust you not to, drive your car into the wall. And when it happens, it's horrible because it's oh my God, what happened? It must be an emergency. If we lived in a world where we had no trust of people who drove on the road and everybody was just crashing every day, we'd probably be terrified to drive, right? We probably wouldn't get into cars. We'd probably be I'm not doing that. But that's why we build this trust that you're going to stop at a red light and go on a green. Okay? And that's what I want for all of our social communities to understand. I just need to trust you're going to do something. When Trump was caught with his locker room talk, grab him by the pussy, when he was bragging about these underage girls in his pageants, men laughed. This tape leaked and men said locker room talk. I can't have a high trust community where this is your locker room talk. And I understand it's a lot. I understand that you just want to live your life without overthinking it. But as you continue to do that, it continues to show in the world. As we continue as a species to just, I don't want to think about it. I just want to live my life. I get you. If only that didn't also impact everybody around you, right? Remember how we watched The Village in Arkansas of white people who are having a white village, and people in my comments were like, I guess if they're not hurting anybody, who cares? What about all their black neighbors? The woman who was interviewed has a museum there, a black woman, and she's terrified because now that's her neighbors. Like you might think, oh, a white neighborhood has no impact on the neighborhood, but that white neighborhood is inside of a neighborhood. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like they're still connected to somebody. They don't live, they are still going to go shopping into grocery stores, have some connection to. How safe would you feel if the neighborhood next to you was literally creating a world where they thought you were so evil, they needed to move away from you? Which I guess as trans people and gay people, you feel that every day, girls, and I'm here for you. Okay, I'm here for us. Somebody in my chat the other day said, thank you for being an ally. And they had like a rainbow emoji on my video. And I was like, insert TikTok soundbite. And I was like, ally. Ally. Listen, I want you to feel comfortable enough to hold yourself accountable. But I hate to tell you this, accountability is very uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable. I think the way my partner and I do it in our marriage comes from actually ourselves. We want to get better, so we understand that it will be uncomfortable, but we're ready for it. I think when you're not ready to hold yourself accountable, that uncomfortability feels like the end of the world. You know? That's what it is. It feels like the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of a new one. And I want you to be a part of it. So when this person says, there's something sad about having to constantly be vigilant against wrong think and wrong act, we're just asking you not to be racist, transphobic, homophobic, or misogynistic. We are just asking you to value human beings for not the way they're born, but for the way they act. I'm just asking you simply to tackle these 4 issues. And if you are terrified of wrong think when it comes to racism, misogyny, transphobia, and homophobia, and it's too hard for you, that's kind of the problem. Is it shouldn't be that big of a deal to be like, hey, no racism. Hey, no bigotry. Hey, let's talk about it. I do not believe men are born bad, but I believe every day you are reinforced by bad behavior. And it is so clear to me by who men make famous. It is so clear to me by who men make famous. And look, girls aren't exempt from this. But since the people asking me this question was a man, pay attention to who men make famous, who men make president. And just remember that no matter how many things have come out against Trump, you still think he's just so funny, though. And to be honest, I get it. But at least for me, it doesn't matter how funny you are. You still need to be held accountable. It doesn't matter how charismatic you are, you have to be held accountable. And that's simply the difference. I can acknowledge he's funny. He's going to be very funny in a jumpsuit as well. He's going to be just as funny when we hold him accountable. It doesn't matter that he's funny. You got to hold him accountable, okay? Okay. Man. That says, Brittany, there were a lot of women who voted for Trump more than we thought they would. I don't get it. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women uphold the patriarchy. There are plenty of people who would rather join the oppressor than take the risk of being oppressed even harder than normal. Right? It's scary. Guys, it is so scary to be in the world when you realize you might get killed for it. For real, for real. For real, for real. And I really empathize with that. But sometimes, in the right situation, it should be worth dying for. And that's maybe the difference. We always are willing to say that men die to make America. Men died unnecessarily to maintain a patriarchal system that keeps them oppressed. I would love it if you would die for something that actually freed you. But we die for the wrong reasons constantly, and we live for the wrong reasons constantly. If only we could learn to live and die for the right reasons. Maybe that context makes it easier for people. But plenty of people I knew growing up were more than happy to vote against women's right to choose while getting abortions for their own girls. And I just want you to remember that every day, that Republicans and conservatives will talk about family values while they're fucking the maid. They will literally be homophobic and transphobic while on the weekends they're doing drag. It really matters that we walk the walk. It really, really matters. And you can do that by holding yourself accountable. You can always be a better person. And one last thing to wrap it up. We have to start while they're babies. Most people are not good enough parents. Most people are very bad at parenting. And so do not get it twisted that does not fall on parenting as well. We raise our kids to be these people, and then we're shocked when they become adults. I am very lucky that I was curious enough as a kid to get out of the bubble that raised me. But the reason I'm still locked in it is because I'm hoping to liberate my siblings and other people in it, but not at the expense of myself. And by the way, they will ask you to do it at the expense of yourself. So be very careful. Why don't you come over? Why won't you have the conversation? Why can't we tell you people are predators because you're inherently born that way when you're gay or straight? But God forbid, you know what I mean? Like, it is very difficult to make the world a better place. I don't know why we thought it would be so easy, but it starts at parenting. You know, it does start at parenting. But I also believe we're evolved animals, so this is the best we can do. And you have to live with those two contradictions for the rest of your life. We are just literally animals. We're literally biological creatures. We give ourselves too much credit. But I'm hoping when I say that, you realize with humility how easy it is to be a bad person. And so you start to do the work to avoid it. People think it's very hard to be a bad person. It is incredibly easy to be a bad person. It is so easy to do the wrong thing, which is why all these men who talk about discipline are so ironic to me. Because for such disciplined men, you're so bad. You are so bad. So what was the point of your discipline? Oh, it made you $1 million? Yeah, but you're horrible in every other way. And that's capitalism as well, girls. Don't get it twisted. This is why women uphold the patriarchy, because women are slaves to capitalism. I want a provider man. I want a man who makes the money. You want a piece of shit man. You want a man who's going to neglect you as a woman for the sake of making $1 so he can prove he's good enough for you. The moment your man becomes a bank account is the moment you guys both sold your soul to capitalism. Who needs, a good partner when your partner pays your bills? That's why I don't like Shira Seven and all these women, sprinkle, who talk about finding a man who pays your bills. Every man's going to cheat anyways. And she's a parent. She has daughters. That mother is raising her daughter. She's raising a whole generation of women who love her. Cardi B just used her soundbite on a record, and I don't even like Cardi B's values. Her ethics are horrible. But sometimes she's got banger opinions. But they're broken, dysfunctional people. And why wouldn't they be? They grew up in a broken and dysfunctional world. Why wouldn't I be broken and dysfunctional? I grew up in a broken and dysfunctional world, right? That's why it's so hard to do the work. And I didn't really understand how to do the work until I hit 30. Like, I genuinely just started doing the work around 30. I mean, I was doing the work prior, of course, but I didn't really get it. And I'm still every day getting it more and more. I am not a wise person, okay? I am not a wise person. But maybe by 50, I will be. And that's pretty good, guys. That's pretty good compared to like everybody else who's in their 50s and 60s a mess. I just saw the funeral pictures for Ozzy Osbourne's funeral, and everyone's like, oh my God, Sharon loved him. They loved each other so much. Sharon was so in love with him. Sharon was in love with an abuser. She was in love with her abuser. Sharon Osbourne was in love with her abuser. And people are in the comments like, they loved each other. They were really with each other the whole time. She was in love with her abuser. Just said, nah, Cardi B isn't damaging this generation. That's racist. Well, actually, I was talking about Shira 7. Cardi B is just a victim of a generation, but I think she's contributing to it by highlighting Shira 7. Yeah. I think she is. And I think her constant cycle with her baby daddy and her whole thing and her husband cheating on her and her taking him back and having her back and forth. Yeah, I think that's not good. Right? I think Cardi B is a victim though, right? Jess said also insane nonsense. She's fine. Tom Brady ruined an entire generation and made a bunch of men think it's okay to cheat. Okay, girl, I don't know why you can't hold them both accountable. Didn't Cardi B also cheat on her husband to get back at him? Why can't you just hold them both accountable? I don't know why you got to pick and choose. P.S. Love Cardi. Can't wait to listen to her new album, but her values suck. I don't know why it's so hard for you to hold them both accountable. You know what I mean? She's one person. She's not affecting this entire generation. Yeah, but we're all one person. This beginning monologue is about accountability of the individual. She's famous. She has status. Millions of people get to tune into her stream, which she's used for good a lot of the time, right? Cardi B has used her platform to do activism a lot of the time, so give her credit. But, right? The way we publicly handle our divorces, our relationships, the way we publicly handle ourselves, like, that's a part of it. She's not done growing. She's only as responsible as she's responsible, but she still has to be responsible because that's the point. Is nobody's exempt. None of us are exempt from responsibility. Something that keeps coming up with my own relationship in relation to work is I'll notice that like, oh, I'm getting traction and I'm doing well. And I'm like, oh, I don't want the responsibility yet. To me, fame is responsibility. And my partner says, it's so funny that you're serious, like you're worried about getting more popular because you know it's responsibility. I am terrified of actually making this channel blow up because I understand the weight of that responsibility. Most famous people do not. Most people do not understand the weight of it. They are just seeking money and status. And I see it as an insane amount of responsibility. And I think in 10 years, I'll be ready. Okay? You know? But I'm terrified every day that I'm going to wake up and I'm going to get viral. And then all of a sudden I have the responsibility of 50,000 people watching me or 10,000 people watching me. That's a huge responsibility. And so these people have a responsibility because they have that access, because they have that platform. You know? That said, I understand her being responsible. I just don't think she's affecting a bunch of people as if without her things would be better. I mean, I agree with you, right? She's not the only person responsible, right? She's just responsible for her little bubble. I think we agree. She's just responsible for her little bubble, but her little bubble is quite big. Quite big. You know? Quite big. You know what I'm saying? Quite, but like, yeah. Like, I agree with you. She's not like the reason, but you know, none of us are. Trump isn't solely the reason. I know we want to blame Trump, but he's only partially the problem. You know what I'm saying? But like, he's still kind of like a big fucking problem. He's kind of the president of the United States. So like, yeah, so it's like no celebrity, no famous person is the problem, but they are a part of the problem, right? All of us are a part of the problem. All of us. And all I'm saying is give yourself grace because you will make mistakes, but also I hope you do better. Give yourself grace. Okay? Give yourself grace. But we also have to do better, right? And that's okay. You know, Chet said 200 people is class or a coffee shop or a plaza. And then someone else said 200 people is still a lot. And I take it pretty seriously, right? But think of the emotional labor I'm doing for 200 people on stream, right? Like think of the emotional labor I already do on this stream. Think about how my words have already been clipped. Think about how many Reddit posts have already been made about me. And I only have this small of a community. I'm really lucky I get to do this for a living, but I do take it very seriously. I take it insanely seriously. And maybe that's why I'm growing up to be more and more cautious about making sure I'm doing good by my communities, because I do think it's important, you know? And that's the thing. At the end of the day, I do think it's important enough that I really hope for a continued slow growth so I can be mature enough to handle the responsibility. I want to be mature enough to handle the responsibility, because certainly nobody in charge of this fucking White House is responsible enough because they're not mature enough. And it's too easy to be on the internet, it end up immature because it's a very immature space, you know? So yeah, with that said, it certainly isn't one person's responsibility for the world, but it's us as a collective that impacts it. This is a group project. We're either going to fail or succeed in together. And right now, girl, it looks like we're going to get an F. And it doesn't matter how much some of us show up. It has to be most of us showing up. And that's why I say be cautious with how much emotional labor you're doing for these people and do just enough to benefit your community so your community goes out to benefit others and it spreads out. Okay? Focus on your 6-foot radius and have it spread out. And I, again, give people their flowers when it's, you know, when they deserve it, but also hold people accountable. Even the best of us will need to be held accountable. Okay. Any last questions on this topic before we move on? We're going to watch Britt Hartley talk to Rainn Wilson. No. Chet said, are you hopeful, Brittany? I'm always hopeful. Yeah. I think human beings over time do better. I just think we're very slow learners, which is very frustrating. But yeah, I'm deeply hopeful for humanity, even if we're slow learners. But I think it's about accepting that. I think a part of my radical acceptance journey is accepting that we're slow learners. I mean, I'm not an exception to this. You know? Chet says, thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the discussion. I appreciate it. Chet says, I dislike liberals who are for the world but mistreat the people around them. Well, you know what happens with liberals is they fall into the same trap conservatives do, where they think it's okay to be bad for a good reason. And I think it's never okay to be bad. Period. Right? Stars and Nights, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, can you review Exiled and Rising channel? I don't know what that is. What is it? I'll look it up. What is it? What is it? What is it? Looks very woo-woo. I'll look into this, but I don't know what it is. What would you want me to review about it? That's a good philosophy question, though. Because they'll say, like, you know, what if I have to do something bad for the greater good? Does it ever really benefit the greater good? You know, that, but we'll talk. I'm sure that will come up in other streams. Like, what does that mean? I think that's where people struggle. I'm not much of an abstract thinker, so maybe you're like me, where you're like, Brittany, how does that actually apply to life? And that's why we use real life examples. Like, I'm not going to blame people for stealing diapers and formula, right? But I would like a world where they didn't have to. And if you're in a position of privilege, you're not supposed to, right? Like, if you're in a position of privilege, you're not allowed to steal diapers and formula because that's bad for society. But if you're underprivileged and you are desperate, I'm not going to blame you. Right? That's like a rule of thumb. But that's why circumstance creates perception and option. That's why we have to liberate our communities so they don't have to do bad out of being desperate. And that's why we hold people in privilege more accountable, because you don't have to engage in this behavior. You're doing it for funsies. Right? Thank you for the gifted super chat. Thank you. She survived a genocide. Which genocide? Somatic healing and stuff like that is confusing to me. I mean, I'll definitely look into it, right? Like, but right now her page is like Exiled and Rising. Like, which genocide? Who is she? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what her bio doesn't even, if you silence, okay. Anna is a war trauma expert and somatic therapist and fierce thought leader offering raw truths and justice-rooted trauma education. This was written by ChatGPT. Who wrote this? A survivor of genocide and displacement, Anna brings unfiltered depth and lived insight to every episode of Exiled and Rising. Who wrote this? Andrew Tate? Like, do you know what I'm saying? I'm so cynical, guys. You gotta, this, like, who wrote this? ChatGPT 100% wrote this, by the way. Raw stories of survival from war zones. And by the way, I'm not hating on that. ChatGPT also wrote my description. ChatGPT also wrote mine, but like also, yeah, thought leader, huge red flag. Chat says thought leader is a red flag. That's what I'm saying. Thought leader, a thought leader, please relax. You know what I mean? Thought leader. Chat says if you have to ask yourself to do bad for the greater good too often, maybe you're a baddie. Maybe, am I the baddie? Yeah, maybe that's what it is, right? Chat says, you know what I wish we could talk about sometimes? Why there's an overlap in our neurodivergent numbers in this community and our social interest and passion for helping society. That sense of justice, baby. Chat says, Brady, look into linking a PayPal or something. Does YouTube pocket most of the donations? The reason I don't link PayPals is because people can refund the payment. So haters will come in and donate a bunch of money and then ask for a refund. So I don't know why other streamers spend their whole life navigating around it. Like, it would give me too much anxiety to have to like wait. It's just too confusing. PayPal is not that kind of like, I don't want to use PayPal. I don't want to have to do that. If you guys want to donate or help, Patreon is great. YouTube is great. Like at the end of the day, I would rather just, I'm not trying to be rich over here. Okay. Like I'm not trying to like take every fucking dollar, I'm just trying to make a living. So like if you want to donate or help out, like Patreon, YouTube, OnlyFans, you know what I mean? Like I'm not going to try to go out of my way to get an extra 30 cents when it comes with too many consequences for me personally. But yeah, I've seen like YouTubers, get $5,000 and then someone does it for the clout and then they refund it. And that YouTuber or Twitch streamer goes and spends the money thinking they have it. And then they don't have it. And then they have negative $5,000 in their account because somebody fake donated just to get clout. So it's just not safe, But that's why I go the most business route possible through other means of making money like this, because it's just like guaranteed. Like Patreon isn't going to steal my money. Like YouTube's not going to steal my money. I had people try to donate through YouTube as a troll and they're like, I'm going to refund this, but YouTube won't let them. Patreon won't let you. You know what I mean? They're not going to make you do it. Is Cash App the same? I don't know. I don't use Cash App. I've never been on it. It's more like, also, guys, tracking this money for the IRS, it's so complicated. I like to keep my IRS relationship simple. 3 streams of income, the IRS knows what it is, I call it a day. If I start having I'm good, girls, okay? Like genuinely, I have 3 ways you can pay me. I feel like I'm good. If that's not enough, then liking the stream helps and sharing it is even better, Okay. With that said, should we go on to, let's see, did I miss any comments that people wanted me to read out? I don't think so. But for that commenter who left me that comment, I hope this helps. I hope that I gave that person something to think about because I really don't want anyone in any community to feel like they're walking on eggshells. I want people to be free to make mistakes. And look, that's how my relationship works. We're allowed to make mistakes. We are not allowed to repeat bad behavior and just say like, oops. Oopsies. Oops. Yeah, none of that. None of the oopsies poopsies, okay? Let's see. Anything from Discord? Sorry, guys. I totally have been ignoring you. Discord said, fun fact and irrelevant. I saw Hulk Hogan rollerblading at Venice Beach when I lived there back in the early aughts. He's a lot shorter than I would have thought. You know what? Shout out to our short kings, except for him. Okay? Except for him. That says, did you see you say day 3 of asking, did you see the American Eagle ad? I did see it and I've already reacted to it. So thank you for your day 3 of asking me something, but I already reviewed it. I didn't review it fully. I just talked about it. Another white woman being racist. I'm bored. Another white woman being racist. I'm so shocked. Fuck her. Fuck her. Fuck her. I'm so over her. I never liked her. Just kidding. I didn't actually care anything about her initially, but I don't fuck her, bro. Fuck her for also my culture is not your costume. She literally went and tried to sell bathwater. Excuse me, ma'am. You are not a streamer. You are not Belle Delphine. You're not Amaranth, who we don't even support. Okay, you are not a streamer. You cannot take our culture and wear it as a costume for your ad. White women coming in to steal from their own. Okay, unless you are a streamer, you cannot sell bathwater. These companies, 10 years late to a trend, bro. 10 years late to the trend, let me tell you. How dare you? How dare you? Okay. Are we ready to watch a white woman we might actually like? Okay. Other than myself, of course. Britt Hartley, another Brit, coming in with Rainn Wilson, who I'm not a fan of, but what better way to see somebody you might be a fan of to talk to somebody you're not a fan of? Okay? I think this is important. Okay? This is going to be good. Let's watch it. Let's do it together, girls. Okay? Britt Hartley, if you don't know, is a YouTube channel called Spirituality, No Nonsense Spirituality. She is highly educated in theology. She's an ex-Mormon. And let's see what happens. Let's see. This is the intro to the pod.
I lost everything when I lost God.
Wow, that's really dark.
It's very dark. with the death of God was also the death of truth and the death of morality, the death of community, the death of my marriage, the death of identity. Every day I was like a video game character that had no meaning and purpose, and it's all stupid.
What were your handholds to take you out of that?
There's something in my body screaming, this is meaningful. You're missing something. There's something meaningful here. But the shift that I made was, what if... I'm having a little emotions.
We welcome that here.
I know you do. I know you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it here, an atheist having
An
emotions.
atheist has feelings. I know. I'm not just like a
Never seen it
cold
before
blooded
in the
heart.
history of YouTube. Hey there, it's me, Rainn Wilson, and I want to dig into the human experience. I want to have conversations about a spiritual revolution. Let's get deep with our favorite thinkers, friends, and entertainers about life, meaning, and idiocy. Welcome to the Soul Boom Podcast. Well, thank you for coming on the show, Britt. And it's a fun history of how you got here, because
How's the
I wrote the
volume?
book Soul Boom 2 years ago now, and you are quite active on TikTok and have a big following. And I know Kartik, my producer, showed me like videos like, oh, look, here's this spiritual influencer atheist who really dug your book and wants to have a conversation with you. And there was like a video
Thank
or
you.
something like that. I was like, oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, let's check that out. And then I had Rhett and Link
Yes.
on the show who
Woo-hoo.
deconstructed. I don't quite understand that word, but deconstruct.
Pause. See, this is why I say Rainn Wilson's got more journeying to do. You don't know the word deconstruction, even if it's not related to Christianity. What about in life in general? What does he mean by that? Does he mean he doesn't understand the Christian? You had them on. Do you still not understand it? Do you still not understand it, even though you've talked to these people? That's what I'm saying. Are you not actually learning? How hard is it for you to process your guess? You know what I'm saying?
Constructed their Christian faith. And Rhett was very much talking about your book, No Nonsense Spirituality, which is really thought-provoking and just terrifically.
Wait, pause. Discord said, I don't understand people who think atheists are evil baby murderers. Do they really think they'd start doing horrible things if they stop believing in God? Yes, because I had a man in my life say to me, if men didn't have religion, they would rape people. And I said, you talking about yourself? Pretty sure he was. They're telling on themselves. If you need God to be a good person, we have to have a conversation. When people say, as an atheist, how could you ever have values? They're saying, how could you ever think without a guide? We all have help from other people. We build on the top of giants, okay? On the shoulders of giants, right? That's what people are forgetting. And also, how much rape is happening in these churches? So God is not doing his job, apparently, right? So I want you to remember that the reason I love philosophy is it forces you to understand why you believe what you believe. Religion doesn't force you to believe why you believe. Religion tells you how to think. And I'm telling you, the reason I have this channel is I want you to understand why you come to these conclusions. Why do you think this is right? Why do you think this is wrong? And understand that I still think it's subjective. I think we live in a subjective moral reality, but I think you can reason into something greater that impacts you and other people around you for the better. So these people that I engage with, when these men say these things to me, okay, well, if you didn't have God, how would you know how to be good or bad? By thinking, Habibi. Thinking, Habibi. Habibi, thinking, using your brain.
Written, like I said, like it's hard to write about spirituality and have enough meat on the bones so that maybe someone who's getting a degree in comparative religions or something like that can dig into it, but accessible for the common person and relatable.
Mm-hmm.
And you do all that with humor and great style. And
Thank you.
And he was talking about how seminal this book was in his kind of reconsideration of his Christian upbringing. And so we're like, well, the universe wants you here. I know you wouldn't say it that way,
I
but
wouldn't quite, but I'm a huge fan of Rhett. And we actually, like, our timelines, we
Oh, cute.
deconstructed around the same time, which is interesting because if him and I would have met 20 years ago, I would have had a cheat sheet for how to make him a Mormon, and he would have had he wrote a whole book on how to convince Mormons that they're not Christian. So our conversation 20
God.
years ago would have been very different.
Okay, let's talk about these bubble differences, huh? Isn't that amazing that depending on when you meet a person in your life, and this is why I say I try I try to acknowledge that you can meet people at different times in their life and they can be different people. And I try not to write people off for who they were before unless they're pretty bad. But in general, isn't that so true? Had she met Rhett at a different time, their dynamic would have literally been different than meeting each other now. And that's why I go back and I check how people are doing. Because I'm like, you and I are not going to get along right now, but hey, maybe in the future, right? Like, hey, I love you. We're not going to get along right now, but maybe we'll meet up again in the future, like as friends, not when it comes to romantic partners, in my opinion, but whatever. It's like, but you are different people. Now, to be fair, had I met my partner at a different time, we would not have been compatible, right? We had to become the people we were going to be in order to be compatible enough to grow together. I just think every day, like, we talk all the time. I'm like, what were you doing in 2012? What were you doing in 2005? Like, oh, what were you doing? Ask your friends those questions. You guys ever ask your friends those questions? Hey, what were you doing in like 2001? What were you doing in 1998? You know what I mean? Like, where were you? And like, those are the greatest conversations I've ever had with people, because we tend to form relationships with people in the present and go forward. But hey, like, what were you doing 10 years ago? What was your life like? What were you thinking? What were your values? What was your job? You'll learn so much about people.
In the conversations that him and I are having now.
Right. And just so we can all get on the same page, when you use the word deconstruction, what do you mean by that?
Deconstructing truth claims and dogmas that come with a religion is really what I mean by that.
No, explain it, girl. You got to explain what deconstruction is. Deconstruction is pulling things apart so you can put them back together, but it's to see the details. You're deconstructing. You're taking apart a knowledge you know. Now, if you mean it in the Christian way versus like just in general, but either way, it ends up with you realizing you're deconstructing the belief systems you had to build a new foundation up, right? Because usually when you're born into religion, you start here, you don't start at your foundation. And then when you start to learn, my parents literally encouraged their kids to research other religions. They encouraged us to read books and to ask questions. They just really thought it would lead us to Christ, right? As a confirmed Catholic, like they thought it would lead us to Christ, but it led me away from him. The more I learned, the further from Christ I became. The more I deconstruct, the more I'm convinced anybody who's a Christian is dealing in misogyny and patriarchy. Like, that's the problem. They just announced on Pink News. Hold on, let me bring it up. They just announced on Pink News, because I don't follow anyone on TikTok literally, but I always like their posts so I can see more of it. Pink News covered, let's see, where's the news? This one. Boom, bum, 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 bum. First, history made as a lesbian becomes the first UK's first female archbishop. Archbishop of what? What's her thing? What is she being a lesbian for? Okay. First lesbian archbishop. Archbishop of what? What's the religion? What's the thing? What's the bubble? What is she doing? Right? Like, what is she doing? That's what I want to know. Archbishop of what? What are you wearing those funky clothes for, bro? What are you promoting? I'm so sick of Christian gays. Get over it. Like, move on. Like, Christian women, y'all are upholding the patriarchy and misogyny. Stop following a man. For what reason? Stop following anybody. That's the other thing. Why are you following anybody? We literally have not evolved out of religion yet, because you all still want to follow somebody, which is why, what do I tell you guys about myself? I see it. Our human brain wants us to follow someone. It wants us to pedestal someone. It wants us to say, teach me, teach me, teach me. Careful who you make a teacher, because you're putting them at a position higher than you. That's what teachers are. And at the same time, if we have an understanding within ourselves that we're all teachers and students, that's what we want. We all want to be teachers and students. We all want to be teachers. And I'm a very good student, much more than a teacher. But our desire to make people teachers is our desire to pedestal people. Be a teacher and a student. Be someone who can also teach and be a student. The problem with teachers is they stop forgetting what it's like to be a student. And the problem with students is they forget that they also have the right to be teachers. We have to be both. We have to be wise and we have to be both.
Usually deconstruction, as I've come to understand it, because I had never heard the phrase before I met Rhett and Link, just has to do with ultimately a rejection of the claims of the religion that one was brought up in. Like, one of the things I was kind of like dancing with Rhett and Link a little bit about was like, well, can you deconstruct the parts you don't like, But like, let's say you accept the divinity of Christ, but don't accept that Christ is the literal Son of God. Like, is that part of a deconstruction process? And I'm not quite sure it is.
I think it is. And Brian McLaren, who's on your shelf here and who's been a guest on the podcast, talks about that quite a bit, that deconstruction can lead to deepening of faith, where you let go of certain truth claims, but then you're able to nuance things or see things in a new way. I think all of that can be part of a deconstruction process. But what's happening is when it combines with postmodernism.
Hold on. Pause says maybe they're trying to change things from the inside, like you're doing with your siblings. You can't, though. You can't change white supremacy from the inside, like of a racist Nazi Ku Klux Klan meeting, right? Because you're building their numbers. If you're joining and wearing their clothes and doing their chants, you're just adding to their numbers. You're not building from the inside, right? So if you're like wearing their clothes and showing up and promoting their brand, you're just adding numbers. So we can't do that, right? I am naturally born into my family, and I have very strong open with boundaries relationships with them. I do not brag about my family. I do not, claim them in situations in which I was like, I always say, if it came to it, like, I'm not on your side. If you're going to take the wrong side, I'm not on your side. So I'm not claiming them. Right? I'm just naturally a part of them because I was born into that unit, but I do not claim them if they're being bad. When you dress up and you become an archbishop, or you work within the church, or you are claiming the church, you are promoting it. You're asking people to become a part of your congregation, right? You're asking for people to join and believe in this thing. And I'm saying no. Right? Chess said, so what's the practical answer? In which way? Like, how to make religions less homophobic? Get rid of the religion. Right? Like, we can't change, if the religion itself is rotten from the core, we can't go in and just try to change the religion. Chan says how to do away with religion. The aim is not to get rid of religion. The aim is to explain why it exists, and for people to choose, if they are religious, a religion that doesn't exist in bigotry, right? So, like, you can't, it's like start again. It's like your cake. Okay, you made a cake and the cake is beautiful, but you put way too much salt in it. You can't just like take the salt out. You got to get rid of the cake and start again. So there's nothing wrong with cake. The problem is, like, your cake has too much salt in it, and no matter what you do, you're not going to extract the salt from it, right? That says, how do you feel about progressive Christians? I prefer them as allies, but it's always sus, Okay, so there's always a multitude of ways we talk about socialization. Neighbor to neighbor, I treat everyone with dignity. World leaders or people who are saying this is a factual way to live, bullshit. There's no such thing as a progressive Christian. There's only a person who makes excuses for the rotten. There's only a person selling you a cake that they swear it's worth eating because the frosting is good. So I'm not interested. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not interested, but it depends on like what you want. I don't make prescriptions for a reason. I don't think you change the world. I think you change yourself. And I think you encourage people to work on themselves, and that's what changes the world. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. We are the reason the world is the way it is, as a collective. We are the ones watching a genocide happen in Palestine and no one's doing anything about it. Like, we are the ones voting for Trump. We are the ones engaging. And I know you and I aren't those people, but you and I, Habibi, are not the us. We are part of the us, but we are not the majority. We are not the majority. That's kind of the whole minority part of it, girls, which means who's the majority? So if you engage in progressives that are engaging in the majority in a religion that's rooted in bigotry, you, through kindness and love, and let them know, open with boundaries, right? Like, hey, I love you, and I want to build friendships with people that, if it's about close friendship, then I don't want to build close friendship with you, right? I do not have Christian friends. Like, the friendships I build as an adult now, like, I do not build close relationships with, at this point in my life, because, I do not build close relationships with Christians or religious people. I do not have, I'm not interested. I am kind to them. I'm friendly with them if we're part of the same bowling league, but I do not want you to come to my house. You cannot come over. I do not make friends with bigots. I do not make, you're not my friend. I'm sorry. Like, I'm happy to be friendly with you. I'm happy to be a social connection with you because I believe in kindness. But like, yeah, you can't come over. So that's the thing. You have to decide your line in the sand. And I kind of do think, here's my theory. I do kind of think eventually if we actually stopped making excuses for people and stopped making friends with people, then maybe the world would be a better place. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying you should do it. I'm saying like, I started in my own life by like not making friends with those people. I ended a lot of friendships this year. And it was over value differences because even though I liked those people and they were so great, yeah, I didn't want you to come over and talk about how Israel has to do what it has to do. Like, you can't come over with peace and love. You can't come over. No, there's no justification for what Israel is doing, right? So like, I'm very strict at this point. At 36, I wasn't as strict my whole life growing up. So I'm empathetic to that. But Brittany today is not interested in making any friendships with, and where you're coming to my house with people that are making those excuses because I don't need to. But I still am kind to people. I'm still happy to clothe them. I want them to be fed. I'm not going to be mean to them. I don't need to be mean to people. I'm putting down boundaries about how they enter my life. Does that make sense? Chet says, I agree with what you're saying, and I'm an atheist. However, I'm struggling to see how gays in church doesn't have some kind of positive impact on reducing bigotry. Chet says, now I want cake. Now I want cake. Vegan cake is just not as good, bro. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, y'all. I'm sick of it. Okay? Fuck it. Vegan cake is not, I've tried so many vegan cakes. They are never as good. That cream, bro, something about cream. And I'm still not doing it. Bro. That says, how does Brittany estimate for the percentage of Christians that have read one book of the Bible by themselves? I don't know what that question means. Ask it again in a different way. I don't know what that means. That says, do you think that's why the male loneliness epidemic is happening? Also, less people engaging against their values? Yeah. Like, yeah, that's a big part of it too. Is like, women aren't willing to date them anymore, and they keep thinking it's because they don't have money. It's because your values suck tits, bro. You know, listen, the harm to the gays joining Christian churches is to themselves. The harm for women to be Christians is to themselves. You keep trying to think that they should do the emotional labor to change these institutions that think they're bullshit. And I'm saying I'm sick of us doing the emotional labor for people who think we're bullshit. Also, why are we believing in God again? Can we please focus? Why are we following a man again? Why is a gay person being like, Jesus? What has Jesus ever done for you, bitch, except slept with 12 different men? That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. But what has he done for you? Why are you following a man or following this person? Why are you following a God? Why do you believe in God? The gay person has more problems on their plate and is believing in God. Okay? And then going to a church where other adult people are like, God, what are we doing? Are we looking for truth? Are we looking, you know what I mean? What are we looking for? Like, again, are we aiming for what's true? Or are we aiming for what feels good? If you want to believe in a God and go to church, you do you, girl. But don't talk to me about liberation. Do not follow Jesus Christ and talk to me about fucking liberation. Okay? Thank you.
Deconstruction becomes you're deconstructing claims about a religion, so truth claims, historical truth claims, but then you're also deconstructing concepts of God. Maybe you're deconstructing certain narratives of society, gender roles, things like that. Then you're deconstructing free will. Then you're deconstructing the illusion of the self. And so like once that train starts going for people, it tends to keep going. It doesn't usually stop at just a few historical truth claims about the nature of Jesus or, you know, something.
That's interesting because I guess you could say I deconstructed my Baha'i upbringing.
I think so. Yeah.
Starting in around 1990 or so. But it's interesting because for me,
oh, hold on. He's about to talk about himself, which is good. Very autistic. I like to share about myself to connect to people. Chat says, how many Christians would you estimate have read some of the Bible by themselves? Some being a singular book like Genesis or Romans or Matthew? I don't know. I don't know, and I also don't care. I actually, fun fact, do not care what religious people are doing. Ate my business like the back of my head when I put in braids. That's an ode to Black communities. I watch so many Black creators. I'm sorry. But you know what I'm saying? You know the joke if you get the joke. Okay, does anybody know the joke? Sorry. I had braids in yesterday, and I was like, the back of my head is none of my business, as I've learned from Black TikTok. Okay? But that's how I feel about religious people. None of my business like the back of my head. None of my business. You know when it is my business? When they enter into government conversations, policy, I do not care what you're doing in your churches. I care when your churches are impacting people who need help. Okay? That's what I care about. Thank you, chat, for understanding my humor. Thank you. Okay? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't, as a non-God believing person, want to take God away from you. I want you to take it away from yourself. I want you to liberate yourself from God. I do not want to liberate you from God. I am not anti-religion. I want to liberate you from your relationship with this church. You can believe anything you want to believe, but I want to know things. Okay, I want to know what's true. I don't want to just believe in stuff. Okay?
That process stopped at a certain point, you know. So at first it was kind of like, I'm not just going to accept the truth of my parents and the truth of the community I grew up in. In fact, let me jettison all of it.
Yeah.
And start.
And that's healthy.
And that is very healthy. And like I said before, in the Baha'i faith, the independent individual investigation of truth is like the foundation. And it's actually encouraged, and no one is supposed to become a Baha'i just because their parents are Baha'i or because their culture pressures them to become a Baha'i. They need to find.
By the way, he's Baha'i. And if you look up, and I dated a guy who was Baha'i for just a second, one day. Okay. Or his dad was Baha'i. His dad was Baha'i. Either way, we looked up last time we did Rainn Wilson podcast. Baha'i is inherently misogynistic. So fuck Baha'i. Like fuck any institution that puts men above women because they're men. So I don't know where Rainn Wilson's getting off being like, I'm Baha'i. Well, you can Baha'i yourself out my house. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Find the truth for themselves. And if a lot of young Baha'is become Christians, a lot become atheists, some are spiritual but not religious, and that's just part of the process. But it is most important to find one's truth for oneself. So for me, then like I said in Soul Boom, I tried on atheism like a jaunty cap. And I went a good year and a half, maybe even 2, of like, I'm an atheist. Let me see how this fits. Let me see how walking in the world where there's nothing beyond, you know, atoms and molecules and energy, how that feels for me. And let me, you know, challenge existing religious beliefs. And so this is part of that deconstruction. And just for me personally, that just kind of like tapped out, and I was like, it didn't make sense, not just on an intellectual sense, it just in a heart sense, I couldn't wrap my head, heart, mind, soul around a world that didn't have some kind of primal force or source behind.
I want to ask you
everything
about that because when I
going
watched, when I read Soul Boom, and I loved it because I feel like the first half you just like so perfectly defined like the spiritual crisis.
Hold on, pause. Chet said, do you think Jordan Peterson is a good role model for men? Listen, I'm Jordan Peterson. No, I don't think he's a good role model for men. I think he's good as a transition period. I think if you're coming from a really conservative bubble and you get into Jordan Peterson, you're probably going to be better off than if you get into Andrew Tate, right? Because Peterson hates Tate, which I respect him for. But he can't be the end result, right? Because Peterson himself is a lost man. I'm a lost boy. I'm lost in the bosom of these Machiavellian mothers. I'm lost in my bigotry, but I sound really cool when I say it. So, you know, yeah, chat, you got to outgrow Jordan Peterson. He's a good stepping stone, but you got to grow out of him because he's lost himself. He's literally spiraling. Watch my Jordan Peterson video on my podcast channel. I'll bring it up. I'll go look for it in a second. But I explain with great compassion why he is suffering. And I also explain why he must be held accountable, but also work compassionate towards his medical problems. But this man is drowning in self-hate.
That we're in and the meaning crisis, and I was just like eating it up. And then I felt like you went somewhere where I couldn't go. And the question that I've wanted to ask you since then is that if your atheist phase, and then like we can go wherever you want for the rest of the interview, this is really my only question that I've had for you, is if your atheist phase.
Pause. I want to listen to this question. But listen, my podcast was called Jordan Peterson is giving Azula and Judas energy. Even Christians are worried. Bro, here, link in the chat, bros. Go check it out. It's a great fucking video, and it should have gotten more views, honestly. It should have gotten so many more views because it was that good. It's a very good podcast. And I work really hard to be compassionate to people, but I also try really hard to understand that, like, you have your limitations. And Jordan Peterson doesn't know he's reached his. So, you know, if you're a Jordan Peterson fan, watch that video. Leave a comment.
Had a more
let's
my
rewind
only
this
question that I've had for you is if your atheist phase had a more spiritual root in it.
Mhm.
So like my atheism has a Sufi teacher that I meet with regularly. It has
Damn it. Chat is so good. I keep pausing this podcast. I'm going to stop doing that too much. But both Discord and both YouTube said, have you seen what Britt actually said about Jordan Peterson? I have not, but now note to self.
mysticism, and it has psychedelics, and it has meaningful work, and it has purpose, and it has service, and it has contemplation, and it really has all of the aspects of religion that I have cultivated into my life.
Mm.
And so it's a thriving form of spiritual atheism. Do you feel like if your atheism had more spirituality to it, that
Mhm.
that phase, like, because when you talk about your atheism, it's an emptiness, and for me, it's not an emptiness. It's very much a wholeness. And so I wonder if your atheist phase had spirituality in it, would it have been so empty for you?
Well, I think that's an excellent question. And I think even in the early 90s, one would have been hard pressed to find a single
I guess that's
spiritual
true.
atheist,
Yeah, I guess that's true.
on the planet.
Mhm.
So I didn't have
Which is the dilemma with being old. The dilemma with being old is that you become naturally stagnated because you're not keeping up with what the youth is doing. When I was young, being an atheist was the worst thing you could be. When I came out as an atheist to my family, it was like, and then I got blamed for anything my siblings did because they're like, you influenced them to be atheists, right? Being an atheist when I was growing up was like basically saying you were a pedophile, because how would you know right from wrong if you're an atheist? It was like a big deal. And then it was like really sad because leaving, and this was like cultural. This was on TV. Like people were literally arguing about whether atheism was good for America, which is why they're trying so hard to bring the 10 Commandments back into schools. Okay. So when you're old, okay, like Rainn Wilson is, you're going to miss that stage in which atheists are now engaging in spirituality. I myself, gun to my head, do not think a God exists. I don't know if a God exists, but I don't believe it. So like I call myself an atheist, even though by definition that would be probably more agnostic, right? But, and this is the thing, I also consider myself pretty spiritual, even though I don't really believe in woo-woo stuff. Like I had a friend, we were talking the other day, and they're more in the woo-woo bubble. And like, I want grounded spirituality. I want spirituality to be something more of a practice than something that's more literal. Like, I want to practice spirituality like I practice yoga, but I don't want to believe in something that isn't real, even though I believe in plenty of things that aren't real, like the goodness of people. Okay, listen. Like, I don't want a religion. I don't want a group. I don't want to be friends with you because of the thing we believe. I want to know what's true about the metaphysical, but I want it to be either data-based or I want it to be something we acknowledge we're not sure about, but this is what I believe. And I think that conversation gets confused because we grow up in a world that wants to be factual. They want to know they have the truth. And I just don't think human beings are the arbiter of what's true. I don't think we know things, but I think we try to. And I think that's beautiful. We really try to know stuff. And that's the greatest thing about us as creatures, is like we are curious, or at least some of us are.
have those kind of resources. And one of the things that there's so much I despise about contemporary society and social media and how everything is working and falling apart. And it's this madcap, roller coaster of, short attention span fever. But there's a lot of resources out there for young people. And I know that young folk have found you and your channels online and your book to be incredibly revitalizing. And this idea that, hey, you can have spiritual practices, rituals, depth, meaning without a God, without a soul, without any kind of greater spirit beyond kind of the material. And I think that, I don't know. For me at 20 or 21, maybe that would have, maybe that would have worked for me. I think for me, as you know, because you read the book and thank you for reading it, the essential question then, as it wasn't sitting right, was like, well, is there a God? And that was kind of a very long journey about trying to figure out if there was a God and how does one figure that out? I mean, you can get PhDs and you can intellectualize all you want, but I heard you say in an interview, I heard you talk about love as an experience of love. And of course, David Bentley Hart has the book, The Experience of God. And like, how do you experience?
Wait, what?
Bentley Hart has the view. I heard you talk about love as an experience of love. And of course, David Bentley Hart has the book, The Experience of God. And like, how do you experience God? You experience the divine, and how exactly does that work? And that's when I talked about this idea of Wakantanka from the Lakota Sioux tradition, and how revelatory that was to think about God completely devoid from any kind of persona or human qualities, and being far more contained in kind of the miracle and mystery of nature than in any kind of like superhero or demiurge or anything like that. So that, for me, that was.
Yo, ask the woman a question, bro. Ask this woman a question and be quiet.
The turning point where I was like, okay, I can get with that. And that's kind of where at that age I built my foundation, and it still, for me, holds up.
And that's a place where you and I will combine, even though we'll probably differ in maybe some of the words that we'll use. Like, you'll be much more liberal with your use of the word God than I will. But for me, even as an atheist, if someone walks into a cathedral and there's stained glass and there's music playing, it's beautiful, and someone says, I feel God here, that's an experience. They're using a mouth sound God to describe what they're feeling. And even to this day, if someone were to say that, I would say, I feel God here too. Because
hold on, pause. Super chat. Thank you so much, Duvall. Appreciate it. Growing up in the 90s, the only atheist celebrity I actively followed was George Carlin, and he definitely was not as understanding and compassionate as you are, Britt, and are now 30 years later. I appreciate that. And actually, I have a podcast about George Carlin I've been wanting to make, because I think he's stunted. And I think all of us go through a George Carlin phase. I went through one where I just thought he was the smartest fucking person in the room. And then I grew up and realized, like, oh, even he, as we all do, reach our ceiling. And so people today who still think he's the smartest guy in the room, y'all need to update, right? Like but I think that's so normal, right? You go from religion to an atheist phase to Christopher Hitchens to George Carlin. Like, you go through a phase, and it's important. We all have to grow out of these phases, though, and realize, like, nothing is the end result. I am not currently in my final form. I mean, I'm in my Britney final form as I am right now, but this final form will look different later. In this sense, it's hard to talk about final forms, but like, I will always be learning and deconstructing, which means, like, we can't look at anybody as their final form, because the only way we get final forms is like kind of through stagnation. And I'm not talking about your relationship with well, it depends on what we're talking about, but in terms of belief, in terms of knowledge, we're always learning. And Christopher Hitchens, they just died, but they didn't they died, but it wasn't the end. No person in the past is the end of what could be. Even though all the answers are already out there, we haven't discovered them and collected them and shared them in the way that we could argue this is it. Because, like, it will never be it. There will only be more, Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay.
Now we're just using a word to share an experience, a shared experience that we're having. But then when someone says God says this or is this or does this or whatever, okay, that's different. That's a truth claim that we're making, about God and the nature of the universe. And that's where I'm going to be much more skeptical or wary of using that word. But that word of I feel God here, I have no problem as an atheist saying that, because that's an experience that is permeated in my life.
I think that's a quote from The Office. I feel God in this Chili's tonight.
That's right. That's right.
So Pam was right.
Maybe Pam was right all along.
She felt God in the chili.
Pam the theologian was onto something.
I think so. There's someone could write a book on the spirituality of The Office. Get on that, folks. It's not going to be me. I'm too busy. There's so many ways that we align and our points of view, and I got so much out of your book, and there's so many incredible points that you made. There's lots of ways where we don't align and agree to disagree. And the last thing I want to do in this conversation is kind of get into the old proof of God debate kind of stuff, which is really boring and has never changed a single mind.
Never convinces anyone.
Yeah. So everyone who watches those videos that doesn't believe in God is like, yeah, she got in all those good points. And then people that do believe in God are like, yeah, he made all those great points. I'm with him. Like, no one changes their mind. No one shifts their heart. But let's go back, because I find so many aspects of your story fascinating, and I know a handful of Mormons who are super awesome, nice people, and I have my own personal Mormon experience I want to share with you.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat.
It's positive, but I do want to hear about your story a little bit and leaving the Mormon faith, because there was a lot of trauma and pain there, and I think it would be really helpful for people to hear that story.
Sure. So I was raised Mormon and had a perfectly happy, normal Mormon childhood. And around the time I was a teenager, I was always questioning. So even when I was younger, I would ask questions, but I just assumed that the adults knew better than me, and that I'll figure the reasons why to the questions that I was asking. And then by the time I became a teenager, I started really asking questions. And
what were the nature of your questions?
Yeah, I want to know that too. Chad says, I think a lot of people like George Carlin are ahead of their time, get stuck there and then fall behind the rest of society. Yeah, I think that happens to I think that's actually exactly the style, right? Chad said this should have been the first question of the interview. I agree. Like, we're 13 minutes in and you're now asking her about her life. That's fine. Listen, I think that is the exact cycle that happens. We get ahead of our time, we get praised for it, and then we get stagnant because we don't know we have to keep growing. It's kind of like a kid that everyone's like, you're so smart for your age, but then you don't grow out of that phase and like keep actually discerning and gaining wisdom. So I think that is so true because it works. And if you don't change, you'll still have an audience, and that's fine. Like people, not that I'm saying it's fine, but like people will get enough social credit and not need to change because the audience that didn't change as well will still see them as smart. That's why I say, like, if you today still think George Carlin was like ahead of his, like today you think he's ahead of time or you think he's still correct, you're like missing the point sort of that like you are the stagnant one. Like that's why it kind of tells me when I struggle when people say, Brittany, who you a fan of? Whose work do you love? I get like really like upset by the question kind of. Because you're kind of asking me to like give you a stagnant answer. Does that make sense? Like, you know, I like ideas. I think I like people, but I think it's a better question of like, what idea do you subscribe to right now? Like, I'm kind of focused on like a lot of bigotry right now. That's kind of like the vibe of this era of Brittany, where my brain is like, bigotry. Why do we like bigotry? Why is it so easy to be bigoted? And like, that's interesting to my brain right now. From like a really like, we don't talk about it enough. We talk about it all the time, but we're never talking about it. But yeah, like being a fan of someone is difficult because you're kind of saying I'm a fan of a person, and people are stagnant. They're stagnating creatures, right?
How do we know there's a God,
sounds-
or is it a more like
no.
Joseph Smith kind of thing?
Not even that yet. So like the beginning of it was this pamphlet came out. It was called the For Strength of Youth pamphlet.
Oh,
And it was like from God to the prophet to teenagers. So this is like directly from God, what teenagers need to know. And I'm like,
God made
fantastic.
pamphlets. Yeah.
God's making a pamphlet for me as a teenager. Life is hard. I'm trying to figure out who I am and the world and all this. This is fantastic. God's got a pamphlet for me.
Mhm.
And the pamphlet is like, don't drink coffee and don't swear and don't get tattoos and lots of do's and don'ts. And I'm like, the creator of the universe, like this is all you got for me. And it was really troubling for me. And that's just a very basic question of like, how do I know that the prophet's talking to God? Because this is really just like a list of random things that you're
That's
supposed
from God.
to do and don't, and that's meaningless. And why does God care so much about what word I say when I stub my toe? So just like really simple questions.
And why does God not want us to get tattoos?
The concept of your body being a temple and
Yeah.
it's sacred and to not, which is strange because
Adorn your temple.
because on
Only
temples,
temples, they
well, even more,
play.
even it's so silly because even Mormon temples will have decorations on the outside and it'll say like holiness to the Lord, house
Yeah.
of the Lord.
ooh, chat. We have to realize that we're not ahead of our time. We're from our time with a different perspective that is in the majority. Okay, queen. That's true, isn't it? I'm not ahead of my time, though. People say that all the time, like, oh my God, you're like ahead of it. I'm just one of the billions of people who probably think it, but we're not all together. I think that's the problem. That's why we form communities, because I can't be the only one. Like, I can't be the only one. And I remember that every day. Listen to me when I say this. Listen to me when I say this. Do you know what this? I hate talking about men. I really hate it, but it's such a good example. I hate talking about men. Okay. Okay, listen. Okay, listen. You know how Hassan can't talk about his origin story without Destiny molding because Destiny feels like he's the first official political streamer and Destiny's the reason Hassan has a career. But Hassan doesn't want to bring Destiny into everything because he's like a predator. And it's like, oh, the reason I got started on the internet was because a predator gave me a chance. Like, and that's not even true. TYT gave Hassan his first chance. And Destiny was just there while he was streaming. It hardly was Destiny. But Destiny always wants the credit of being the first political streamer because he still lives in that era. Bro, just because you were the first dad to abandon his kid and spend time streaming, okay, doesn't mean it matters. Because you're not unique in that. Plenty of dads are abandoning their kids every day to become streamers. Okay. But he wants the credit because it's a glory day thing. Like him when he was partially a pro gamer at some point. He wants the credit of living in the past. It's like dads who played football 20 years ago. We get it. But like, what are you doing today? Okay, what are you doing today? And I think people do this constantly where because they were the first ones for their time at the time, they want to live with the same credit they felt at that time. But like, like you're just a product of the environment and the product of your circumstance that gave you this opportunity. But like, what are you doing today? How are you showing up today? How are you being, you know what I mean, today? That's why I don't really care what you did before. But I think sometimes a lot of people also don't get the credit. So you want to give people credit, but the credit isn't all your reputation is based off of. You don't get to be judged via your character based off of this one thing you did. So I'm glad you were like the first or whatever, but is there anything like else? Like, is there like anything else? Jess said, do you ever feel stagnant? When it comes to working out? Yes. Nothing else. Only when it comes to working out, really. But do I ever feel stagnant? That's a great question. Do I ever feel stagnant? Not anymore. I felt really stagnated in my younger years. Like, you know, I'm 36 now. So when I was younger, absolutely. Right? Yeah, I felt like I struggled a lot in my life to get here, which is, you know, I think you have to be stagnant at one point in your life to get ahead. I don't think you're born knowing how to keep moving. I think you're born into stagnation, and the world kind of looks at the lack of stagnation as like having a kids and having a house and having a job. So when you don't have those things, you feel like you're stagnant. But the way I was stagnant my whole life was my relationship with self, right? Like I was so stagnant in my own understanding of self that I kept spiraling, trying to adhere to these bubbles until I realized like, okay, I got to figure it out. I don't feel stagnant currently, like as this Brittany, but I think that's because I have formed an environment that kind of doesn't let me become stagnant. My partner and I are always getting each other up. We're always like reminding each other to deconstruct. We're always like getting it done. Even if we're slow, because we're both neurodivergent, it can feel probably from the outside like stagnation. Like they're not moving fast enough. You're not moving fast enough. But like stagnation to me is like full stop. But as long as you're slowly going, like that's good enough. Day at a time, girls. Day at a time, you know? So be kind to yourself because sometimes we think we're stagnant when we're just slowly moving. But at least you're moving, girl, you know? Chad says, how do we know when it's time to grow up? When the shoes stop fitting in discomfort? I think for me, I always think about my joy and how do I feel about my life. I love waking up every day and going to bed every day. I didn't always feel that way. Most of my life, I went to sleep hoping I wouldn't wake up. Most of my life, I prayed I would die in my sleep. Most of my life. Most of my life. Because of the world around me. Ever since I was a little kid, I was way too fucking self-aware that the world sucked. And I knew because I was a minority, right? I knew I was queer. And growing up with the world around me, I just prayed to God I would die in my sleep. Painless, I wouldn't know the difference, and I didn't have to deal with the world anymore. And then after therapy and after philosophical work, after some time, I went to bed one day, and I looked forward to tomorrow. And then that kept going, and that kept going, and I kept saying, can't wait to wake up tomorrow. Now, I go to bed excited I get to wake up and have my coffee in the morning. I go to bed being like, can't wait to eat tomorrow. I go to bed and go, I can't wait to go to work tomorrow. Like I go to bed and like, I'm just so excited to wake up. I wish I didn't have to sleep. Like I used to only want to sleep. I used to only want to dream because my dreams were better than real life. There was a time in my life when I just wanted to sleep 15 hours a day because I didn't want to be in my life. And now I'm like, damn it, I hate that I have to sleep. You know, just as she misses us, my partner goes, hey, I heard you tell your stream you love them. I was like, whoa. I was giving my stream an example, but yes, I did tell them eventually that I love them. Okay. In a non-parasocial toxic way. Thank you. What can I say, girls? Okay. Did I answer that question from earlier that was like, we should talk about why neurodivergent people come together for a sense of justice? Because people who are just the right amount of minority, who are just the right amount of black sheep, for just the right amount of like, is there something suspicious about my community? End up being curious. You know what brings my community together? Curiosity. I did answer it. Okay. You know what brings us together though, girls? Our curiosity. That's what it is. Whether we're neurodivergent or not, whether we're a certain kind of minority or not, right? We are just the right amount of curious to be like, I'm going to watch this video. I'm going to find this stream. Because think about the topics I cover. I try to cover trending, but I'm obviously not that good at it. Think about what brought you here. Think about like what made you stay. Think about what keeps you in the comments. I just think like you must obviously be curious because you're also like curiosity is the more curious, the lack of defensiveness. Defensiveness is the opposite. Defensiveness keeps you from being curious. You double down, right? So I feel like that's what it is. Like you are curious. And so like, I mean, even when we have comments back and forth, I don't know how many times I tell my partner like, oh, my audience and I got in it today, but then we fixed it. And I was like worried, but we fixed it. Like how many times have you and I gone back and forth and I'm like, no. And then we're arguing and then I was like, my bad, we're good. Like that is proof that two strangers who don't know each other are able to bring escalation in a very passionate way and able to de-escalate in the same time. We are literally living proof of it every day. And that is missing in the world. How many people do that in their communities? How many people even do that in debate panels? They can't. So there must be something unique about this community. And it's got to be, in some ways, the curiosity and the desire to actually know, obviously. So yeah. All right, back to the video.
So even our temples, we put writings on, but it's just been a cultural thing, especially as we earlier on in Mormonism, because of polygamy, we really wanted to mainstream. We really wanted to become a part of American Christianity and not be so ostracized and persecuted. And so we made moves to just really, like wear suits and be really clean cut and no tattoos. And so that was also just a cultural thing. But it just opened a lot of questions for me. And I wish I had the education and the knowledge to be able to go to my parents and say, I'm experiencing cognitive dissonance and I'd like to, but it just came out in just like punk rock, just like, and
she was a punk. She was a girl. Chad said, if no one online agrees with you, how would you feel? Like I was doing something wrong. If I cannot find any other person who agrees with me, I'm doing it wrong. If the worst people I know are agreeing with me, I'm doing it wrong. Period.
Just really like all that angst came out in really like punk rock and bad decisions that led me to getting kicked out of my home when I was 16 and for having sex. And so at that point then I'm 16.
Where do 16-year-old Mormon girls go when they've had sex and got kicked out of their home?
I went to my uncle's house and he was a bishop in the Mormon church and he was supposed to like be able to clean me up a little bit. Yeah. Set me right. And it was very traumatic to kind of lose my family and be losing my beliefs and lose all my friends and like have this stigma. You go to church, I can't take the sacrament because you're unworthy for about a year because of having sex. And so you go to this new church and everybody sees that you don't take the sacrament. It's very much this like signal of shame, right? I'm a bad kid. I'm rotten. And broken in some fundamental way.
That's really hard.
It was really difficult.
Acceptance and
and all of this, like I can talk about it now. Like these wounds are so healed for me. My relationship with my parents now is fantastic. So these wounds are all healed for me now. But at the time it was very painful. And so what I wanted to figure out at 16, and this is like such a big thought for a 16-year-old, like only 16-year-olds can be this like audacious. Like if I can just figure out what the hell is going on with reality, like what religion is right and what God is right, I'll be able to like fix my life so that I won't end up in this like kind of fucked up situation that I ended up in.
That's another thing we really have in common too, because when I went through my dark years of the soul, especially in my 20s, in the 90s, there was a lot of similarity for me. Like if I can just figure out reality, especially on a spiritual level, then maybe I can figure out all this mental health maelstrom that's going on upstairs.
Yeah.
So,
and it's a big thought, like, oh, all I have to do is like figure out the meaning of life and the meaning of the universe, and then I'll be good. Like, and so that's really what I set out to do. And to my uncle's credit, what he did have was an extensive gospel library in his, in his study. And so I started reading, and that was the first time that I was reading nuanced Christianity. And
ooh, pause. Chat, can I talk to you about something that I think I'm kind of unique in, but not really? She's talking about communion, right? Taking communion, taking the bread. And in Catholicism, I see you chat saying, I relate to not taking communion as a Catholic. And then someone said by choice or because they told you not to. I want to say this. One of the things that I know about myself is I'm deeply fucking respectful when I'm in someone else's house. Right? And one of the things about Catholic communion, if you don't know, it's supposed to represent the body of Christ, because I think it literally becomes the body of Christ when they do the consecration. Okay. And so it's such a sacred part of Catholicism that even as a confirmed Catholic, because I don't go to confession, okay, I'm not going to take the Eucharist when I go to church with my family, which is rare, but sometimes I go up for a blessing. Okay. You cross your arms and the priest gives you a blessing. Okay. That's what I do because I don't want to be disrespectful. Not because I believe it is the body of Christ, but because they believe it. Okay. When I go to church, I dress nice and I act appropriately. Even though in my head, I'm like, I'm distracted by hypotheticals because like I do not like going to church, let me tell you. But okay. I think I am able to really respect people's cultural differences because I know how to show up in their homes. And I think sometimes when people don't, it shows up in other parts of their life. I think sometimes the reason like Christians and Catholics and religious people really struggle to be compassionate to people that are different from them is because they don't practice, really respecting how deeply held beliefs matter to other people the same it matters to them. And I try to do that. And I really recommend you do too. Because I know a lot of people might think like, oh, it'd be funny to go bother a person at mosque or temple or church and to go into their space. Like, don't go into their space. Do not bother them. The same way you would want them coming into yours. A lot of Christians feel entitled to coming into people's spaces because they don't understand how much respect we're giving back to them because we understand how important it is for them. I wish they would do the same, but they don't get it. They don't. And I think one of the things I do is I always try to remember that. I remember one time I was in New York City and we went to the big cathedral there. I think it's St. Patrick's Cathedral. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. And I was wearing kind of a revealing outfit and I put on a sweater out of respect. Like I became more modest. And it was out of respect for the fact that I was in their space. The same way that I would do if I was at a mosque or I would do if I have been to Mormon temple with a friend. Like I dressed appropriately. The idea is like, I believe we should be doing this for one another. But in my own space, which this stream is, okay, my own space in which my work is, do I make fun of religious people? Do I make jokes that are inappropriate? Do I disrespect them? Absolutely. The belief, not the people. So I wouldn't recommend for them to watch my show. But see, I'm not in your home, you're in mine. See, now when you're in my home, you have to be respectful. Okay? And the problem is they don't know how to do that. But I don't think you should stop doing it. Okay? You know what I mean? Chess, a slight correction. You probably went to Mormon chapel. Not non-members aren't allowed in the temple. My bad. I went to Mormon chapel. Yeah, I didn't go to any special part of the temple, or I didn't know there was a difference. Sorry. Yes, I went to whatever part I was allowed to go into. Okay? I went to like a Christmas service. And that's something that I think is really hard for people is to know the difference. I've had a hard time explaining to my mother all these years because my mom would go into stores where she'd see something depicting Catholicism in a way she didn't like. She said, that's offensive to my religion. Yeah, but you're in their store, right? Like that's what religious people really fail to do is like your religion doesn't exist in all spaces the same way. Okay? And that's the problem we all have to get to is like, can you be respectful in other people's homes? Can you respect other people who are different from you? It's hard. It is hard. And where does that line, where do you draw the line in that sand, right?
And C.S. Lewis and getting a deeper form of Christianity that wasn't just like a pamphlet of do's and don'ts. And there was something in there that was just really like, oh, there's something more to this religion than this list that my teenager self had rejected. So by the time I was 16, I was doing what we would call now nuanced Christianity. And I went to school. I wanted to study philosophy. Every adult in my life told me not to do that because that's stupid. And so I ended up going into history and teaching history. But I was always doing philosophy even when I was teaching history. I would do like one day on World War II and like 2 weeks on, have you met the Nazi within? Like I was doing philosophy because nobody cares what you do as a history
Have you met
teacher.
the Nazi within? I think
Yeah,
that would
like
be a
we would explore that.
that would be
you
a
know?
valuable study for contemporary America.
Oh,
Right.
yes, the Nazi within. I could have been a Nazi. I'm Jordan Peterson. I'm deathly afraid of becoming a Nazi, so I became a fascist.
Right. And then I was always reading, though. I was always reading theology and philosophy. At that point, I was teaching Mormon seminary, which is a paid position. I was teaching scripture and really loved doing what we would call nuanced Christianity, kind of like Brian McLaren kind of Christianity.
Hey, I wanted to give a quick shout out to our spiritual partners at the Fetzer Institute. They have just launched a brand new shiny website over at fetzer.org. That's FETZER.org, and it's full of spiritual tools for
It's like
modern
ghost
struggles,
music.
which is exactly what we're trying to cultivate here at Soul Boom. Fetzer believes that most of humanity's problems are spiritual at the root, and they're helping people plant some deeply soulful solutions. So I urge you to go poke around their new website, check out Fetzer.org. Thank you, Fetzer Institute, for helping sponsor the show and all of the truly amazing work that you do over there. Fetzer.org, that's
Interesting.
FETZER.org. But you always stayed within the Mormon umbrella,
At
except
that point, I was
Joseph
like,
Smith.
no, I kind of saw Mormonism as not the one true church, but as one pathway of many pathways to God is kind of where I was at. So I participated in Mormonism as just the Christian community that I understood the most. But I wouldn't have said at that point or at any of those points that I was like a true believer that this is the one true church and it has like the one proper priesthood. I saw all of that as like not really necessary. But there is still a lot of beauty in Christian doctrine and even Mormon doctrine that was enough for me to work with. Then I go to my master's degree program in theology, and I'm at all but dissertation in my PhD in theology. And that's where I lose my faith in God, which was much more, as traumatic as it was to lose my Mormon faith and be kicked out of my home. It was actually more troubling for me when I lost my faith in God in theology school, which is
Okay, here
actually
we
not
go.
very uncommon to lose your faith in God in theology school.
And I find that interesting. A friend of mine applied to the Harvard Divinity School.
Lots of atheists in Harvard Divinity School.
He was like,
the leader,
he's like,
the head is
it's hard
an
pressed
atheist.
to find someone that
Damn.
believes in God in the Divinity School.
Yes.
And that one is a little bit tricky for me to wrap my head around. But I know it has a lot of
Yeah.
a lot of Buddhists as well that would
Yeah.
kind of have some kind of urge toward the transcendent, but not necessarily call it a god or a entity.
Yeah.
with some kind of
Harvard
will.
Divinity School is really interesting in that.
I also wanted to study religions and like maybe do theology at one point as an atheist. I just thought it would be so fun.
The head is an atheist, is an out atheist, and a lot of the students are too, where they're seeking for the transcendent, but just
Because in some way, religion is like learning about, religions are like learning about like deep cultural roots in humanity. It's like learning history. It really is history, religion. And so it is kind of interesting, not because the religion itself holds history, but because religion is a part of history. It's a part of our evolutionary process as people. And so it is kind of interesting, right? Like, look, I don't like religion in a sense. No, let me rephrase. I don't like patriarchal religions. I also think like groupthink is only, I have a lot of complicated thoughts about it. But you know what I really liked seeing was the Muslim astronaut, okay, who was in space and had to pray, but in order to pray, he has to face Mecca, right? Is that correct? And so it took all of the science community to come together in that bubble to get him to pray towards Mecca in the right way from space. And they all did the math to help him. And I think that's fucking beautiful, bro. I think that is the greatness of humanity, is that we can actually come together to do good things for one another. Even if I'm not a fan of the religion, I'm a fan of us coming together to help somebody out in a way that's important and profound to them. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? Now, if only we could do that when it came to feeding people and clothing people. If only we could come together to give people education, you know?
not convinced of kind of the historical claims that we've made about God in the past. And that's what happened to me, is when you get really, how that happened, how I lost my faith, was that you get really good in theology school at watching how the society will change, and then their God will change, and the society will change, and then God will change. And then you get so good at it that you can give me a society, tell me how the hierarchy works, tell me how the agriculture is, tell me a few things about the society, and I'll tell you what kind of God they had, and I will be right. And then I got so good at that game that I was like always right. The society will change, something will happen, the hierarchy, whatever, agriculture gets worse or better, and then the God will change. And it just became this idea. It's this seed of doubt that happened in theology school that maybe we're the ones creating God, because every time we change our God. And so not only were we studying that in society and specifically in Christianity, as Christianity and Judaism goes through changes of God, but then you also study it on the individual level. People who have autism will have either tend towards fundamentalism or tend towards atheism. People who are high in empathy have a certain kind of God. People who are high in disgust, like moral disgust, will have a certain kind of God. And so now I'm to the point, even in theology school, where tell me tell me about a person and I'll tell you their God, or tell me your God and I'll tell you who you are. And I got so good at that that it started to break down the concept of God as being something more than just a projection of what humans are
It
doing.
reminds me of the Gottmans, who are
Yep.
seminal therapists that study marriage and relationships, and they can sit down with a couple, ask them like 10 questions,
Yeah.
and know like if the marriage is going to make
Right.
it, and can tell you like, could do a dissertation on what's going on in your marriage because they've just interviewed so many couples and they have so much data and so much studies
Yeah.
behind it.
Yeah. It was like that. And then you also like study your existential fears, and I can tell I can even tell what your fear is based on the God that you have. Do you have a fear?
Ooh, and I can do this with bubbles. I can tell I can tell if you're, usually I can tell your level by what you tell me about yourself. Because it's easy to figure it out when you're dealing with a stranger, especially. Like I can usually tell what bubble people are from when they talk to me. I'm like, oh, you're from this, like, I'm not always perfect at it, of course. But like, that's why when people are in chat, say something, I'm like, nope, I can tell your bubble. And that's what she's saying. You're right, chat. She is talking about bubbles. Like she can tell what religious bubble you're from. And like, I can be like, oh, I feel like you're from this bubble that I know. But then when you learn about more bubbles, you're like, ooh, because I don't know all the bubbles, right? I haven't met every person in every kind of bubble. So that's the thing, is like, we learn so much. And me too. Like, I hope you know what bubble I'm in just from like how I'm dressed or what I look like or how I present. You know, I'm trying to signal my bubble as well. I'm trying to signal, but that's why when people come to chat, they're like, why are you assuming this of me? I'm not really assuming. You're kind of telling me. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of telling me more than I am really assuming.
We have 4 existential fears: death, meaninglessness, isolation, and fear of freedom. And I can tell a lot by
Fear
your
of freedom.
fears.
What is, I haven't heard that one before.
Fear of freedom is the most counterintuitive one, because we like to think that we like freedom, but actually our brains really don't. And so fear of freedom is this fear that we have that you are in charge of your own life.
Ooh,
And that you
hold on. I feel like one day on stream, I tried to explain this concept, and I don't even know if I ever ended up finishing the explanation of it. Sometimes I can't remember if my fucking thought changes, but you know what you're never going to never mind. Okay, I'll explain it. This is what we want. This is not a good picture. Okay. This is what we want. We want a perimeter that we can't process. So this is where we actually live. Okay. But okay, no. Oh, wait, no. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get it. Okay. Hold on. We are here. Okay, let's start with us. We're here. This is us. This isn't just our bubble. This is us. Okay, this is physically us. We're like this little, okay, this is us. And we want to be free. We want no limitations. Okay, we want no cage. We're like, no cage, no cage. We don't like cages. Boo, boo. We want to be free. But what we actually want is God damn it. What we actually want is structure we can perceive. We want freedom with limitations we can't technically perceive, which is why we aim for religion and values. It's why we are sitting here debating philosophy for thousands of years, because we want to be free, but we want there to be a safety net. We want to be free, but we don't want to be in a cage. You can't be in a cage and be free. So what does philosophical work do? It liberates you from the cage, but gives you a sort of structure, a sort of compass when temptation comes knocking, a sort of safety net for when you're doubting yourself, right? So we don't want a cage. Nobody wants to be caged, but we cage ourselves naturally because we don't know how to handle freedom with balance, right? Yes, we want groundedness, chat. We want a nice playground. We want safety, but we want the freedom to explore. So with kids, I remember I saw this TikTok of a mom who was like, yo, playgrounds are kind of dangerous. I was like, well, you took your kid to a playground that wasn't for their age. The reason there's different types of playground for different kinds of ages is because your kid actually learns how to be safe in the first playground and learns to maintain that safety in the secondary playground. As adults, we are supposed to have, and this is why we're so fucked up, we're supposed to be raised in safe households that teach us to go a little bit past that line. Speaking of Jordan Peterson, hey guys, it's me. Jordan has a speech he does where he talks about You want to give your kids the ability to explore just past so they get a little bit hurt so they learn exactly the line. As adults, we're playing with a little bit of the line. We don't want to go way over the line. We don't want to stay so safe, so quote safe, that we become sheltered and we never do anything with our life. We want to go to the line and just like poke it a little bit. We want to go to the line and say like, is this good? And then if it's not, you come back. And if it is, you reach a little further. And this is the part of expanding your mind. You're expanding your mind, but you have to test it. You have to test a theory. You have to have the conversation. This is why, a part of accountability is actually challenging your own belief systems. It's about, you say you believe this one thing, but like, do you believe this one thing? It's easy to say something. It's harder to implement it. Stephen Colbert has this really, I'm going to botch it, but this quote of saying, we're about to be a nation of Christians that don't feed the poor and don't house them and don't care about people. And then at that point, what does it even mean to be a Christian? I'm botching the quote, but it's like, it's easier to say you're a Christian than to be a Christian, right? It's easier to say you care about people than it is to actually care about people. And look, how we care for people comes in all shapes and sizes and forms. It can't be one size fits all, but it certainly isn't being excited or being, elated at people's pain or / mocking people for being unhoused or, talking about whether or not kids deserve school lunches because they can't pay for it. I think about that all the time. These stories about parents who couldn't pay for school lunches and people let kids go hungry. Like, genuinely, how are we even arguing about whether or not kids should have food provided at schools? And by the way, in my high school, even if we could pay for the food, it would run out. So you would be waiting in line for school lunch. If you were lucky, you had like $2.50 a day to buy a burrito. And by the time you even got up to the window, the food would run out. So what was the point of that? You know what I mean? And I just think we don't think about it. And parents don't even think about it because parents think like, oh, my kid should take school lunch from home. But like, you don't think about it sitting in your bag for 8 hours or for 4 hours. You don't think about the social implications. You don't think about how hard it is to even pack a lunch and the way that the system is set up for high schoolers, especially. And I only went to public school for 2 years. It was so difficult to take a lunch, right? So again, okay, we have to understand the nuances between those things to even help our people. But it's like, it's too much. This goes back to the, I just want to come home and like not have to worry about it. Yeah, same, bro. But you see how we have to worry about it because you decided to have a baby? If you didn't want to have to worry about it, your parents should have aborted you, but they didn't. So now you have to worry about it. This is why I say be careful having a baby because you're just making an adult that's going to have to worry about it. So, okay, please. Okay, you have to worry about it. Your parents made you, girl. Also, you don't have to if you don't want to. You're going to die. No one's going to remember you. Because I would love for you to tell me my level. You know your level, girl. I don't have to tell it to you. You know what it is. You know what it is. I don't have to tell you. You know what it is.
You can F it up or make it great. And that responsibility is actually quite terrifying to us existentially. We like to think that that it's all the leaders' fault and politicians' fault and cult leaders' fault and religious leaders' fault. But if every leader in every organization died today, we would recreate them tomorrow because we want someone. It's confusing. It's hard to be a human. Humaning is hard. And
Yes,
so when
it
someone
is.
who looks really competent says, "I have a 12-step program for your life. I have 6 rules to live by that will."
Yo, the way I could sell you a book right now, the way I could sell you a course, how to know your level. Buy my course, guys. It's $10. How to know your level. Bubbles. The way I could market the fuck out of this and be like, buy my book, buy my course. And you know why I'm not doing it? Because I'm living by example. Okay? I'm living by example. Because it would be so easy. It would be so fucking easy to market this shit to hell. I would make so much fucking money. Oh, I would be so rich. I would be fucking so rich because that's how all these stupid boys get rich. And I'm not going to do it because I'm living by example, bitch. That's why I say in capitalism, the proof of success is how much money you make. In philosophy, it's how well you understand your own work and the humility you gain through wisdom and like earning it. I'm trying to earn my wisdom, girl. I'm trying to earn my wisdom. How am I going to earn that wisdom? By selling you a goddamn bubble course. But capitalism, bro, I would have won. If I did it, I could have, capitalism would have loved me, bro. It would have loved me. But to be fair, I think if I did it the way I would market it under capitalism, I would have also ended up inviting a lot of really unwell people into my audience. I think the way I do it now, I actually invite like pretty stable people into my audience. But if I was going the course route, because who are these courses for? Who are these people for? They're for people who are desperate. Andrew Tate is selling Hustlers University to desperate men. Who are these podcast bros for? Desperate men. You know what I'm saying? So I think for me, what I say to myself is like, do I want an audience of desperate people, or do I want an audience of like thoughtful, introspective people? So then it has to be reflected in my work, right? Discord said you def got that hustler energy in you. Bro, I love it. I love it. I'm not going to play. I love me a hustler bubble. But I think the more I learn about it, the more I realize like, yeah, I just don't care about money like that. I mean, I want money. Give me your money. But I don't really want money at the expense of humanity. Like, I'm not a capitalist. I'm just not one of those girlies, you know? Yeah, I'm just not. Become a level 5 course, $1,000. Yo. Become a 5 in a 12-step program. You know, bi-weekly calls, group activities, and worksheets. And by the end, guaranteed 5-ness, baby. Guaranteed 5-ness.
Lead you to be happy and healthy and all the things. We're like, thank God. And we give people.
We want structure. We want a container. Is that necessarily such a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing, but we have to be aware of it, because if you're afraid of freedom, then you're willingly giving away your moral compass to others who claim to know what's best for you, and that can create problems.
And
for
is
you.
this part of the problem of the modern world in the fact that there is no container? There are so many choices. Like even when you pick up your phone, you can be like, I can watch a movie on Netflix. I can watch sports on ESPN.
Oh, wait, I love it. Wait, 12-step program. Hold on. This is why 12 Steps for Life did so well. People love numbers. They love give it to me in numbers. Give it to me simple. They love it. Okay, hold on. Buy my course, become a level 5 in 12 months or less. And if you do it in less, I'll unlock a special level just for you where you can get to level 6. People love numbers. We love them. I mean, the levels is numbers because I know people. Well, I know I like them. Like the levels became numbers because I didn't want to memorize anything else when I was creating it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I'm an animal enough to know I also love numbers. You know what I mean? I love a little 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying?
I can go on TikTok and do this. I can watch a lecture on YouTube. I can listen to a podcast. I can play, alien, monster games. I can text back a friend. Like there's just so many choices on this little handheld computer in our pocket. And that's just a symptom of a much larger
And that's
disease.
that's what we're learning with Gen Z is in addition to all the other things that they have to deal with that other generations haven't. They have more choices, which is great. Like we want people to have choices.
When we think we want
choices.
We want all the choices in the world.
But actually we know that our brains don't like that many choices. It's like going into
it's our brain doesn't. Our brain likes it simple, matter of fact, straight to it. That's why people go, just tell me how it is, bro. Just tell me how it is. But sometimes to get down to the root of it, I can just simplify this one for you, bros. And if I do, you don't get it. Hey, bigotry bad, racism bad. Like it's too reductive that you're like, yeah, I get it. Also racist thing. And it's like, like if I like you would think it'd be easy. Hey, misogyny bad. Okay. Misogyny. It's like if you make it too simple, people don't know what they're doing is misogyny or racism. So you kind of have to make it more complicated. But then if you make it too complicated, they're like, wait, you're making this too complicated. And I'm like, this is why you need to actually you have to be curious. You actually have to be curious about your own racism. Listen, when I've called out friends, it's been like, hey, I feel like what you're saying is like kind of racist. They're like, well, it's not racist. It's just like people are built differently. And I'm like, pause. So you are in an industry where typically people born browner are less successful because they're born inadequate. And they're like, well, it's more like the art form was created to kind of like profit off these types of people's bodies. But that's why basketball is so contentious about like, are you profiting off black bodies? But like, it's also in the art world. It's also in a lot of other industries. It's why when you have a band of black boys who do screamo, it's like they're the black guys. And it's because we actually do associate even like the way you get to show up in the world is judged by your body. So when people go like, I don't know what racism is, like I'm not a racist, but also they don't question why it's rare that a Black body existing in this space is rare. Like, why would it be rare and less racism? And like, you know, they don't get it. They don't put it together because they don't think about it. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, I get it though, because it takes a long time to deconstruct, but I wish they would pause in that moment and say like, oh yeah, I've never thought about that. Instead of saying like, no, here's the answer why. It's like, but have you thought about it? Yeah.
An aisle of salad dressing and there's 200 salad dressing. Okay, pick one that you're going to eat the rest of your life. It's like, dear God. And then a friend says, I really like this one. Oh, all right. Let's get down. You know, like our brains like
I
that.
used to just buy the Paul Newman's because it was good enough. And I'm like, well, a fraction is going to charity. So there's 2,000 salad dressings. I'll just get the Paul Newman one.
There you go.
This episode brought to you by Newman's Own.
So yeah,
Wait, guys, are you interacting with my Nightbot? I don't think you can do that. Can you? I just have him integrated into my chat to say this is a philosophy channel. I don't think you can actually interact with the Nightbot here.
we don't like freedom as much as we think we do. We actually need order and structure and ritual and things like
Yes,
that
we
to have
do.
psychological safety. And the problem is if you're not going to get that from a religion, you actually have to build that into your life intentionally. And that's where Gen Z is really struggling, which is why we need a lot more
Oh yeah, there are Nightbot commands, but I don't have any of them set up. I purposely don't have them set up.
on the secular side to be able to tell people like you need discipline, you need ritual, you need all these
And
things.
you have brought so many tools from other spiritual traditions into kind of your atheist worldview. And I want to get to that in a little bit. But going back to you in graduate school, I'm not sure exactly when this happened in your timeline, but I know you went through a really dark night of the soul in terms of nihilism and
Yeah.
why should I even be alive and how
True.
do I find my purpose if there isn't some kind of afterlife or heaven or what have you, if there's essentially an absurd randomness to the universe. That was like a
Yeah.
year of your life struggling with that?
It was 2 years, and I can talk now about thriving in secular spirituality, but you're right, that's skipping a pretty big chapter where that move was not intuitive to me at first. At first, it was absolutely devastating. The death of God, which Nietzsche predicted that, you know, why he said that in a tone of mourning, not rejoicing, was that with the death of God was also the death of truth and the death of morality, the death of community, the death of my marriage, the death of identity, the death of self and soul, the death of free will. I lost everything when I lost God. And for people who are raised secular, it tends to be not as traumatic. Like people who were raised secular who come to me for spiritual direction, they kind of just have like maybe an ache or curiosity or a longing. But for people who go from religion, especially like a fundamental, like a high demand religion like Mormonism to nihilism, it's just devastating to your
Define
brain.
nihilism.
Nihilism, just the belief that there's no inherent meaning in the universe.
Mhm, mhm.
You live, you die. There's no real purpose.
I was
There's
thinking
no-
about the nihilists from The Big Lebowski.
yeah. So, yeah, there's some good nihilist characters in movies over the years. But yeah, so for me, it just my brain just shut down, and I was very depressed. And it wasn't a depression that like, oh, you just need some sunshine and some friends. Like, it was deeply suicidal. And for those who don't want to hear that part, this was where maybe you skip this episode, or because I'm just gonna be honest about that time in my life. I really so completely dissociated that I woke up and just every day I was like a video game character.
Chat said, hold on, we're gonna go back to that because I really want to get into it. But chat says hold on, where is it? Oh my god, wait, no. Oh, where is it? I wonder what kind of moral compass humans would have formed if religion wasn't around. We're doing it now. Religion? Okay. Religion? Okay, hold on. Religion, okay. Hold on. Because I believe in evolution and we are biological creatures, we are perfect the way we are because this is exactly how we ended up. So a hypothetical is cool to say like what would have happened without religion, but then we wouldn't have been us. We wouldn't have been us, right? So the funny part that I think people struggle with, especially religious people, is they don't think their religion came out of a biological experience. They think it came out of God, right? So when religious people say, what if there was a world without God? What would it look like? It would be a different world, and it wouldn't be us. because we can't live without religion, because otherwise we would have. Religion obviously was a need for our evolutionary ancestors to create it out of survival, but I think that's why we will also evolutionize ourselves out of it. I think we're at the beginning stages of it really being deconstructed as a group consciousness experience, right? But this is the beginning. That's why I say, girls, if you're tired now, it just started. It just started, girls. You're here. You want to be a part of history? You're seeing the greatest transformation ever to occur in the next 100 years. And it's going to keep going for another 1,000. We're at the very beginning stages of it. We are experiencing the very beginning stages of a huge shift in people. I always said if I could, come back in 1,000 years to see where we were, I would love to see what people figured out. So that's why I say when I'm alone in my house and I realize I'm just like a person on the planet, like vibes, absolute vibes, right? When I'm interacting with the world, I'm also like experiencing that extrospective opportunity to realize like I'm still a part of this world. I can't meditate myself out of the world, but I can meditate myself into recognizing how profound it is to exist separate from the constant chaos of it in just moments of time. Like these things are very real. You can have both, like a contradiction in your life where like you'll never be able to escape that you're a part of the world, but not every part of the world that exists is destructive. Some parts of the world move in harmony. Like we are in pockets of the world very in harmony. And that's what we're aiming for, right? I think naturally we want it. It's why people think they're good even when they're bad, because we want to be good. We want to be good, right? And I think that's a part of our nature. Our nature desires goodness. I just don't think we figured it out yet. Like, I think our nature does say we want to be good, which is why I think we are naturally good, which is kind of interesting. Because we formed literally like religion to keep us good. We formed belief that keeps us in line. We just struggle to stay with it because it's not embodied. That says 1,000 years is a short, large-scale evolutionary change. And I'm mostly thinking social changes, right? But you're right, like 1,000 years is nothing. Like it's nothing.
That had no meaning and purpose and it's all stupid. But other people in this game care about this character. So I'll just kind of like pretend to be human and pretend to be Brittany because these people care about me.
Who?
But all of this is stupid. All of this is meaningless. There's no point in this. It would be better to never have been born. I wanted to die. I had a lot of suicidal ideation. I had children. And so that pulled me back from the worst of those thoughts. And really at the root of it, the deepest thought that I had that I couldn't get out of was if there's no purpose and the universe doesn't know that we're here and everything suffers and we're just products of evolution and there's no free will, and to live, other conscious life has to die in order for you to live, even when you're vegan, then I'm just a machine of violence and it would actually be more moral to take my own life than to be alive.
Wow, that's really dark.
It's very dark. And I was stuck in that for about 2 years. And because my brain had just lost every kind of foundation, because when your foundation is built on God and you lose that, you lose more than just beliefs. I lost the reason nihilism can be so dangerous for people is because you have no psychological or social anchors left. You're just, people describe it as floating in the abyss, floating in the void. You can't even make a decision because you don't have a hierarchy of values. Mm-hmm. It's just all random and suffering and nothing and no point. And it's a very dark place that philosophers will describe as the void or the abyss. That is a place that your brain really doesn't want to go to, which is why it will cling to belief for so long.
But
there are two, Chad says when empathy is that strong, it hurts to live at the expense of other creatures and you can't stop it. There's two type of nihilists. I think I fell into her type, the empathy nihilist. So there's two types of nihilists. Community nihilists and this is interesting. Wait, I'm having an epiphany. Okay, bubble pop. There is two types. I'm going to throw everything at the wall and you can help me decipher it. Two types of nihilists I've seen in my work. They tend to show up this way, but this is a generalization. Women, nihilists who are community members who feel so distraught at the pain of the world and they feel like they can't help the world enough, so they might as well kill themselves. Boy nihilists, man nihilists, that feel like nothing they do ever matters, nothing's going to matter, that they're never going to be successful. They were dealt a bad pair of hands. Like nothing they do is ever going to change anything. Nobody cares about anything. Everyone's selfish and the world's a horrible place. So I might as well kill myself, or I might as well blow up the world. Instead of killing myself, I might as well blow up the earth. Like I might as well make it harder for everybody else. Those are like, I both are wrong, but both are also a stepping stone into something greater. But it's interesting because when I meet people, especially men who are like, I'm a nihilist. I'm like, they're like so destructive. And I'm like, why are you doing that? And a big part of it is because they were trained under patriarchy to not be community members, but to be like the top of the hierarchy. But women are generally trained to be community members. So we feel like when we can't do anything, we want to give up, you know? Chat said non-binary nihilism is a mix of both. I believe that, chat. I believe that, chat. Yeah. Chat says then there's bi-nihilists who fit into the two. And then there's a combination. I only really experienced like even my own, I talked about this yesterday on stream, my own suicidal ideations, my desire to kill myself came from my lack of desire of understanding how to like live in a world that was so disgusting and like hated me from birth. Just because I was born this way, you hate me. And like, I'm not even like, you know what I mean? Like on a scheme of things, I'm just like into people regardless of gender, right? So like all of my suicidal ideation went away when I realized like in some ways when I realized like, we all are just existing on the planet. And I was like, oh, like people are just doing things because they're also on a journey. Like in a real way. Like even the worst people, it's because it's easy to believe that about good people. It's really hard to believe that about bad people. Like when I realized racist people or homophobic people were just like you and me, and they were genuinely like having an organic, real relationship with self, it just led them to bigotry that they couldn't escape. It made me more compassionate instead of like hateful in a sense. Like I used to wish like bad on people when I was really young, especially in my 20s. I used to wish like bad on people. Like I hope like homophobes get theirs. I hope like racists get theirs. And now I'm just like, yeah, I hope you heal, bro. Like I hope you heal because the world needs to heal. But the world is us. Like the world that needs to heal is the bigotry. Like the worst people on the planet are the ones who have to heal. Because the unhealed people keep having kids. And even good people with good intentions still need to heal because they're still raising those babies. You know? But our parents, like, they're just people. You know, they're just like you and me on a journey. They have their own beliefs. Yeah, chat says my mom's death helped me understand she was a person and had dreams and helped understand everyone knowing we all will all end up dead. Like, our parents are just people, dude. People with hobbies and food preferences and fashion tastes and their own form of rebellion and their own problems. Like they're just us. But we always think we're having a separate relationship. Parents forget that their kids are just them. You keep looking at us like we're not you. We are you, stupid. You know? Right? And so that's kind of what it is, right? So again, it's about healing and understanding that it happens slowly and over time. So you have to be kind with yourself when you get frustrated with people, because the truth is like you have the right to feel frustrated. You don't have the right to take it out on people because you're frustrated. And you still have to do right by your community. You know, you can't take advantage of people just because the world is taking advantage of you. But that's a really hard thing to realize. And that's why you have to embody it. And that's why it takes time.
Got
Not
out
a
of
good
it.
place.
What were your handholds to take you out of that?
Yeah, the first handhold, the first shift that that I made was, and it's something that that really saved my life, I think. And John Vervaeke talks about this. We just had
Vervaeke mentioned
a conversation. He's an expert on the meaning crisis. If I would have found his work earlier, it would have been a lot more helpful. But there's this shift when you're coming away from religion, that your brain is built on this default system that if you have a story, then you'll know how to pattern your life accordingly. And so even after religion, my brain was still looking for some grand narrative, overarching story. And I couldn't find one that I could really build on because skepticism would just blow everything up. And then you're just left with nothing. And a brain without a story just shuts down. It doesn't know what to do. And so the shift that I made was this concept of building sandcastles, that if you're just building a sandcastle to try to outlive the wave, it's never going to work. There's nothing I can do in my life that will matter from that scale. 3 generations from now, no matter what I do, I'll be forgotten. And the last person who remembers me will die, and that'll be it.
Yes. Oh,
And so when I was trying to build,
Oh, I can't wait till you bitches don't remember me. Oh! You want to know ultimate freedom? May you forget me. May I die in peace, bro. May my legacy die with me, bro. I cannot wait till the last person on earth, till my great niece and nephew finally forget that Auntie Brittany was a thing years ago. Oof.
meaning from that place, I couldn't find a handhold because the universe doesn't care that I'm here when you're in nihilism. But the shift that I made was, what if the point of sandcastles is not to build it to outlast the wave? What if the point of building sandcastles is the experience of building sandcastles, the way that my children played when they built sandcastles? They weren't building it in order to make it last forever. They built it because they were experiencing something, experiencing a form of play. And there was something with my son. I'm having a little emotions.
We welcome that here.
I know you do. I know you do. But this is
Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it here. An atheist having
an
emotions.
atheist has feelings. I know. I'm not just like a
Never seen it
cold
before
black
in the
heart.
history of YouTube.
I hate that joke because it makes me feel like he doesn't get it. I think when people make stupid, quippy jokes like that, they're not actually engaging in the conversation. Do you believe that? Who are you talking to? What audience is watching you? Do you know what I mean? I get it's funny, like, oh, look, a man who has empathy, but like also I kind of hate it. That's what I mean. Like, I do struggle. Like, can we have a serious conversation here? Why are you even making the joke? But also I get it. They're trying to be quippy and like, I'm sorry, I'm a mood killer. I'm sorry, I'm a mood killer.
I'm teasing, and this is a beautiful story, and I really don't mean to
No, you're
undermine it. I love this idea of play, and you talk about play in your book, and creating for the sake of creating and emulating the child, and you have some beautiful quotes about that. But
Yeah,
please continue.
my son, my oldest.
Like, I can't believe we're even having this conversation in this context, except he's old. But like, this is 40 years in the making of like atheists being considered valuable and moral. So he's like making the joke, but like also why? That means anyway, whatever.
The
Fine.
son, he would just get off the bus and he would look for my face, and then when he saw my face, he would just light up, you know. And especially with my sons, the way that they love me as their mom is not a truth about the universe. It's an experience of being loved in that way. And there was something there that changed me, that said, even if the universe doesn't care, the fact that my son was looking for my face and lit up when he saw me, there's something in my body screaming, this is meaningful. You're missing something. There's something meaningful here. And of course, like, this seems so obvious to everyone else that there is experiential ways of knowing. It wasn't obvious to me, because in religion and in theology, you have truth that's first, ultimate truth, grand narrative truth, and then you build your life on that. And this was a shift for me, which is, what if you build your life on the experience of what sandcastles are worth building, just for the play of it, just for the experience of it. And it was this shift of, even if the universe doesn't care about this child, I care. And that was a different ground to stand on that could withstand nihilism, because now I don't have to believe anything. I don't have to do any magical thinking about gods and the universe and manifesting and all these things that just the skeptical side of my brain is like, we have better explanations for this, human explanations for this, naturalistic explanations for this. I don't have to turn off that part of my brain, but there is ground that you can stand on from the point of view of experience. And so the question that changed my life was, what are sandcastles for this meat suit that I'm experiencing in the universe? What are the sandcastles that this meat suit enjoys building? And I built my life on those things, and then my life changed.
That's beautiful. You know, you've talked about experience a couple of times, and we referenced it earlier. One of the things you said in another podcast I listened to you is the experience of love. Like, you can write a dissertation on love, you can do research on love, you can look at brain scans of love, but you can't really understand love unless you experience it and feel it. And I'm not just talking about like romantic love, like, oh, you know, I love you, but like you said, like that deep love of a child for their mother and the mother for the child, and it's beyond any kind of cerebral comprehension, right? It's in the fibers. And you know, David Bentley Hart, in his book, The Experience of God, which is a tough one to get through, but it really was important to me, kind of frames that around God, around the experience of God. And one of the things he says that struck me about atheism, and I don't want to spend the whole episode on atheism, but I'm just curious your thoughts. He's kind of like, he addresses nihilism by saying, you know, in an atheist materialist worldview, he who can pretend that their life is okay and meaningful and fun until you die and it's lights out and there's ultimate meaninglessness, he who can just kind of like pretend and play that game the best kind of wins at life. But people, I guess, that he would say are kind of stuck in that kind of point of view, like, wait a minute, there's nothing beyond molecules and atoms and energy. And when my consciousness extinguishes, it's lights out and it's all for naught and the sandcastle washes away. People that kind of stay in that mode kind of lose in this kind of worldview. What do you think?
Yeah, there's some truth to that. I won't say that facing nihilism directly is easy. There's a reason that our brains avoid that place.
Yeah, chat. Britt does have her own channel. It's called No Nonsense Spirituality. We've watched her before. Listen to me when I say this. The reason we're watching Britt in this context, because we did watch her the other day on her own channel, is because it's important to see her talk to other people. I want to see if I also am like checking in on Rainn Wilson a bit. He's so obnoxious, but also I like to see people I like to see how they do with other people. And also it's kind of a big deal. She's being kind of credited with something here. There's a social contract that's being fulfilled here by her being picked to be on the show. And so I'm from every level observing it in that way. But it is interesting. Like there's some building of credibility that shows up, which is very interesting how like in the podcast world, you credit each other by being on each other's podcasts. But it is just really like, you know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. But yeah, she has her own channel.
But there is a kind of existential courage to, you kind of have two choices with that. You can choose something that's comfortable. You can kind of choose a security blanket, or you can choose to grow in the face of something. And so for me, as someone who has spent a lot of time in a variety of religious traditions and spiritual traditions, the most wholeness I've ever felt is in this kind of form of more atheistic spirituality and secular spirituality, because I get to have all of me at the table. I get to have, you know, the story of my life and what I'm doing with my life can withstand nihilism and dictatorships. And we even see this in the people who are, you know, your Viktor Frankls, your concentration camp survivors, the ones who survive best. And we call this now the Stockdale paradox. Are
After Admiral Jim Stockdale was imprisoned in Vietnam.
He's in prison. And we studied him and we asked him, you know, who are the people who were first to die? And he said the optimists, because the optimists would say, I'm going to be out by Christmas. And then Christmas would come. And when reality hits your story.
Oh. Oh, I don't think of optimism that way. That feels like toxic positivity almost. Oh, we're going to be out by Christmas. We're going to go home. Oh. Maybe I'm more of a realistic optimist, I think. I think for me, I'm not a negative Nancy. Like I'm not a cynical negative Nancy, but I am realistic about life. Yeah, like when I'm in a situation, I go, hey, it will end when it ends or it never ends. I just take it like, you know what I mean? But that's kind of interesting.
And blows up your story, then you're going to crash and then you're going to die.
I think it's naive. It's the naivety of it. I don't think of optimism as naivety, right? So it feels weird to use that word in that context, but maybe I'm being pedantic.
And they died. And so the ones who survived were the ones who could do two things at once. They could be honest about, this is a bad situation, being tortured. I'm a prisoner.
Hold on. Chat, I see your very passionate statements, right? I reject this. I reject the idea that you need to pretend supernatural exists to not be nihilistic. This is harmful position. There's nothing supernatural about love. It's entirely a physical response. Nothing happens outside of nature. It's an insane idea. I think, okay, so if I was to see this comment, I'd say, oh, I know what bubble you're in. I'd say I used to believe that. I'm not saying you have to not believe that, but I'm saying when you forget that we are meaning-making creatures, that we are art creatures, that we tell truth through story and lore, you forget that it is also our nature to create the supernatural. It is also within our nature to create meaning by explaining it through art. And there is something obviously very true about human beings that we feel and experience nature within itself through sort of these spiritual bubbles. So like it is within our nature that spiritualism would exist. It is within our nature that God could be real. If God exists, they exist within our nature. They exist within the world's nature, and the world doesn't exist around us. We are a part of the world. So remember, human beings in our perception is not what is only nature. right? So humans exist within nature. We are not just nature alone, right? So if God exists, they also exist within nature. If ghosts are real, they also exist within nature. Anything that exists is existing within, quote, nature. It's just we're over here, but we are not nature itself. We are nature itself because we exist within it, right? So when we create lore and we create God and we talk about the spiritualism of love, it is the story we've created to explain something that is a real phenomenon. If you asked me and my partner how many times, I can't tell you how many times a month I tell my partner, like, it feels like we are magical together. Like, it feels like magic brought us together, but it's not magic. It's just probability. But it feels so profound. It feels so profound, right? But that feeling is what we call like this experience. Even though logically I know that it's not magic in that sense, it feels like it's real because it's happening. My brain processes it that way, and that's what the real is. That's why I say, like, when you trust people, trust isn't real. It's created through an experience. I trust you to stop at red lights isn't tangible. It's like an agreement that we adhere to because it's within our nature to understand how to adhere to something that we don't tangibly hold, but we create through action. So, like, you know, hold on. You went on to say, I don't think supernatural is in our nature. I think people just try to explain things. Why does fire happen? I don't know. Whatever god of fire there are, now we know what creates fire. Yes. Hence, no more fire gods. Yes. But what Brittany is talking about, what I think the next evolutionary process is, what I believe in myself, is that anything that happens within reality happens because it is within nature. So if there is a fire god, it's not outside of us. We create the story outside of ourselves because we forget that we ourselves are magic, meaning creating people. It's not real. It's not tangible magic. It's not Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling magic, right? But the way we feel, and our feelings are valid, they're a part of our natural state. They create something to be like what it is. Like when you stand, it's like, have you ever seen like the Milky Way? Have you guys ever been out so far away from light pollution that you see the Milky Way? In that moment, when I saw the Milky Way for the first time, I thought my soul was going to leave my body. And that is nature impacting me in such a profound way. In just that second, I felt like, oh my God, like I am truly a part of something so great. And it feels magical. And that's the thing about humans is like we make the mistake of assigning a god to that magic, but we ourselves are part of something so amazing, right? So like you can use words differently, and that's all we're doing in this context is we're using the words differently. So when I have girlies come to me and they go, oh my God, I manifested this today. I ask, when you say manifest, what do you mean? Oh my God, Chet says Zion National Park. Zion National Park blew my fucking mind, bro. It blew my mind. I was like, oh my God. I was like so overwhelmed by how beautiful it was. And that's the thing. Nature itself is so overwhelmingly beautiful. So, okay, I'll give you an example. My dad and my mom and dad saw Zion and they go, isn't it just proof God exists? And I said, no, it's not proof God exists, but it is proof that we are so incapable of seeing something so beautiful without assigning it to something so supernatural. Right? That is true. And that's what I think happens. And I think Brittany isn't saying to do that, by the way, but there is something so profound about love, about human beings. There's something so profound about our life, our connection to even non-human animals. There's something so profound about us existing on the planet. And I think that's why when you become more introspective and more extrospective, you become kinder and nicer and better. I actually do think, like, again, not to project this onto you guys, of course, and not to make a prescription, but now that I'm plant-based, I just feel a deeper, more profound connection to life itself. Every time I go, man, I miss chicken wings. Man, I really miss cream. Man, I really want to eat this stuff. I also can't separate what I know already about what it takes to create that product in a sense, but it's so personal. Like, See, vegans, the reason I don't call myself a vegan is because vegans are on a different journey right now than I am where I'm at. But they'll say, like, that's why I can't stand it when other people do it. But I'm having a philosophical, quote, spiritual relationship with this thing. I don't care what you're doing. I'm talking about what I'm feeling, what I'm experiencing. Like, it has nothing to do with you. Okay? I feel like deeply aware of what has shifted in my brain when I eat animals. I'm like, oh, but I don't, it's me. I'm trying to explain something that's happening to me. And that's what we're talking about. Like the world, this loneliness epidemic, they keep talking about other people, other people, other people. It's you, babes. It's you. You. Somebody left a comment on my video that said something like, can we just accept that there are some unlovable men who like people are missing out on? Like, no, it's not about other people missing out. It's not about you. I mean, it is about you. It's not about them. Everything about what we think of as spirituality, we think about like other people, religion, other people, God outside of ourselves. But it's like, it has nothing to do with anything outside of ourselves unless we're doing the extrospective work. So I think like people forget that a little bit. I just feel like if there is anything supernatural, it won't be super once we explain it away. You know, I don't believe in a God, but I wouldn't deny a God existed if they did, but I just don't believe in one. I don't believe in magic, but if magic is real, great. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't believe. I don't have to. I'm very specific about what I believe. But if it's real, it's real. The dilemma is people think it's real because they're having a relationship with it. Yes, it's real for you because you're the one having a relationship with it. But it's not other people's obligation to have that same relationship with God. So people say, I know God is real. I have a relationship with him. Great. I love my partner, but you don't, because I have a relationship with him, but you don't have to have a relationship with him for me to love him. But for religious people, sometimes they feel like you have to love their God to validate their relationship with him. And that's the issue, right? But I also don't believe in magic and a God because I don't have to have an experience that feels like it, you know? All right.
Of war. They could look at it and be honest, and they could actually build a story that could withstand what they were in. And they were doing both at once. So maybe the story was, I'm going to choose something, I'm going to choose to make someone laugh every day because humor is a core value that I have. Or they would choose,
laughter is a core value.
Choose to make someone laugh every day because humor is a core value.
Humor is a core value. Oh, note to self, when I talk about your own values and you guys making your own values, right? Yeah. That's important. Chad said I couldn't be vegan because of animal exploitation because I'd feel bad about our plants and tree exploitation. So what the fuck am I going to eat then? Yeah, I think that's always interesting to me when people say that. That's like kind of saying like, I'm not going to stop littering because like, what's the point? Everything always ends up in a landfill. Do you know every single thing you've ever bought is still on planet Earth to this day? You know what I mean? So I guess you might as well stop buying stuff or like never buying stuff. Or I guess you might as well overconsume, right? It's like, you have to decide what that means, right? You have to decide what it means to exist on a planet and try to harm reduce. Don't try to be perfect. No one's ever going to be perfect, but try to harm reduce, right?
That I have. Or they would choose, I'm going to treat people the way that people should be treated, even if the world isn't that way. That was their story. Or I'm going to choose, I'm going to remember all this because, Viktor Frankl did this. I'm going to remember this book that I have in my head, and I'm going to tell this story when I get out of here, And those are stories that...
Do you feel, and just out of curiosity, does the Stockdale way of seeing the world sync up with the Viktor Frankl?
Yeah,
is it, because one is more about kind of hard truths and hard reality, and one is more about finding meaning and holding on to meaning as a handhold that can take you through the direst of circumstances.
Yeah, I think they go together because your story and your meaning are going to be really intertwined. Like your meaning is your story and your story is your meaning. And so I think we can intertwine those two. But yeah, when you can have both, when you can have a story that can withstand the harsh truths of reality, for me, that's been the most stable ground to build on. Because no matter what Trump is doing or what the world is doing, or if the world gets better, the world gets worse, whatever's true about reality, the story that I've built can withstand those truths, even really harsh truths about reality, how much we
Me too. That's actually, I love her so far. I am same. It doesn't matter. That's why I say it doesn't matter what the world is doing around you. Because my radical acceptance means it, you know how I say, like, I'm never going to be shattered again by something I learn? I am fully ready to accept whatever is true. If a God is real, great. If he's not real, great. If magic is real, great. If not, great. If aliens are real, great. If this is all a simulation, great. I am fully ready to accept whatever is true. But you better have the evidence. Okay? You better have the evidence. And that's the thing, is like, I am here to accept. I fully have given myself over to like whatever is true. So that's why I think, and we're really good at this as a community, when we see people do stuff, we're really good at pulling it apart and putting it in the proper category to then react to it in, I think, a better and healthier way, right? And I will say, Discord, you said, how secure could your belief be if you need other people to validate it? I will say, though, we are validation-seeking creatures, and we do need each other to validate reality. That's why I ask you guys, hey, are you seeing the video the same way I am? Am I the one who's wrong? Do you guys see something different? Because it's important that we also don't become insane and we think we're the only one with the answer. Your belief needs to be validated by other people. We need other people to validate our beliefs so we know we're not crazy. Boop, boop. So we know we're not crazy. But also, okay, that's why when that person asked me in chat, how would you feel if everyone disagreed with you? I'd feel like I did something wrong. We have to seek validation, but who we seek validation from is the key here. Who are we seeking validation from? That's the dilemma. If the worst people you know are defending you, you're probably wrong.
suffer and lack of free will and lack of God, and maybe the universe doesn't know we're here and all of these things.
Does being an atheist necessitate a lack of free will?
No, not at all.
It's like an add-on, like your major was atheism and then your minor was no free will?
It's more of a train that kept going for me. So for a lot of people, deconstruction is really healthy in the sense that, like, you should deconstruct narratives that were given to you, and that's healthy. For me, that was a train that kept going until there was nothing left. And any idea.
Oh, Chad, I think you were saying earlier that you couldn't become a vegan because you'd feel so bad about the plants eventually that you wouldn't eat anything. Is that what you were saying and I misunderstood? Tell me. Because if that's what you were saying, don't worry, you won't feel that bad because you'll want to eat, trust me. But also, wait for the future, girls, when we're going to figure out how to eat without causing the least amount of harm. Okay? But was that what you were saying or no? Is that too good faith? I can't tell. Because I could see that, like almost a fear of wanting to do the right thing and be compassionate. Because if you're compassionate to this, you'll have to let go of anything and maybe you'll be too afraid to eat one day because you'll be afraid to hurt the plants. Don't worry. It will all make sense because you still have to accept you're an animal on a planet. Like, you still have to accept you are an animal. Like, you existing causes harm by nature. That doesn't mean you should want to eradicate harm, right?
Or handhold.
Or bring it down.
Or concept about the universe. I just had lost all of that. So for me, that, like, I just never stopped that bulldozer until I was just essentially like naked to the universe with nothing. And that's not common.
And how did that end up with no free will?
Just like reading and studying that concept in neuroscience. I'm not like, if we do have free will, that's great news. Like, I don't have my identity wrapped around like we for sure don't have free will. Yeah. I'm not even really a missionary for that idea. I don't think it's I think there's some things that are important for people to know. I don't think that that's necessarily a rabbit hole that everyone needs to go down. But it was one that was disorienting for me at first.
One thing I find interesting about that, and I was talking to my producer about doing an episode on free will, is it's interesting. I heard Brian Greene, the physicist, talking about how we don't have free will. And between our DNA, between the wiring of our brain, between how we're raised, like, you can pretty much tell people like the choices that they're going to make. They think there's an illusion of free will, but the mechanistic nature of brains and endorphins and how we're raised determine our choices. And then it's interesting that it syncs up with like a Calvinist philosophy where there is no free will. God has predetermined if you're going to heaven or hell. God is determining whether you're sinning or not. And God is making all your choices for you. Yeah. So you're kind of just in this, you kind of go through your life not kind of actively making choices because there's a puppet master behind you. But on both cases, there's a puppet master. One is the mechanistic nature of the brain and the chemicals of the brain, and one is like a supernatural sky daddy
Yeah.
superhero.
It is a little different. I understand your point there, and the reason that it's disorienting is it does sometimes for people. And before Daniel Dennett died, he talked about this a lot. He was really wary about that maybe not having free will shouldn't be public knowledge, because there was a study that if you convince people, if you spend a day and you convince them that they don't have free will, and then you track them for a while, and they'll go to the self checkout, and there'll be an increase of things like stealing. Because like it's the universe, like the universe did it, and I was always going to do it, and it does sometimes.
So a decrease in moral choices.
There is some evidence that there will be a decrease in morality when that happens, but it's also because of how we've built up morality.
That's the whole like without religion we'll all be rapists belief. Those are the humans. Okay, Brittany, don't call anybody stupid. Okay, because people lack a certain level of introspection, they're unable to actually grasp how this knowledge of a lack of free will and or the fact that we're biological creatures on a planet is actually a freeing opportunity to do better by society. That a lack of religion is an opportunity to be kinder and more compassionate, to actually house and feed people, to actually educate people, to actually spend more time trying to do fucking flip tricks on your fucking skateboard. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead, they go, well, if nothing matters and we're all determined and XYZ, I might as well be a horrible fucking person. And it's like, well, or stupid, you can literally do anything fucking else. You could literally just spend your time making art. You could literally go for a walk. You could literally eat food all day. You could do anything else. But no, your brain literally thinks, oh, I might as well be a worse person. Stupid. So stupid. And this is why I say humans are going to human. You know, humans are going to human. You know, and that's the problem is like, we raise stupid kids and they become stupid adults, and it's because you're stupid parents. That said, I'm confused. How are they relating free will to atheism? So in a lot of atheist bubbles, they tend to be more deterministic, or a lack of free will exists because there's a scientific understanding that we are literally biological creatures. Like, do you think dogs have free will? Do you think plants and trees have free will? Some people would say no. Most people would say no, but we are just the same. So if they don't have free will, why would we have free will? And then there's this idea of like quantum physics and all the other things that come into this. And yes, Robert Sapolsky, if you've read his book Determined, which I have read and I recommend, there is a deep understanding that there is sort of a lack of what we understand as free will. I call it a biological moment personally. I say you could enact what you perceive as free will by being introspective and making a different choice. But most people, a lot of us will have biological reactions. Okay, that's that defensiveness in your body. That's that ruthlessness that comes out when people harm you. That's that move you make where you punch somebody without even thinking. That's like your biological moment. You didn't even have the free will. Like, you didn't even make the decision. Like, as much as you think you made the decision, you really didn't. Okay. And so what I want to get people to do is be able to be introspective enough to make more decisions than given to more biological moments. So you'll always be a biological creature, right? You'll always have limitations. So like the reason I use safe words in my relationships as an example is sometimes when I'm having those moments and I don't have the language, I go red, and that allows the room to understand what's happening. And so we reset, right? So there's a conversation to be had about how people process this information. And that is why I want to give people the tools to process information better so they don't just like give up. Because like that's not going to help. But also you doubling down on one path being the only path is also not going to help. Okay? So again, I think we have opportunities to have a deeper relationship with our biological relationship and reality, which will allow us to engage in better decisions and more compassionate decisions, more thoughtful decisions. I don't believe in prison systems because I think it is deeply cruel and it's nowhere that anybody wants to be. And I think most people who believe in prison systems are stupid. I'm trying to use a different word, but honestly, I think it's apt. I think if you won't listen to me if I'm nice to you, then I'm just going to be clear with you. It's stupid. You think you're such a smart person, but you don't understand. but you understand enough that you wouldn't want to be there. You would not want to be there. So why would you want other people to be there? Because you're too stupid. You're a caveman. You're literally like, I want to hurt that person. You're stupid. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying you need to get it together. Because we're giving people way too much credit, you know? And I'm sick of giving people credit when they haven't earned it, especially old people. Okay? Chat says stupid can also mean intentionally ignorant, which is apt here. Exactly. Okay? So I want people to understand. And people always say, what is the other option? Except for prisons? Why in all of our great fucking smartness is prison our only option? Ask yourself that. Why, with all of our understanding of the universe, can we only figure out genocide, colonization, police state, fucking prisons? You want credit. Human beings want credit for being the smartest people in the universe. And the best thing you can come up with is prison. The best thing you came up with was genocide. Either stop giving yourself credit and admit you're stupid, or if you think you're so smart, make something better. That's it. Those are your options. If you are better than this, prove it. Because right now, those are the only options you're giving us. Stupid. And God forbid we suggest anything different. God forbid we suggest anything different. Because, oh, what? It's too compassionate. It's too feminine. It's too gay. God forbid we suggest something better for people. Anyways, stop trying to punish people, okay? God forbid. The same people that are all about punishment are the same people that have the audacity to talk about how smart they are. I swear to God, all these people love to punish everybody else, but God forbid I take a fucking paddle to your butt.
I think we've built up morality to mean we do this thing because God says so in heavens and hells and all of that. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. The argument against that would be that if we built more morality on.
No, chat says farm work rehab, steady expectations and valuing the work. So you want to make people slaves to work on the land for white men? I know it sounds good, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound good? Let's make everyone farmers. Ooh, let's turn prisoners into farm hands so they can work the land. No, bad. I'm going to spank you. No, that is no. Okay, it sounds good, doesn't it? Doesn't our human brain go, ooh, I know what? Let's make prisoners work as firefighters to earn back social credit from the community and pay them $1 an hour. I know. No. Okay, we cannot do that. Okay, we cannot do that. Especially in America. Americans cannot do that. If you have a different culture that's made it makes, we can't do that. Okay? Chat said to quote Rick and Morty, it just sounds like slavery with extra steps. We literally put prisoners' lives at risk every day while overpromising them rehabilitation. That's the thing. It's not, we can't go to the prisoners and start there. We have to go where it started in the first place. What even made the system the way that it is, right? We have to decide what kind of a culture do we want, right? You said, no, it's actually nice in their system. It's not prescription or slavery. It's a voluntary. I'm not imagining it's so good in the US. Hey, what are you talking about? Where is this a thing where you can become a farmhand? Love the Nordic system. Some of their criminals get farm work rehab. Sure, some of the Nordic systems do pretty well, but ultimately they have a different structure. So you can't introduce that structure here, right? But I've heard a lot of like, what's that shooter that killed a bunch of people and he like lives in a really nice prison and stuff? Yeah, that's the thing is like, I don't think you should be punished for being a bad person, but I think it's like your ability to interact with society is what matters. But I don't think people should have to, I think paying back society should be done only if it's dignifying to the person paying back society. If it has to be dignified for the person doing the work. You know? That's the thing. And so we have to think about that. But I think American systems are so corrupt that something like that just couldn't work here without it turning into what it is now, which it does exist. Like That's the problem, is like America has those, they sell it to the people here, like, oh, work your way, work it. Like, but like, you know what I mean? It doesn't work out. The guy who killed a bunch of teenagers on an island, I think he was a shooter. I think he was I don't know what he was. My partner was telling me the story, but I don't know the full story, so I shouldn't speak to it. Yeah, chat said over 80% of prisoners in the US work at least 40 hours. ACLA captive labor 22 for the citation. Like, that's the problem, right? That says I genuinely do not have room or energy for prisoners. Well, you're acting like all the prisoners there are innocent or guilty, right? Like, a lot of people in prison are literally innocent. Remember that. Remember that. Remember that. Innocent. Completely innocent. Completely innocent. Chat said enough of them are guilty. It doesn't matter. I see ugliness in your comment, and I think you know that. I know you're tired, but you being tired does not justify you being ugly. I know you're tired, but that doesn't justify it. But I know you're tired. It's really hard to be a person, but it's not helping. No?
Horizontal morality and how your actions affect others, then you actually don't see that dip. But anyway, yeah, just for me, it was something that was disorienting at the time, because it was one of my last anchors that I lost before I was just kind of fully in the void. But not everyone goes down that rabbit hole, or I think needs to go down that rabbit hole.
And so
Wait, Discord said this question might sound weird or like inappropriate, but I'm really curious. What is your perspective? Is on which do you think there are people who have committed sexual assault or other violence that were in a, so to speak, biological moment? Yes. Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. I think we have case after case after case where that's been a thing. That's why we have to give people a path to, being in a biological moment doesn't eradicate the responsibility for the actions you took. Being in psychosis doesn't eradicate the responsibility your body did while you were in psychosis. Being drunk doesn't eradicate your responsibility for when you drove that car into people, right? Like, you know, absolutely. Everything a person does is a biological experience, but some people do things without even like really thinking, but your inability to think doesn't really change the impact on the victims, which is why we have to prioritize victims first and then rehabilitate or help hold people accountable. Because remember, holding people accountable doesn't mean you get to be like walking free amongst people, right? Holding people accountable. And if the person really understands what they did, there was a child serial killer rapist who said, never free me because I'm going to do it again. And I thought, now that's accountability, baby. What's more accountability than a person telling you, if you release me, I will reoffend? That is a better person than half of the motherfuckers in this world that sit here and say, I'm reformed, I've changed, let me out, and they go and reoffend. I give more credit to that person saying, do not release me, I'm going to reoffend, than I give to any of these fucking people in the world who consistently tell you, trust me, trust me, trust me, trust me. And they know for a fact they're going to reoffend. Whatever the case is, including those serial cheaters you keep taking back. I'm not going to do it, baby, not this time, baby. This is my last time, baby. Yeah, I'm going to give the rapist, serial killer, pedophile more credit for being a good person over you. Yeah, brave take, Brittany. Very edgy. Just from that perspective alone. Nothing else, though, of course. Everything else, trash. But just from that perspective alone, that's a better person. And that's why we keep them locked up in a facility in which they are not tortured. Okay? Let them stay imprisoned. But make sure the prisons aren't torturing them, because then we're just a country of torturers, you know?
you brought up Dennett. Tell me your thoughts on consciousness. I think that there's
Ooh.
3 essential mysteries in the universe. There's the Big Bang, like when, why, how. Was there like nothing, or there was a speck, and then all of a sudden there's all this, and we're having this conversation, and this pencil has graphite in it and writes, but even though the matter of this pencil is somewhat illusory because it's not actually a solid thing. And the other mystery is, how did we go on planet Earth from having all chemicals to having biology? How did we go from, the nearest scientists can say is like, well, maybe an asteroid fell in the ocean and it had life from another place.
Wait, pause. Commenter, you're saying, I don't think slavery is good. If anyone took that away, that's not what I'm saying. We know that's not what you're saying. I'm saying that's what people who hear it are going to, we're not saying you're saying that. We're saying it's the wrong way to phrase the sentence because you can't implement it here. You can't implement it in America. It will become slavery. Prison systems are slavery, right? So when you suggest things to like a different country or a different place, you have to implement. I'm just commenting on what you said because it wouldn't make sense in every bubble. I'm not coming for you personally. I'm sure you don't believe in slavery. But I'm saying that like if you brought that as an example to an American audience, they wouldn't know how to they would just make slavery out of it. America is fucked, guys. I don't know how to tell you guys this. We're fucked. We are royally fucked. Like, America's so fucked.
So that chemicals and elements all of a sudden had protozoa and amoebas and things swimming around. And then the last one is the mystery of consciousness. And Dennett, of course, I actually went to Tufts University where he taught. I didn't take his classes, my friend did, but you know, essentially his theory, as far as I understand it, is that consciousness is a kind of a filling in of the gaps that we have. You know, we have part of our brain that's memory. We have part of our brain that's emotion. We have part of our brain that's language. We have part of our brain that's will and intention. Part of it is desire. And these are all working. And the gaps between these different sections of the brain are filled in to a story of Rainn Wilson, who's sitting in this uncomfortable chair, having this awesome conversation and remembering kissing my wife when I left the house and when I felt when I was 4 years old and listened to the birds singing in the trees. And that evoked this.
God, he talks a lot, bro. Chet says, when I hear people talk about prison reform, they say no one should be in prisons and we can't let dangerous people go free. Guys, prisons are cages. Do you think people should be in cages? Let's start there. Do you think people should be in cages? Yes or no? Just answer the question. Do you think we should put people in cages? No is the answer. Thank you for answering. No is the answer. Okay? So why are we putting them in prisons? Prisons are cages. That's what they are. They are literally cages. Prisons are bad. No one should be in prison. No one should be in cages. Okay? Cage is bad. We can put people places, but not in cages. Okay? That's the thing. We can put people separate from society without putting them in a cage. We need to put people not in cages. Until prisons stop being cages, prisons are bad. Okay? Genocide bad. Free Palestine. All of it bad. Chet says, yes, well, I need a barrier between a rabid animal and my child. A barrier. You're an exhausting human. I love you. You're an exhausting human. You lack humanity, bro. You're so not compassionate. Where is your fucking empathy? Not everybody in prison is even a violent criminal. You're doing this thing that's like, you're not getting it. And you're not getting it probably because you're tired. And especially if you're a parent, you're probably exhausted. But your language is dehumanizing. Your attitude is dehumanizing. You said, how do you have a boundary? A boundary is not what other people do, Habibi. It's what you do. A boundary is what you do. You said my empathy is selective. Well, that's your problem. Yeah. I hope you outgrow that. I hope you learn to have empathy for everyone. Because, girl, if your empathy is selective, so is everyone else's. That's why the world is the way it is. Everyone's empathy is selective, and it shouldn't be. Do you know what I'm saying? Empathy is a skill. You learn it. So I get it, right? I think you learn to expand empathy out. I do believe people aren't necessarily born empathetic in the way that we think about it. So I agree that you might be at the point of your journey in which you cannot give empathy to all people, but I want you to get there. I want you to get there so you can humanize all of life. Humans aren't rabid animals. They're simply creatures on a planet, right? And I want you to learn, right, to have empathy. Yeah, Chess, it isn't selective empathy, just bigotry. Yes, they are bigoted. They're bigoted towards people who have done crimes. That's it. They are bigoted. Yeah, this is their bigotry, right? You said, how do I establish and affirm the boundary between myself or my child and someone who doesn't respect our boundaries and will take our lives? How? What do you do with people who don't respect your boundaries or your life? You're in survival mode, right? So right now, you are the animal that's scared. You've been pushed into a corner and you're afraid. And so you're biting everything that comes in contact with you, right? So I get it. But you need to realize, you need to accept that's where you're at, which is so fair. And then when you've healed from this and you realize like not everyone's out to get you, there is going to be a healing part in which you can give that empathy to other people. So I accept and I see you and you're valid, that you're in survival mode, that you are being pushed into a corner and you feel like you're in a really bad place right now. And I think that's valid. I would definitely talk to a therapist. I would definitely start to deconstruct. I would definitely start to be kind to myself, like to yourself, be kind to yourself, right? And I'd really start to try to create a safe space. And if you're in a world where you genuinely like cannot humanize people that are strangers to you, like prisoners, right? Or maybe you know somebody in your life who's kind of in that place where maybe you married somebody or had a baby with somebody, right? You said, I'm talking about genuinely violent people who could take my life. Habibi, people with no intention of hurting you could take your life. A teenager texting on the road could turn and hit you. We are not advocating for serial killers to be free. We're advocating for them to be placed in a non-caged room, but that room space. Do you know they do solitary to people? They put people in solitary and deny them dignity. Like, do you know they torture people? If you're afraid a serial killer is going to run into you, Habibi, you know what I mean? Like self-defense is not the same, right? Like I want them to be put in a place in which maybe they have like, it's a nice house with like a community garden. Like I don't want to torture them, right? Prisons are a place where you are belittled. You are treated like scum, where your body is that of the states. You are not free. You know, in prison, they have to work to get food and like, not food, but shaving blades and commissary. They have to like make money while in prison. And if your family doesn't send you money, you don't have money. Like prison systems are really fucked up. Do you know in America, you can go to prison for not paying your medical bills? Do you know that? Yeah, you have to buy toothpaste. Like I'm saying we should not desire to see people tortured. You know what I mean? You're saying, what does a barrier between them and society look like? Not a cage. You can put people in housing that holds them accountable and does not have them interact with people without torturing them and feeling like the state owns them and not feeling like people can be owned. Listen to the world we live in where conservatives think it's crazy that we want felons to be able to vote. You still expect them to pay tax, don't you? You still expect them to contribute. You are taking the freedom of that person. Like you can hold a person accountable and take away their typical freedom without taking away the dignity of the person, right? And look, maybe this is too complex of an idea for where you are right now, which is so valid. Most people are probably where you're at, right? You said Americans are killing the planet. How do we deal with you? Yeah, okay. Here's a boundary. I'm going to stop interacting with you. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do because you cannot have this conversation. And that's okay. Right? You're not ready, and that's valid. And this is how we do open with boundaries, Habibi. You asked me how to put down a boundary. I, Brittany, am going to stop interacting with you. I'm not in charge of you. You can do whatever you want. But I'm going to stop interacting with you. But I wish you well. Back to the video.
But and essentially there's an illusion under all of consciousness. And I just love to get you're so smart. You're almost got your PhD. You've read so much, but I'd love to hear.
The great thing about being an atheist is that you just don't have to because atheism is a negation, right? It doesn't say
there's
anything,
no
right?
there's no force behind
all it says is I'm not convinced of a theistic God. That's all atheism that can say.
Yeah.
So the great thing about that is that I can explore all these ideas and I don't need anything to be true. So because I have my story and my meaning and my purpose, my contemplation and my experience and all these things, and I've built my life around those things, then truth becomes the place where I can play. And this is where I play. I play with ideas and I play in conversation. This for me is like two kids building sandcastles. It's very much play for me, right?
I love it. Yeah.
And so because of that, I don't really have to make any claims about how life started or what was before the Big Bang or any of these big questions. I did just listen to the 11-hour audio documentary from Annika Harris, Sam Harris's wife, on the nature of consciousness. And it does seem like lately the people who are studying consciousness—
10 hours, that's quite a commitment.
Well, it's It's play.
I love it.
And there is talk lately about consciousness being a fundamental quality in the universe, not something that emerges from matter. And so that's been the hard problem
You're
of
inching
consciousness.
towards God,
I
the
think
unified
so.
theory of everything, and a conscious universe, and that we're all different facets of this one consciousness, including plants, trees, and birds. It does move a little bit towards kind of like either a Sufi or Hindu ideal, a Vedic idea.
It does open up. It does certainly open up the conversation to have like hardcore materialists like Annika and Sam Harris really playing with this idea of consciousness being a fundamental quality of the universe, because it does open up the conversation quite a bit to have those voices get that conclusion. I don't necessarily think it takes us towards God. For me, the problem has always been, even if there was a creator or something like a God, or were the universe experiencing itself, or some of these statements, the hard thing for me is what it had to take to get there. So like, let's say I'm part of the universe that's trying to understand itself.
Pause. Another person said, isn't there freedom gone either way if your prison is a house? No. So your ability to harm others in the way that you continue to do is limited. So we live in a society and we have a relationship with prisoners. We should treat them like people and say, that's why a judge decides if you're a threat to the community or not. The problem is we're putting people in prisons who are not a threat to the community. Do we not understand this? We are putting people in prisons who are not a threat to the community because they had too much weed on them, because they were engaging in something the government didn't like. We are putting people in prisons who are not a threat to the community. Okay, first, we take all those people out of prison and put them in the right therapy, okay? Second, we take people who are a threat to the community, people that are serial scammers and are in prison for financial fraud, people that are rapists, people that are murderers, people are these things. And we separate people accordingly, okay? But we give them dignity to their position in life in the way that they couldn't give to others, okay? We show dignity to them in the way they could never show to others. And if they are continuing to be a threat to society, they have opted out of their ability to interact with that society. That's why you have rules in place to keep people accountable. The dilemma is that we are incorrect with how we've decided who deserves to be in society. We've included way too many people in that sphere of people who can no longer be safe to society. Okay? We have to be wise to discern who is actually a threat to society. And a big part of it is a relationship between you and the prisoner, you and the person who keeps breaking the rules and becoming a threat, right? People can be rehabilitated and put back into culture. But in America, where felons aren't allowed to vote, they can't get jobs, they can't interact with people, they can't live within spaces, they can't get housing, and they can't do anything, then you are sending the message overall that not only do you belong in a cage, but your life would be better in one. Why do prisoners reoffend just to get put back in prison? Because at least in prison, they can actually function there. But the functioning is at such a low level that it's inhumane. We don't create a system in America in which people get to come out and be a part of society again. We literally created a system that creates the consistent offender because we incentivized it, right? So it's a very broken system that's really, really gross. You know what I mean? Chet said, if Trump was in prison, would you be worrying about him? That's the last question I'm going to ask from you. And then I'm going to ban you if you keep being a little snooty kid. I would be concerned about his safety, and I believe he should be treated with dignity. That's the problem. You are not talking to the right person. I want no harm to come to Trump. I've said it time and time again. I want nothing but dignity and kindness to be given to this man. I want this man to be treated so fucking well, because that's the right thing to do. That's the problem. You're talking to the wrong person. Why the fuck do I want to hurt Trump? Why do I want anything bad to happen to him? Right? Why the fuck would I want anything to be happen? Okay, I'm going to ban you because obviously you're like fucking trolling. It's too bad because I feel like this person has been in chat for a while and seemed fine, but they might just be fucking crazy. Listen, I want nothing bad to happen to Trump. I want only for him to pay back what he owes society. And that might take the rest of his life. I don't want harm to come to him because he's been harmful. I want him to do his civic duty by paying back to society what he did. Okay? I want him to be accountable. I want him to be accountable. There's a difference. But see how the world is ugly, so they think everybody is? You see how the ugliness infests us as people? So we think like the only way to be in the world is ugly. And this is the part that men suffer in the most, is patriarchy teaches them the only way to survive is to be ugly. But we know that's not true. The best thing for society is to be kind and compassionate. If we had raised kind children and encouraged kindness in society, we wouldn't have to be ugly. We wouldn't have to be in survival mode. Survival mode was created out of our own lack of dignity. And that's why it's enforced through bigotry. It's enforced through hatred. We wouldn't even need to train our boys to be violent had we not created a violent world. It's our responsibility to be kind. Chet says, do you think dealers are a threat to society? It depends. Are you talking about the 15-year-old selling pot to his friends that in other states is considered a dealer? Or do you mean organized crime that infects children in middle school, gets them hooked on drugs, and becomes their only supplier? That's the problem. Be very careful what you call a dealer. Because to conservatives, that 15-year-old kid selling pot to his friends is the same as the cartel. So be very careful who you decide is a fucking dealer.
And we're making these mouth sounds to try to make sense of reality, and that's part of some conscious awakening. My issue with that is like millions of years of animals just eating each other alive for no reason, just like actually suffering. I mean, like, what is the moral lesson being learned when a tiger, eats a zebra or whatever, alive? To get there, it feels to me as a mother like, okay, you're going to have children to understand yourself someday, but you have to wait 500 generations of just absolute torture and rape and genocide and suffering in order to get one of your posterity to be able to have a good, healthy life. I'm not sure that I would have children if that were the case. And so for me, yes, it opens up the conversation, but it doesn't like jump me back into the God conversation because I just find it so problematic, like the nature of suffering and how much specifically like animal suffering to get to the point of human conversation and human art and human beauty. I just don't see benevolence behind that. And that's just always been a sore point for me.
I get it. I know that's a sticking point for a lot of people about the amount of suffering in the world, and it's a tricky conversation. One of the things you said sparked me to ask you if you had any thoughts on the simulation hypothesis, which I know a lot of atheists can say. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk might say there's no God, but we really may be, you reference video games too, like we really may be avatars in a kind of a fleshy three-dimensional video game with a consciousness that's a faux consciousness, and that when our avatars die, that we awaken to some greater reality past this material one. Now, of course, there's no proof of that, and it seems very spiritual in its basis, but it's an interesting line of thought.
I don't jump on that train. I know some other atheists do. Some other atheists also really get into aliens and things like that. For me, like my rejection of that is like twofold. One, I think it's humans again trying to find a grand narrative, which is what we do. We just want some story to make sense of everything. And just because you're atheist doesn't mean like you're exempt from that human desire, right?
Sure.
That to me just seems like a human idea. And then also,
that to me just seems like a human idea. Let's talk about a girl's. Ooh. I love her. She's so smart. She's so much smarter than him. Let's talk about this. Okay, so here we are in a floating rock in space. Here's all the space. Woo, so much space. Oh my God, we're just like this floating rock in space. Okay, here are other planets, another planet. Okay, but this is us. This is our planet. Whoop. When we create a reason for why things happen, okay, just ignore my speech here. We create, we create story, okay? And the story people love is simulation, okay? But this is just a human story. What I want to know is what exists outside of the need to create the story, right? What actually is true outside of our story? What exists when we're not busy perceiving? A bubble is a perception. It's a relationship it's an understanding, right? We think our perception is what's true. And I think that is true for us. And I think it's true in many ways. But what is true? If all humans died, what would be true? See, the problem with human beings is they think it's what we think is true, right? Because there's this hierarchy of, what is it called, guys? What, speciesism? We put humans at the top, right? Okay. Okay. Reality exists outside of people. So anything you create, anthropocentrism. Okay, thank you guys. Maybe that's it. You would know more than me. What you're doing is you're saying that life only has meaning through our perception, which some humans do believe. Please note, some humans really do believe. I don't believe that. I think I'm a part of nature, which means I don't get priority over the meaning through our perception. Chat, I'm going to intercept in this conversation you're having. When you're talking about whether or not we should be mean to Zionists, I'm going to use that as an example. From a philosophical perspective, the question isn't whether or not you should be mean to a Zionist. The question is when you're in a position of power, will you be? When you are in a position of power above your oppressor, will you be? The question is, yes, there's a difference between oppressed and oppressor, but the question is, when you actually get a chance to be the oppressor, will you oppress? When you are in a position of power, will you use it to be cruel? And in many moments of our life, we are in a position of power, even if systematically we are not. So the philosophical conversation we're having now is, can you be kind to an individual who's a part of the oppressive class? Or will you be oppressive to them the same they are as you? Will you be cruel to them? We're not saying it's wrong to punch up. We're not saying it's wrong to be mean, or we're not saying it's wrong to be like mean to a Zionist. We're saying it's wrong to be cruel, but pretend you're better than the cruel person. And it's about that opportunity of power. When you are a child and you grow up and you think, I can't wait to be an adult, so no one can tell me what to do. But then you become an adult that bullies a kid. You're just repeating the cycle, right? Now you're putting that kid in the same position where they can't wait to grow up so they don't have to be told what to do. And then that kid grows up and repeats the cycle. Breaking the cycle means being an adult who remembers what it's like to be a kid. Being wise is to remember what it's like to be not wise. Okay? Being kind is to also remember what it's like to not be kind. Right? So defend yourself. Fuck the oppressor. Fuck bigotry. Stand up for yourself. Self-defense is valid. But when given an opportunity to be kind, I hope you choose it. Not naive, not foolish, kind. Kindness can also come in the form of holding people accountable. Kindness is also how you treat people when holding them accountable. Right? So we should arrest Trump. He certainly has earned it. He should pay back to society in the way that he's done wrong by them. We should not physically torture him, wish ill on him, become ugly ourselves. We should hold him accountable. And I know people won't believe this. I don't want to see you tortured. I want to see you better. But you're certainly not going to be better, because we know human beings double down if we are not treated with kindness. But here's the thing. And I know this is what's hard, because sometimes you see me in chat going really hard on people. Well, where's the kindness there? Where's the kindness there? The kindness isn't blocking you. The kindness is calling you stupid. The kindness sometimes looks like what you think meanness is, but the why is what matters. I am trying to figure out always ways to talk in ways that get people to hear me. But for one person listening, it works, and for another person listening, it makes them double down. This is the double-edged sword of being a person. I swear to God, one person is going to hear me and go, fuck, Brittany's right. I am stupid. Fuck, Brittany's right. I'm a fucking idiot. I got to stop being stupid. Someone is going to hear me today and change their whole fucking life. And someone else is going to hear it and double down and say, like, fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch for thinking I'm stupid. Fuck that whore. Fuck that slut. And someone's going to use their misogyny to be mad at me today. And all I can do as I get a little older is try to read the audience I have in front of me and do all the fucking emotional labor to change my language to try to have them hear me. But if they're not going to change, no matter how nice I'm being to them, I'm going to fucking block you. And I'm going to call you a little bitch. And that's the difference. I don't want you to expend all of your energy being kind to people that will never, ever receive it. But I swear to God, if you start off with cruelty, I'm going to slap you for thinking you're a good person. If your predisposition to life is to be cruel, fuck you. If your predisposition is to be kind until it's no longer reasonable, and then you're going to be reasonably self-defensive, that's fine. Okay? But I don't like this idea of like, I get to be cruel because they're cruel. No. That's not how it should work. So I love the idea that Brittany said, oh, that's like a man, that's like a human thing, like a man. We're going to listen to it again. But like, that's like something you created. That's like your imagination. We can't ask the world to be a better place if we're not at least starting with ourselves. I'm so dead serious. But the way the world looks, being a better place, also looks like standing up to bullies. How do you stand up to a bully? Sometimes, girl, it doesn't look all that nice. But sometimes that's the answer. You have to get discernment to know which one is which, when to act out, when to do the thing. So yes, when I talk to people and they say, I hope Trump has a heart attack, I just say, man, that's man, that's not it. That's ugly, bro. That's ugly. And you know it's ugly. You know it's ugly because you would never want someone to say that about you. That would never be appropriate. And why is it appropriate now? Because we decided we hate that person. But that can't be the answer, right? The answer to a good society could not possibly be wishing heart attacks on people, right? That can't be the answer. Is that the best we can come up with? You know? Chet says I admit to feeling it, but does it make it healthy? And listen to me when I say this. I'm not coming for your feelings, right? I am not. If I have felt a way about a lot of things, okay? I felt a way about a lot of things in my life. I'm not coming for your thoughts, girl. I'm not the thought police. But when you say it out loud, when you share the thoughts with others, now it's an action. I am not coming for your thoughts. But when your thoughts become actions, now I'm raising an eyebrow. That person in chat earlier who said, I don't have the spoons for prisoners, great, keep that to yourself. Because all that does is empower the conservative movement to keep enslaving your sons and your daughters. And let's be real, it's your sons. Let's be fucking for real. You care about boys, you better be anti-prisons. Okay? You better raise your sons better. You say, oh, why'd you sleep with him? Why'd you raise him that way? Let's have conversations, okay?
It doesn't change anything. Like, okay, we're in a Sims game, and we're Sims. Like, okay, it doesn't really change like how I show up in the world.
Right.
Like if someone was watching, someone's video gaming this and somehow getting something out of the conversation of their Sim characters like talking, it just doesn't really change anything for me. So that's just not a rabbit hole that particularly interests me. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about where we're in alignment. We're
Sure.
both huge fans of Lisa Miller, and you talk about the hard science of the benefits of spirituality and how if spirituality were a pill taken by young people, I love the way you phrase this in the book, it would have greater benefits than any other medication you could take toward resilience, towards
Suicidality, risky behaviors, and addiction. Yeah.
yeah,
And depression, I think. Yeah.
and to bring a sense of kind of meaning and connection, that's kind of next level. And so much of your work is about, hey, folks, you don't need a God or a soul or an afterlife to participate in these wisdom traditions that have brought humans so much meaning, connection, joy, wonder, awe over the centuries. Let's humbly learn from them and try and bring them into our life. And that really is the center of your work. And I'd love to hear about how you got to that point.
I think this is really important. And this is kind of part of the levels for me. I gotta stand up. My fibro's killing me right now. This is kind of like the point of my levels in a sense. Like the levels are sort of a guide into sort of what I think is factually going to help people. Yes. But I also think like it's a part of that spiritual journey of like, if you have a good philosophical relationship with self and mental health and medicine, you'll be better off. But if you just rely on therapy, if you just rely on medicine, you're never actually going to have it because you have to have that philosophical understanding too, the why. You have to answer the meaning crisis, and you're not doing that with those things alone, right? That's just one of the steps.
And where your work lies there, especially with your clients and the people that you interact with online.
Yeah. So my clients a few years ago used to be mostly religious deconstruction, and that was meaningful at the time. But something shifted where it's like, I think everyone kind of can find resources for religious deconstruction or debates between atheists and theists, and everyone, not everyone, but like there was like a new atheist phase and everybody was watching Christopher Hitchens just like blow up religious people with his rhetoric. And then there was like a shift that happened where everyone was like, okay, then what though? Like, okay, now what?
Right.
And this is where we see people coming, like young men coming back from religion, which is really interesting. We have
Come back
people
to religion,
come back to religion.
especially like Orthodox Christianity and Roman
Yeah.
Catholicism.
And even people like Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She was the 5th member of the atheist apocalypse, and she's rubbing shoulders with Sam Harris and Dan Dennett and Dawkins and Hitchens, and truly an advocate against the dangers of Islam as a religion. And then she goes through her own dark night of the soul and has no like secularism failed her. Like she had no resources for her own dark night of the
Yeah, she became, ironically enough, she became a bigot. She became hateful.
soul, and then she jumps back into Christianity. When you
Yep.
and when you listen to her talk about Christianity,
Yep.
it's not because an angel came and told her, or she had some kind of like big God experience. She just had nothing, and she kind of found herself like wandering into Christianity. And my issue with that is not so much like I want her to be thriving and like of course like practice whatever faith is meaningful to you. My concern with her and people like her is when you listen to her talk, she has her rationality over here and she kind of has like her heart soul stuff over here, and she has to keep them separate. And so in order to like survive her nihilism and her dark night of the soul stuff, she goes into Christianity, but her brain's kind of like at war with itself because she struggles with many of the historical truth claims.
Same with Peterson. What do you mean by God? What do you mean by Machiavellian mothers? No, same with Peterson. Go watch my podcast. Same with Peterson. He's going through a crisis, a darkness. He's lost. And that's why everyone's like, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian? He's looking for the answer in all the wrong places.
And also the institutional problems that she also saw in Islam. And it just doesn't, for me, feel like wholeness. It
Yes.
feels like she had nothing, and so she jumped back onto the ship of religion.
Ooh, girl, she was. Honestly, in another life, Brit, we should have gotten married. I love her. And I will say, from a societal perspective, Brit has more social credit because she has a philosophy, or no, has a PhD, I think, in theology. So from a social credit perspective, like this is where in my 40s, because I think Brit's in her 40s, like this is what I'm saying. I think my career is going in this direction. I actually see, like I see Brit and I'm like, oh, we're kind of talking, we're talking about the same things. We are talking about the same things, but she has her degree to give her the credibility in society and I don't. So what I need is time. Like that's the irony. I love social games, but this is a social game. The social game is like I'm fascinated. This is what I love about Bubbles, but we are like, I see you, girl. I see you, girl.
And so
What do you mean by
lately,
believe?
my work has been not so much doing religious deconstruction because I feel like people have a lot of resources for that. It's warning people, like it's almost like as people are running from the burning building of religion, like there's a cliff ahead. Like you have to be aware of this cliff ahead where you're going to lose something.
And that's the Tunis. Okay, that's the Tunis that I describe. Hold on. That's what Tunis is. That's why it confuses people. So what twos do, and it's not a problem. Like you're not a bad person, bros, okay? But we all exist in bubbles, and here are all these bubbles, okay? And you go through this thing where you leave religion, you're like, fuck religion, and you hop into secularism, but it's also not fulfilling, so you hop back into a different religion. You're like, that's not it. I'm going to hop in here. You're bubble hopping to figure out where you belong. But I actually recommend like bubble popping yourself into joy. And your joy can be found in very many places. But the dilemma people have is they don't know how to find it because they keep looking for the answers in one bubble. And though I think you can be joyful in a two bubble, I think it's as long as you aren't searching for greater meaning. So basically you find usually happiness within the construct of the bubble, or joy within the construct of the bubble. Happiness is an emotion. Joy is a state of being. Your state of being is ungrounded. Happiness is an emotion. It comes and goes. Joy is a state of being. And I want, if anything, humans to be in a state of being of joy, because I think the world would be better for it. But the reason these people go from one bubble to another bubble and stay bigoted is because most people are bigoted because they think, oh, I found the truth and everyone else is wrong. I found the truth, everybody else is wrong. And I'm saying it's not about being wrong or right. That's the wrong dichotomy of it all. It's not, I'm not trying to be right. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say is the answer. I'm trying to get you to be kind, to be in a wisdom seeking creature, to be in your joy. I want you to be content with your life, but not at the expense of anyone else. Like I want you to actually feel like you're living and not as a cope, right? But I can't do that for you, right? You have to want to do it. And that's the thing.
And religion,
Because, and you said that you say this before a lot, and I want to hear where you're going, but I think it's an excellent point that, again, atheism is a kind of inherent in it is a negation.
yeah, there's
There is-
nothing to build on. It has nothing for you.
Not necessarily a force beyond the material. That's it. But it doesn't necessarily provide a path forward.
Yeah, it doesn't
to
at all.
life.
If you ask atheism, how do I raise children? What's important? I don't know. I got nothing, right?
Yeah. How do you define morals? How would you teach your children morals?
So it can be, the negation can give you, new ground to stand on, but you're going to have to fill it in with something. Even something like secular humanism, which is even that is still lacking in a lot of ways because it kind of lacks a sense of spirituality. And so lately my work has really been about kind of this separating from the baby from the bathwater. There are studies that show that religious people are happier, live longer, more friendships. They did better over COVID. Religious people fared better than non-religious people over COVID. There's solid science, like science that shows that religion is good for you. Okay, well then what's going on there? Religion is almost like this vessel for all these things that are good for us: awe, contemplation, ritual, community, love.
Yo, does she watch my content? Just kidding. This is why I say some things are just true. Brit is literally saying verbatim all the shit I say all the time. Consistency, community, structure. What does religion give us? All of the things we need, but people think it's the religion that's giving it to you. It's not. It's just the religion is a good vessel, like she said. But see, we're only saying the same shit because we're doing the same work. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we're saying the same things. Yeah, Dr. K says it too. Dr. K's on the same wavelength. I'm telling you right now, what we are discovering, the Dr. K's, me, Brittany, or Brit, we're discovering something that I think is close to true. I'm not saying it is true. I'm saying it seems to be closer to truth because it exists outside of the constructs created by the limited bubbles. It seems to exist universally. It seems to be a universal experience, and it seems to be something that everyone desires, which means it might be the closest to truth we've ever come. And that's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting.
All these things that really, and we have the science, especially with Lisa Miller and the science of spirituality, the science of human well-being, shows that these things are good for you. And religion is just the vessel for it. And so if you don't...
Wait. Chet says, is there though? How were those studies conducted? Were the biases of those studies? Okay, my family did really well over COVID compared to my liberal friends. And that's because, one, they didn't give a fuck about COVID, which was not great, right? But it's because they weren't worried. They didn't hold anxiety. They gave it to God. It wasn't great for the world, but it was good for their psychology because they are experiencing a lack of worry because they gave it to God. Like I understand why you're stressed. That's why they say ignorance is bliss to some extent, even though I don't think it is joy. I think you are... When you're not worrying about something, you're literally just experiencing a lack of stress. When we worry, we stress, and so we are impacted. But if you're not worried about COVID, then you're not stressed because of COVID, which means you're literally just avoiding all of those feelings, right? So I'm not saying religion is the answer. I'm saying, yeah, but you only got the benefits of that thing because you ignored a medical pandemic that was happening, right? Like, that's why you didn't have the stressors. That's why they say, progressives are more depressed than conservatives. Yeah, because we're going to therapy and getting diagnosed, stupid. It's like, yeah, of course we have it. That's why I'm saying don't listen to these statistics as like the end all be all, right? The statistics don't necessarily, we're not saying, progressives are depressed, so progressivism makes you depressed. Trans people commit suicide. It must be because they're trans. No, it's because they grew up in a transphobic society. And that's how you understand these things is what matters. That's the problem.
Have that vessel, you're going to have to build these things into your life, or you're going to struggle, or you're going to be lacking in some way. And so now my work is essentially twofold. Like I'm still calling out religion from time to time when I see things that annoy me. But it's now almost on the other edge where I want to sells spirituality to the most skeptical, the most atheistic, the most nihilistic. Because when you really talk to people who are atheists who don't have these things, who even those who say they don't have spirituality, like, and then they'll tell me about their life, and I'm like, okay, you have some things here. You may not call it spirituality, but you have some things, and that's great. But if you don't, there's this sense of, I wish I could believe in something. They seem so much happier. I can't tell you how many clients I have that come to me and say, I can't believe in anything, but I almost wish that I could, because the Delulu people who believe in whatever story that I can't seem happier than I am.
So what do you tell them to believe in?
We can do it without belief. Belief is just the vessel for the things. So we're going to bypass the belief part and just talk about the things that are good for humans, and then give you options,
and what are some
then
of
build
those,
that into your
what are
life.
some of those things? Prayer and
He's such an interrupter. He's such an interrupter.
meditation.
So
Can
what
you
I-
pray
yeah,
if
so what
you-
I
Oh
would-
my God, you're such a shallow thinker. He's so shallow. Bro, his brain, how does a person read so many books and interview so many people? And you're just the most. Yo.
Theist?
You can. I know some
Brit, you're so much better than this, Brit. You deserve so much better than this.
Or is it just kind of a meditation on awe, curiosity, wonder?
Yeah, so where I would start with people is I usually start with something called the Tree of Contemplation, which I do mention in the book. And it's a study that we did, that feeling that you feel of
Yo, is her book on audiobook Spotify? We should listen to it as book club.
like awe and oneness, where you're less neurotic in your brain and less self-obsessed. How do humans feel that? And then we gathered this was a study done in 2004, and we gathered all the responses and we kind of organized them into different things that humans were doing to feel that thing. So for some people, it's creativity. Like when they get into that flow state, that's when they get that lowering of neuroticism. That's when they feel something. For some people, it was political activism. For some people, it was meditation, but it was like just quieting the mind. If they could just be quiet, they could drop into that place. For some people, it was meditation that was more visualization. So like you have to do kind of more active forms of meditating in order to like get into states that you want to be in. And then for some people, it was even just like the body. So these are the people who get up and go on a run, not because they hate their body or they're trying to lose weight, but because it's a spiritual practice for them. This would be my husband. My husband's a Ironman triathlete, and it took him a long time to actually claim that that is spiritual for him. When he goes on that long bike ride in the sun, and he gets in a breathing, and it's his time, and then his
That's why I tell people I practice like spiritual BDSM, and people don't get it. It's because like for me, it was like it was like flow. It was like a spiritual process of like really having an intimate relationship with myself. And for me, I think that's everything that I do. I think that's why I don't like video games, is I can't get the spiritual part of it. I don't get it. Like I like it. I like the shutting off my brain. I've been playing a lot of Mario Kart to shut off my brain, even though I've done the levels 1,000 times. It's like something I can do without it being TikTok. And it's like fun, and I like to win. But like, it's like a spiritual experience I'm having when I was like in BDSM, or when I would do things. And I think I do try to, I think my hobby is almost like recreating God in my life. I think one of my hobbies is like exploring this feeling. Like, why do people make all this? Like, do you ever watch a movie or a show and you're like, why did you do that? Like, okay, you ever watch a horror film and you're like, how many horror films do you have to watch to know not to do that, right? Why do we repeat mistakes? Like, that is interesting to me. Why do we repeat mistakes? Why do we repeat patterns of abuse? Like, why do we repeat things? What happens after you're done? Like, the conversation we have in the Discord often is like, okay, what now? Like, oh, you figured it all out, but what now? Now you live your life in a greater way, right? Chat said, I just don't understand the point of needing this world spirit of all the religious baggage. Isn't there a different word because spirits don't exist? Mental experience. Okay, hold on here. Hold on. What is a feeling? Okay, when you have a feeling, what is that? Is that a material thing? Is that a physical thing? When you experience a feeling, how do you process that information? Because that's what I think spirituality is. It's a manifestation of something that's reasonable and of the body and of the mind, manifested into something that experiences itself like spiritual, right? So like, I think like you are one of a kind. Like you are one of a kind. And I don't think you're special, but I think you're one of the kind, which is pretty special. And your spirit, your soul, isn't a tangible thing. It's a representation of the feeling I experience when I'm interacting with you, and I get to see you through my senses. My eyes see you. My ears hear you. My mouth might taste you. Hey. I get to process you. My mind is processing you. You are tangible and real as the unique spirit that you are, right? But you're not, I don't need to believe in a soul for me to call it a soul. I don't have to believe in spiritualism to call it spiritualism. Because the belief can be separate from the word we're using to explain a phenomenon that words don't have the capacity to really understand the feeling of. The feeling I'm having of you is real. Even if I can't hold it in my hand. I've never even seen you, but I feel like I see your spirit. Like I don't even know you, but I'm imagining you too. I'm like imagining what you look like and what you must sound like when you talk and what kinds of things you must like. Like I'm forming an idea around a username and words on a screen. Like you are just words on a screen to me, but I assume it represents a real person with a real life. But you know I can't see you, right? And that is kind of like the spirituality of it. I cannot see you, but I know you're real. That's what most people outside of a religious context mean by spirituality. I can't see you. You're not tangible. I can't hold you, but I know you're real. And someone might say, yeah, but how do you know they're real? Well, I just know they're real. Like I know that's a real person. But that's why we get so betrayed when a bot betrays us, right? We get so hurt when we've been interacting with a bot. We're like, fuck, am I talking to a bot right now? I'm not even talking to a real person. That's what it feels like to feel betrayed by religion. Like, fuck, am I not even talking to God? I'm just talking to myself. And that's the difference is like, how do I know I'm talking to a person and not a bot? And why does it hurt my feelings when I realize, oh my God, I was talking to a bot the whole time? How embarrassing. Because you think you're having a real moment. You think you're having a profound and real experience, but you realize like, oh my God, it wasn't even real, which is why when you lose religion, you realize like, oh my God, is God not real? It's almost embarrassing because you thought you were talking to a real person this whole time and you realized it was a bot. It was a bot. Okay? So what we are seeking is realness. What we're seeking is authenticity. What we're seeking is something tangible, something profound, you know? And that's what we're aiming for. So that's kind of like what I think the issue is. It's like vegans, guys. Oh, let me say it one more way. Okay. You know how vegans, I'm about to go down a rabbit hole for you. Okay. Meat companies are trying to sue vegan companies for claiming to sell burgers because burgers are what we call hamburgers, which are made out of cow beef. And they're saying it's a misrepresentation of what you're selling. But vegans have to call it hamburgers because humans' brains don't know how to eat a vegan product unless they understand what it's trying to imitate. So we sell more vegan product when we call it a hamburger or a hot dog or chicken or pork, because that's what your brain already knows what to do with that construct. And the reason the meat companies are suing the vegan companies is not because they care about you. They just know you won't buy vegan products if it isn't explained to you in a way you can process, because we're stupid. Because humans are stupid, myself included. Unless a vegan product tells me what the intention is, I don't know how to use it. Like the vegan product does have to tell me, okay, Brittany, this is jackfruit and this is meant to mimic minced meat. I'm like, okay, now I know how to use it. But if I just got my jackfruit with no instructions, I'd be like, how am I supposed to use this? What is this meant to be? But my vegan product at the store literally gives a recipe on the back that says like hamburger helper. They give me recipes for like, this is what you can use it for. And I'm like, oh, I know what that is. Okay. So it's not real meat. It's not the experience of meat. We know it's not meat, but we call it meat because we understand the construct. It's not a soul. I know I don't have a soul, but I am explaining your consciousness through the language of a soul because people know what a soul is. So people will say, Brittany, do you believe in souls? I believe, I don't actually believe in a soul, but I kind of believe like you're a soul. And I'm meaning to describe a uniqueness that's only you. Because in religion, when God says, I put the soul into the body, he's saying, I made you. You are not your body. You are your soul. And I believe that. I don't think you are your body. I think you are more than this body. You are more than this thing. But within the reality of your biological experience, I think my cat is more than just a cat. I think, yeah, the you is you. Exactly. I think my cat is not just an animal. We went to the vet the other day and we're changing vets. Do you know why we're changing vets? Because Indiana was screaming her heart out. She was so upset. And the vet goes, well, they are wild animals. And I was like, and I looked at my partner and I said, and we came home and he said, we're changing vets, right? I was like, we're changing vets. She just called Indiana a wild animal. I don't think so, girl. I know what you think you're saying, but you're basically saying she's dehumanizing my cat. She's dehumanizing Indiana. Well, they are wild animals. Oh, nah. So we're gonna change vets, okay, and take Indiana to a different one we've seen before, and like we're gonna make them our primary vet. And that's the thing, like the way people talk about people, the way we talk about ourselves, we're just using the language we can use to kind of get people to understand. And that's the thing. We're all working so hard to understand each other that we are using similar. That's why when Dr. K was talking to the Diary of the CEO, he has to use boy language to talk to that bubble because he knows who's listening. This isn't Dr. K in his own language. Like, guys, as social media people, we rarely get to show up as ourselves. We have to, when we're collabing, we show up in a way that helps us talk to other people. We rarely get to show up as ourselves and people. That's why I live with my partner. That's why I chose my partner, because I can just talk. I can literally just talk and I don't have to think about who's listening. With everybody else I talk to, my parents, my friends, I have to think about who's listening because they have their own uniqueness that makes language different. I have to explain it to them. I have to like sit them down and be like, hey, so you know this thing in society? Well, this thing over here. I can't just be like, like I just talk to my partner and we're getting it. We're like on the same page. Does that kind of make sense? That's what Brittany's doing. That's what that's what Britt's doing. That's what all of us are doing when we're doing collaborations. We're trying to talk in a way that helps people hear us. All right.
Iron Man is like a pilgrimage where he gets all these people and you gather together and you do this thing. And now he goes to Hawaii when there's the World triathlon, and he'll be one of the volunteers that like gathers the family and the finisher, and he's just crying. It's very he's claimed it as a kind of a spiritual practice. These are body people, and then there's like ritual people who are seasonal, like witchy types, who are always coming back to themselves through various seasons and various rituals. And so I'll essentially talk about, here's all the ways that humans experience this thing that people have called God, which is what mystics will say. Mystics don't care what words you use. Mystics care, have you had the experience of what people have called God? We don't care what you call it. Those are just mouth sounds.
Yeah.
Have you felt it, right?
That's beautiful.
And then usually the person's been alive long enough to know, I think I like this thing. Okay. How can we build that into your life? And then we just start building piece by piece. We'll build in the awe. We'll build in the community. We'll build in a practice. We'll build up morality. Where does your...
And this is the funny thing. Like, I'm not a witchy girl, as you guys know, but I don't mind being called spiritual or saying that I believe in souls, because I know I don't mean it literally, but I know I mean it within the energy. But like, I love witchy girls. I love me. A lot of my friends are into tarot, witchy stuff, manifestation, reading birth charts. I engage with them. But in my own personal life, like that shit is fun for me, but it's not like something it's not incorporated into my knowing system. Like I don't know these things, right? Like I don't believe it. Like my friends will literally talk to me, be like, so the house was haunted. So, we're going to have to move. And I was like, okay. I would just like, I get what, like, I'm like, oh, I don't like the vibes in this house. We're moving. But like they say, oh, the house is haunted. Love it. Whatever. I don't really think there's a ghost in my house, but like I will walk into a house and be like, I'm not staying here. The vibes are off, but I wouldn't think it's a ghost, right? But like they might think it's a ghost. Vibes. I love it. Let's go.
morality come from? We'll build up your horizontal morality. We'll build up what are your core values? What are things that have always kind of spoken to you? Maybe you've always leaned more towards justice than mercy, or mercy and justice. And then we start working on your story intentionally. What is your story? You're a character. Let's start writing your story. What do you stand for? What do you stand against?
Who are you in the story, babes?
What are the movies that have made you cry? Okay, that's a story arc. How can you become that character?
Yes.
And so religions just give this to you. Like if you walk into a Mormon church, it'll give you your
Girl, she has been watching my content. I'm gonna keep saying that as a joke. I'll reach out to Britt. I'll see if she wants to talk to me. Because I think, like, I don't know why, but this feels so weird. Like we're saying the same exact shit that I'm like, girl, but that's probably because we came from similar bubbles, right? The religious bubbles. I'll reach out to her. I'll see if she wants to collab and maybe talk about this exact thing. Because that's why I say, who are you in the story? Like, do you know who you are? Because you have to imagine that a lot of these really horrible people are watching the story and thinking they're literally the hero. And as I tell you all the time, I don't even want to be the hero. What do I tell you all the time? I don't even want to be the hero. That's like one of the worst. That's why I'm not a Gryffindor. Bro, I ain't got no time to be the hero. That's why it's so funny when people are like, oh my God, like I want to be I don't want to be a Captain America. Ugh. So anyways, I'll reach out to her and see if she wants to talk.
meaning in your purpose and your story and your community and your awe and your contemplate. It'll just give it to you. The cost is you're going to have to believe some pretty wild things and you're going to have to maybe turn off your brain for some of that. And it just, for me, is never going to be wholeness. And there's also going to be institutional problems and all the things and patriarchy and whatever. But if we can actually bypass that, we can actually build all those things into your life from the ground up, from you up. And I found that that's been not only a stable ground to build on for me, but also for a lot of people, even skeptical people, even nihilistic people, who then fall in love with life again.
So there's a new series of the New York Times called Believing, and the main journalist is Lauren Jackson. And it's just looking at belief, spirituality, religion, all of its components in the modern world. And she was doing an article about the positive benefits of belonging to a religion and some of these practices that humans have been doing under the umbrella of some kind of religion for 10,000 years. And she called Richard Dawkins and
misogynist.
He was like, I really feel like he should be fired as the main atheist spokesperson. You should be appointed in his place, because he's like, you don't need the church to have community. You can join a golf club.
Oh, yeah.
And then he said, and you don't need to feel awe and wonder like in a cathedral or on a pilgrimage. You can get together and you can watch nature documentaries.
Yo, when I see that cathedral TikTok where they go, dun-na-na, wait, dun-na-na-na, it's like this weird, like they always turn around. It's like this black cathedral. It's like, dun, dun, dun. Every time I see that, I'm like, ah! Every time I see a beautiful building, I'm like, oh, I'm literally gonna cry.
And I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. You're super smart. You can do better than a golf club and nature documentaries to find kind of meaning and completion from an atheist viewpoint.
And actually,
He's a misogynist loser. No wonder he can't come up with anything better. He's a fucking loser. Dawkins pissed me off. Transphobe
Dawkins
loser.
does like openly sing Christmas carols, which I find interesting. And so I do think that there's more
He's
there.
got an amazing voice.
All right, hold on. Don't come for my Christmas carols right now, okay? Don't come for my I love Christmas. Alexa goes on repeat during Christmas, girls. Alexa's nothing but Christmas songs during Christmas season, girl.
Cut to Richard Dawkins singing "God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen."
Oh,
And
Jesus.
that would be
We don't have
great.
that footage.
We don't have that footage.
Continue.
But he does say like that Christmas Eve he'll go and he'll sing Christmas songs, and he doesn't believe in the words, but he doesn't just sing the secular ones. Like he'll sing Silent Night and things. And so he's kind of tough because he really just cares about what's true, and he cares less about what is true through experience, which doesn't make him a spiritual mentor of mine. I can like read his books on biology, but there's something in that would be lacking for me. But he also has a very vibrant life for him. He's involved with people. He has communities in the ivory towers and conversations and things that he's interested in, and he gets his awe from nature. So I think he's actually doing a lot more of that than he realizes. But not everyone is going to find the same kind of awe that he does in biology. Not everybody is wired that way, and he doesn't quite see that.
Right. One of the things I find fascinating about you is that you're an ordained Sufi.
What?
Now,
What is that?
first of all, I didn't know one could become an ordained Sufi, and I didn't know that an atheist could become an ordained Sufi, because the heart of Sufism is God is everywhere. It's in
Ew.
the material.
Ugh.
It's within me and
Ugh.
without me. And there is a kind of a unity of the experience of God, but it is God and the divine. And a corollary to that for me is this kind of understanding that, listen, we're wired to worship. We're going to worship something. Humans are going to worship something.
Boo! Boo! This is what Jordan Peterson said. Boo! Boo. This is white man mentality. Hear me out. Hear me out. I think white men, white men only understand how to worship things. They don't know how to be in relationship to things. Stupid. Why are you worshiping when you could be in relationship to? Jordan Peterson, you worship your wife, don't you? You worship your wife, don't you? Jordan Peterson literally said that in the Jubilee conversation. No, stupid. It's not about worshiping. It's about being in relationship to. Being in relationship to nature, being in relationship to self, to other living creatures. It's about being in symbiotic relationships. Ugh, these men, bro, these fucking men are so trapped. They're so trapped. Yes, hierarchical thinking. They're trapped in their hierarchical. They cannot imagine that we are all just in unison together. Harmony, bitch. How you gonna be in harmony with something you worship? Make it make sense. We want harmony with the spirit. Stupid.
Something. In maybe contemporary secular society, it's materialism, the accruing of wealth. It can even be, I'm going to worship science, or I'm going to, if I don't have a
He's so stupid. I feel like Brit is literally she's so fucking smart for this conversation. She's way too smart for this conversation. And it's like talking to a kid. It's like talking to every talking point he's giving is 7th grade religion class. And he gets all the. She's great. She can handle it.
God or a higher power, I'm going to worship myself. And where we see the altar of the ego kind of being such a big part of contemporary American society, and the worship of the self. Even social media kind of promotes like me and how do I express me, and this is who I am, and like we wake up thinking about ourselves and we go to bed thinking about ourselves, and that's something I'm a natural narcissist, and I have to
Bro, let's make a list, girl. Oh, this man is so fucking annoying. Okay. It's fine. I love how people can get old and be the smartest as 7th grade. Okay. I want to talk to Brittany, Brit. I want to talk to Brit about who you are in the story, and no chances she'll say yes. She doesn't have to say yes, but okay. Who you are in the story. Okay. Creating constructs. Let's see how progressive she is. Okay, because I don't know actually. Creating constructs. What else do we want to talk about? We want to talk about being in harmony and away from worship and away from worship. Okay. No hierarchies. Okay. What else? Chaz says she's got her blind spots too. Wait, who? Brit? I mean, everybody does, right? But, it's at least not the 7th grade fucking religions class. Okay? Guys, I've been taking religions classes and fucking philosophy classes my whole life. He literally is giving the same argumentation 7th graders ask their teachers. Yeah, but we worship stuff, don't we? It's so fucking annoying. Same with Peterson. It's like, God, can we please have a real conversation, please? Aren't you guys supposed to be the intellectuals in the room? Do you know what I mean? Is this it? Is this the best we can come up with? You know what I mean? Like, can we please have a real conversation? Thank you.
really watch for that. And part of my spiritual practice is to kind of be like, Rain, take it down a peg here, bro. Like, settle yourself down. There are forces at work much larger than you. But I'm
What is
wondering,
that? See, what is that? There are forces that are much bigger than you. Like, what does that mean? Okay.
how that works with your Sufi practice, how you got ordained as a Sufi.
Yeah, what is that?
And for those who don't know, Sufism is a kind of for lack of a better term, a mystical branch of Islam. Can you tie all that together
Okay,
for
Britt.
me somehow?
Yeah, this is where I really try to be an equal opportunity offender, and I really do, I think, offend everyone, which is okay. Like, you know,
I
once,
get that with Soul Boom. I've offended
right?
atheists. I've offended born again Christians.
I'm really talking about spirituality in a way that makes atheists uncomfortable. I certainly am going to make Christians uncomfortable. And now, you know, just to be fair, let's make all the Muslims uncomfortable too.
Okay.
So I'm part of a universalist branch of Sufism, which is the mystic branch of Islam. And it is my connection to a mystic tradition. And mystic traditions tend to avoid a lot of the problems of institutional religion. And they often pass from teacher to student instead of like building buildings with dogmas and the things that religions do. And so it's my connection to a mystic tradition. And I found my mystic teacher when I was in college, and he was a history teacher. And I took a class called Dante's Divine Comedy, and as just part of my theological studies. And he did something with text that I'd never experienced someone do. And for lack of a better word, and I'm just gonna use this word, and it's fine because secularism doesn't really have a great word, but it like stirred my soul and it awakened my soul. And I was 17 years old, I was in college, and I took this class on Dante's Divine Comedy. And what he was doing with text was using text as a mirror to what's going on within you, and that every character is you. And something happened. My soul woke up in a way that I'd never before experienced. And I kept in touch with this teacher. I took some other courses from him, and I kept in touch with this teacher over the years. He's just one of those professors that like you eventually become colleagues, and was really influential, and is just a dear friend of mine now. And years later, he told me that, you know, because I was trying to always get a sense of like, what was he doing with text that was different than everyone else? He wasn't doing it for truth claims. He wasn't doing it for historicity. He did it for soul work. How did he do that? Like, what was that? And I didn't.
Okay. So I was wondering, because I have a theory about this that I think is really important. I like to jump into bubbles and fully throw myself into their practices, because I think it does awaken something within you that is an experience that helps change your perspective, right? So going into a bubble and for a second doing something that is like more religious or spiritual and really giving your all to it gives you an opportunity to have a different relationship with life, right? So this is what I assume she is doing, which is different. And I like it. She's saying she's going into the bubble. Like my brother, who has friends who are Native American, he did like a Native American coming of age ceremony with his friends, and he got to participate. And he said it was like a life-changing experience, right? And that's because it's profoundly impacting our brains. That's why we think drugs make us see God, because we're having a profound relationship with our body and our brain. But the point of it is to have a different perception when you come out of it, to be a better person, to have a different awakening, to feel a deeper relationship and connection to life, right? So I think that's what she's doing, right? I said, why do people need to be not physical so badly when it's clearly happens inside the brain? Okay, girl, listen to me when I say this, right? Because I'm reading your comments. Have you ever come so good you thought you saw God? Have you ever orgasmed so profoundly you feel like you ascended, like you thought you were floating off the bed? Okay, why are you poo-pooing on people's desire to orgasm that good? Yes, it's a physical sensation, right? It's all in the brain, but it feels like heaven above is celebrating with you, girl. Let it celebrate. It feels like you're having a problem. Are you autistic? Because I'm autistic. And actually, this could be the problem. Because you might be very literal in your thinking, but you know, Richard Dawkins does this too, right? I don't want to talk about dragons. I want to talk about science. Where Richard Dawkins denies himself the orgasm because he refuses to engage on whether or not fire is the predator. Jordan Peterson is too busy edging himself. He refuses to come. Hear me when I say this. When Jordan Peterson says, talk to me about dragons. Talk to me about dragons. And Richard Dawkins is like, I don't want to talk to you about dragons. I'm a scientist. One is edging himself and it's like, would you just come already? And the other guy won't even fucking play with himself. I want you, if you want to experience what people are talking about. I want you to take the chance to intellectually jump into this bubble and enjoy the process. I know why you don't like it, but do you know why they like it? What are you missing out on that you won't engage with this bubble, but you don't realize you're missing out on a great orgasm? Okay? I'm just saying, girl, you don't have to have it. But they're talking about orgasms. Britt is talking about an orgasm right now, and you're like, why do people want an orgasm? Why do they want an orgasm? And I'm saying, well, I like orgasms. So not everybody needs an orgasm, though. Maybe you're asexual. Even though asexual people still functionally actually orgasm. But I hear you though. But I do hear you, right? And I think that's a really great question. But I don't think she's talking about, I think she would agree with you. I think Britt would agree with you. But she is having a different relationship with that very fact. Like Dr. K does, like I do. Yes, we are just a brain. Oh, but we are never just a brain. The brain is a magical thing. You know? The brain is a magical thing. And also, if we really believe humans are just brains, then if we believe that humans are just brains and that doesn't mean anything, like there's a lack of meaning there, it's confusing because there certainly seems to be a lot of meaning even when people get Alzheimer's and they lose their cognitive ability or their memories. You don't throw away their body, right? We aren't like just brains to our family and friends. Our body inhibits memories. So if my mother gets Alzheimer's, I'm not going to throw her out the garbage because her brain isn't functioning the same way, right? She's more than a brain to me. She's more than her Alzheimer's. But that's because I know my mother's form and her body is more than just her disease, right? I believe in her as like a consciousness. Like she's separate from her Alzheimer's. So, you know, if you believe she's still she's only a brain, then we would throw my mother out, right? Right? Chad says, yes, but to say just brains is diluting the power of the physical. Yeah, but don't you think you were saying that earlier? Wait, that's what I was. No, wait, pause. We're on the same page because I thought that's what you were saying earlier. You were saying you have a brain, it does things, that's all. It's all physical, yes. Yeah, see, would you not? That's what you started it, girl. Because you said that's all. And so I read that as, oh, it's just a brain, who cares? And I'm like, oh, but isn't that powerful? Wait, we are saying the same things. We're just using different language. You said I expand the physical. Physical includes emotional reactions. I don't need to make up something else. The brain does everything. Yes, but what about brains that go through Alzheimer's? What about people in comas? What does it mean to be a brain only? Like, I think you're a brain. I think you're a brain. I think you're a body. And I think you're a consciousness. Because I know when my brain, have you ever been like triggered and you know that you're acting kind of like, but like your brain is your processor, but the computer exists outside the brain, yes? Like outside the processor, like the physical, like the monitors and the computer components. Like I still think the computer is the whole thing, even though we realize it's like a part of the, you know what I'm saying? Like all of it's kind of important, right? You said, well, not everything, but everything that people call spiritual. Yeah. I think your perspective is I think it is fair. I wonder if you'll have the same relationship with it 10 years from now, especially since you seem to like my content. But it is fair. Okay, back to the video.
I know I felt it and it was meaningful, but I didn't know what it was. And then years later, as we stayed in touch, he told me that even though he was he's Christian, he's Mormon, he's Sufi, mystics don't really care because, there's this great quote that says, religions of the world may quarrel, but mystics speak the same language. And it's true. When you go to these mystic gatherings, Sufi mystics, mushroom mystics, atheist mystics, Christian mystics, they're all, because we've let go of all the truth claims and trying to convert each other. And we're just inviting each other to experience, because that's what mystics care about, the experience of what people have called God. And I started.
You're a mystic atheist.
I am a mystic atheist. Yes.
That's even better than spiritual atheist.
Yes, I would say I'm a mystic atheist.
All right, keep going.
And so over the years, I kept in touch, and he was very helpful for me when I was stuck in religion and couldn't quite make sense of it. And he started to show me kind of the mystic way of looking at these things. That religion does. Here's the story. Adam and Eve, whatever the story is. Then here's the ethics, the do's and don'ts of what you should and shouldn't do. And then you can move into being, Jesus saying, the law written on your heart, stuff like that. And that's what religion does. Story first, ethics, being. And what mysticism does is it does it in reverse. So first we're going to do being. First, we're going to go soul space, right? We're going to do that experience stuff. Then once you feel that I am you and you are me and all of that, then we can go into ethics, because I'm not going to steal from you because I'm you and you're me and you're over there, but you're a human just like me. And then the ethics just kind of flow more easily. And it's less about like a checklist of commandments. And then we go into story, not as truth, but as a place to play. And so mystics will read I read all the holy texts.
So I'll tell you the difference between me and Brit. I don't identify with any of the labels. I identify with very few labels. Queer, wait, hold on. Which labels do we identify with internally, and which labels are we identifying only for the bubbles? Like, I would never. Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, which label am I identifying for myself and which label am I identifying for the bubbles? Like, is this a label, Mystic, she identifies for the external or for the internal? I'll ask her that. Pause. I'll drop my whole basket. I'll ask her that.
Because these are all playgrounds to explore what I am, to see parts of my ego, to see my blind spots, to see my shadow, to see all of that. And so mystics will read Jesus and read Buddha and read the Bhagavad Gita and read the Quran and read anything, but they're not doing it for truth or historicity or what is God. They're doing it as a playground to explore your soul space. It's a mirror, and all the characters are you. And it absolutely transforms the way that I read scripture. And so you can go back, even now, I'll still read the parables of Jesus, even as an atheist, because when you are all the characters, it becomes less about like, we're right and you're wrong.
Pause. Discord said, I'm a human. Other labels are for the bubbles. Human is a label for the bubble, though. Why would you even label yourself as a human? A human is a label. Where did we create that from? Right? That's for the bubbles. So you can't actually escape labels outside of bubbles. Bubbles are label givers. They're label makers. So to even call yourself a human is a bubble. It's for the bubbles, right? Because if you went around calling yourself a not human, people would be very confused.
Wrong over here, and we do this and you do that. When you're all the characters, the scriptures change, the parables change. And I have incredible soul work that I've done with the Good Samaritan story, or the prodigal son, especially when you are the father and you're also the wayward son and you're also the righteous son. When you're all of them, the story completely changes.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. Pause. Discord said, are you Assyrian internally or externally? I don't think I have a choice. I think I am Assyrian factually. Like, I actually don't think I have a choice. I don't ever think about not being Assyrian in that sense. Like, I think that's a part of my makeup. Like, this is the thing we call Assyrian, so I'm Assyrian. This is the way we trace. Like, I guess I don't think of it as me having a choice on whether or not I'm Assyrian or not. I just am. Because I don't think, but I think I pick and choose whether or not I have a relationship to it, if that makes sense. Right? Like, I have a stronger relationship with my queerness than I do being Assyrian. I dedicate most of my time engaging in queerness much more than engaging in being an Assyrian. Like, there are Assyrian bubbles, but I purposely stay away from them because they're mostly religious. I literally purposely stay away. Maybe I could start an Assyrian atheist community. Just kidding. I don't want to hang out with you. Not because you're Assyrian, but because I don't like group activities. But yeah, like when I do, like, you know, George, the guy who was friends with Logan Paul, and he used to be friends with him, then he got kicked out. He's Assyrian. So when I see him, I'm like, what up, brother? What up, cuz? You know, when I see him, I'm like, but at the same time, like, you know what I mean? He's also he's darker Assyrian. Like, I'm lighter Assyrian. Like, some of my cousins are so brown, you know, people call them 9/11. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not. So I also think the lighter you are, and I think this happens because of colorism in a sense, like the reverse negative of colorism, I'm not embraced as hard. So Destiny used to do this to kind of mock me. He'd say, oh, Brittany's just a white girl. Brittany's just a white girl. But he would never say that to other Assyrian cousins of mine because they were obviously brown. And so it feels like I don't even get to be Assyrian in that sense because I'm not physically, people don't see it when they see me. And because they don't see it when they see me, I you know what I'm saying? I'm separated from it further, which is why I do my hardest to not reject it because I am Assyrian, if that makes sense. But I also don't spend any time like trying to be like, you know, can I be honest with you? I feel like if I meet an Assyrian, they're probably like knows my family, and I don't want anybody to know me. Like, my cousins in my real life, they happen in real life away from me. Like none of my cousins are coming on my podcast. Like none of the people in my life, like they're supportive. Like I definitely have supportive cousins who are like, oh my God, my friends love your stuff. I love your stuff. And that's so nice. But I'm not trying to bring my family into this. You know what I mean? But I do love being a Syrian. I think it's a beautiful thing. I love the music. I love the food. I love the people. I think they're beautiful people. But the religion stuff really kind of keeps you out of it in a sense. You know? Yeah. Discord said that's the difference from queer to you because queerness is like a chosen worldview. Well, queerness, I think queerness is just a construct I feel more seen in. Because I feel like queer bubbles are the only bubble where I get to say things like, what really is a man or a woman? Like in the Syrian bubbles, I can't talk about gender because there's only women, like woman and man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think in queer bubbles, I get to be more of myself. But I'm not less Assyrian because I'm more of myself in queer bubbles. If Assyrian bubbles were more open-minded, I could also be more myself there. Does that kind of make sense? Just, yeah, I think that's a good way to probably say it.
That's a great one. That's interesting. I got to think about that.
Because then if you're the father, is there
That's
a space?
actually all of a sudden the story made sense as soon as you said that.
When you're the father, is there a space that you can make for the shadow, the part of you that wants
Yeah.
to squander and push boundaries,
Yeah.
and the ego, because the righteous son is the ego. I'm always doing what's right. Give me what's mine. I'm always
And the
protecting
father's
your
the super
ego.
watch
And the
it all.
father is the space that you can make that can hold both of them. And the story changes. You can do absolutely wonderful, soul work with it. And that's when, and so when people say for me that, you're an atheist because you want to sin, you're an atheist and you've lost all the magic, it's the complete opposite for me. By letting go of the truth claims and building more on experience and having this mystic teacher in Sufism, who allows me to not use the word God, that word is just, maybe just from my past, is still kind of tainted for me. But we can use other words. And he doesn't care because it's a universalist form of Sufism that came to America in the 60s through Murshid Sam Lewis, who was kind of a part of the 60s and all the Eastern kind of curiosity in the 60s. It didn't quite take off the way that secular Buddhism did in America.
Chet says she's describing what we call internal family systems in psychology. Well, psychology, philosophy, twins from the same womb, really. But yeah, I think that's why psychology and philosophy have to go hand in hand in some ways, because they're kind of working on the same issues from different angles. Like mental health is spiritual health. Mental health is spiritual health. Mental health is spiritual health. It's why we can talk about mental health from certain communities. Like mental health is spiritual health, but it's different perspectives. And that's the thing. It's like, it's a very different kind of angle. And so then they're different.
But it was very much a part of that movement. And again, they just don't really care what you call God. They just care that you experience it. And so with that, I'm able to be an atheist and still play in these places.
And
So
what about the idea of worshiping something?
Yeah, I mean, if we want to call worship just kind of like your actions and your direction,
Or what
like
do you put on an
sure.
altar?
Yeah, so I do love the idea of like sacred altars, and for me, it's very narrative based and story based because I'm just a words person. So like in my she shed that I have at home, I have a wall of art of me.
That's what
art.
She Shed.
She shed.
That should be a she shed company. That's what She Shed.
My she shed
start
is
that.
amazing, and it's books and it's story and it's just things that inspire me, right? And
It's like girl, this is for the girls. Boys, if you're listening, shut your ears. This is for the spiritual girlies. And maybe some non-binary people if you're into that, okay? I've been adding more flowers and paintings into my space. I noticed that when I came into my room, Chat said PDA activated. When I came into my office, I noticed that it wasn't feeling like a forest enough. There wasn't enough nature. There wasn't enough dirt. There wasn't enough. So I started to move all the flowers. I like to dry flowers. I even asked my mother-in-law, got a gifted basket full of flowers. And I said, if you dry those out, can you give them to me? Because, I'll keep them. So I started to incorporate more of my art. My art isn't in frames, so I can't put them on the walls. And I needed art in my room, my office, so I could when I see it, I feel something. So when I see these paintings, I feel something. Like I feel grounded. I feel spiritual. I feel feminine. I feel specific. I feel grounded in the earth. I feel like she was a fairy, right? And it's not for anybody else but myself when I enter into the space. When I enter into the space, I feel like okay. I feel like that is what Rain is calling worship and what I would call relationship with. I'm in communion with, right? I'm in communion. That's why it feels so good to be in church with people who are all singing the same songs. It's like you're in communion with, but I'm not worshiping the congregation. I don't want to worship anything. I want to be in communion with. And it's, you do little things, right? We're like little creatures that decorate our spaces. We're doing things with our space, right? And chat says, my houseplants gave me the same feeling. I feel that way when I visit my mom's house. My mom is a very good gardener. She has like a really deep relationship with plants. And my mom's house feels like a fucking Miyazaki film. Like, it's crazy. And she always wondered, why don't you have living plants? Plants do not give me that peace. When I walk in the house and there's a plant that I have to keep alive, I feel anxiety. I literally forget it for days at a time that it exists. And I want to be a plant girly so bad, but I just can't do it to save my life. But you know what I do love? Dried flowers. Okay? These flowers, these white ones, right? Like baby's breath and stuff. Like, I have my wedding flowers. I have flowers that have memory. I remember where I was when I bought the flowers. I remember, like, the flowers are so good for me, but I love that you know the difference. You have to find the difference for you. Like, what is the thing that's going to make you feel like you're in communion with something, in harmony with something? It's a symbiotic relationship, and all of it is valid. I love plant houses. I love girlies who are so good at the plants, you know, and I say girlies gender neutral here, but I just, you know, and I was joking really when I said this is just for the girls. If the boys are listening, don't listen. I was joking. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we all have that. I think it's why we build man caves. It's why we have a she shed. We're building a space that feels like, you know, that's what it is. It feels like that thing. Chet said, I'm sorry you had to take the artwork down. It's okay. I put the YouTube was censoring my channel. So YouTube was giving me a flag for having nude art behind me. So it's okay. It's over there. You guys can't see it, but I have it up over here. I just moved them from behind me to over here. So they're still up. You know, these don't require frames. That's why I could pin them to the wall. But that art right here that I have there, it actually is a little nudie, but it's far away so they can't see it. It's behind me and I can't pin them to the wall, otherwise I would. But the idea is that, like, what Rain is explaining is the difference between, again, we're being in communion versus worshiping. I don't worship my flowers. I don't worship my spouse. I'm in communion with my spouse. I'm in communion with my community. I'm in communion with my stream. When we're in communion together, we're experiencing something together. When we watched that Disney short from yesterday and people in the comments were like, I'm going to cry. I'm crying. When I watched that on my bed earlier, I was crying. When we cry together, we experience art together. When we're at a concert listening to music together, we're in communion. And that is what feels like God. That's what makes people think God is real. Because the feeling is so powerful. It's like there can be no other answer for this feeling but God. You know? But it's not God. It's us. And it's us being in harmony. Now imagine a world that was more healed, who could experience this on like a regular, almost on a regular where you'd almost take it for granted a little bit. But we don't. We're very dysfunctional. We're troubled. We're not healing at the same pace. It's why I love a group activity, but man, it always ends up falling apart. You have to be very selective with who's hanging out for it not to fall apart. You know? And that's the thing. That's why I don't join clubs or I'm not involved in churches and stuff. I can get this feeling alone in my space by myself. I can get the feeling of communion with nature itself. Like when I'm meditating alone in my apartment, I can get that feeling with like what I think is like the physical universe, like space and stars and planets. And I'm like, holy fuck. And I feel so good. And I'm reminded like life is pretty good. And I'm reminded people are pretty great, but also nature itself is pretty amazing. It's just like it's a form of grounding yourself, you know? It is a form of grounding yourself to remember like you are a floating rock in space. You know, you're just kind of sitting on it. All right, girls, well, let's finish out this video. Almost done.
And it's so for me, the concept of God is what we've done, especially with the Western mind. Kind of the Eastern mind has a different approach, but in our Western minds, what we've done is projected our ideal onto something called God, and we get better at, we improve as humans by being in relationship with our projection of the ideal.
Mm.
And for me, I can still do that, work towards the ideal of beauty and goodness and truth and grace and humility and compassion and all of those things. I just don't have to. For me, it's not something out there in the universe or something that I have to make truth claims about. For me, that's an entirely human project, and that still keeps the magic enough alive for me. That I'm dancing with Sufis, I'm reading parables with Christian mystics. I have incredible, meaningful work where I sit with people in their nihilism. We talk about death or their existential fears. I'm able to sit with people in places where I needed someone, which is what.
Hold on. Chad says, is it the spaces that exist as they are, though? Would you feel different in another world? You mean like the social spaces? I can have this feeling with a group of people. It's just selective. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't join clubs and groups of people unless I'm jumping into their bubble and having the experience with them like a concert. So the spaces exist. I just don't live there. Because what people do is they say, I want to have this feeling 24/7. Let's build a commune. Your commune isn't going to have this feeling 24/7, stupid. Unless you actually do the healing. The only reason you can create it in a night of a concert is because you're shutting off your brain from all the fucking trauma you have. But you can't build a community with people 24/7 who aren't 24/7 doing the work. My marriage already feels like that. That is my community. My family is my marriage. And we vibing every day, girls. It's like a fucking rock concert in here every day, girl. It's like a fucking classical concert of vibes, you know? We're doing it every day. We don't need, you know what I'm saying? But like, sure, can we have that feeling with a multitude of people at the same time? Yes, if it's orchestrated correctly. But 24/7 all the time? You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. You're not supposed to seek the high 24/7. You're supposed to seek the groundedness through living life and being in the present, not because you're chasing the high, but because you're living life to the fullest. Right? We're living life. But I think when we're chasing the high, we confuse it. So I just want to be high all the time. I want to do drugs all the time. I want to experience this high. It's running away. Oh, I want to be at this concert. I want to have this sex. Oh my God, this sex, bro. I'm going to have this toxic sex. My chemicals are, I'm just crazy. It's crazy. I want you to ground yourself and exist in the beauty of life itself. Really, really valuing like a speck of dust you see in the sunlight, the way your cat breathes, the way you actually are in harmony with somebody, like the fact that you're in an elevator and you're like, I can't believe this shit works. You know what I mean? Like, don't escape, don't cope, don't run away. Be more alive, more in life. Like, don't be an adrenaline junkie that's jumping out of airplanes. Listen, if you're new to my audience, I have literally jumped out of an airplane 3 times. The adrenaline rush is crazy. The high is hours lasting. It is the craziest feeling I've ever felt. And nothing compares to the way my joy feels when I'm in harmony with myself. Okay? I've done it, girls. I've done the drugs. I've done the orgies. I've done the jumping out of airplanes. I have chased adrenaline my whole life, trying to chase this dream. And there's nothing I feel better doing than just living my life and breathing. There's nothing that contends. All of those things I've done in my life, nothing contends to just being in symbiosis with myself and then symbiosis with the world. Like, nothing contends with it. Nothing is better to me than just existing. But it's not existing under the stress of paying bills. It's not existing under the stress of a genocide. It's not existing under the stress of misogyny. It's not existing under the stress of bigotry. It's existing in harmony, in communion with. That is the best feeling I've ever felt my whole life. The best experience I've ever felt is being in communion. So it's not just about me. It's not just about you. It's about being in relationship to someone or something. It's very It's great, girl. It's great. Highly recommend. When you get there, it's a journey to get there because you got to really personalize it without making it about you. Hear me when I say this. You have to personalize it without it being about your ego. That's hard because we only know how to personalize it through ego. You have to personalize it without it being about your unhealthy ego. Okay? All right, back to the video.
What a wounded healer is. You help people where you were previously hurt. And I have all kinds of spiritual practices and spiritual exploration, and I'm still exploring concepts of God and theology, but it's more playful now, and it's magical, and it's mystical, and it's beautiful, and it doesn't have to be grounded in truth claims about God, which cuts off a part of my brain because it feels like my rationality and my skepticism isn't fully on board when I make that move.
Yeah, that's very clear. And that makes a lot of sense. And I get it. And along those lines, we had as a guest on the show, Neil Brennan, brilliant stand-up comic and comedy writer. And I know that you have done some work with psychedelics. And he tells this story of being just a dyed-in-the-wool atheist and having this one drug trip where he saw everything connected and had an experience of a kind of divine will force kind of beyond that connection. And he knew of a certainty there was, for lack of a better word, God. Again, not a dude with a white beard on a cloud, but there was some kind of force, source, creative energy beyond matter. And now he said, like, no one could ever convince him otherwise because he had that experience.
Yeah.
Have you ever, in your dabbling in that world, have you had anything close to what you would call a transcendent experience that might have opened a pathway toward some kind of divinity?
Yes and no. I do. I haven't heard that story from Neil Brennan. I do like he does a bit on white atheism being like the highest form of privilege, which is just a fantastic bit that maybe we can talk about later. He has a great bit about, I would ruin the comedic timing of this, but he says, atheism is the height of white privilege because you ask a white people, can I interest you in an afterlife? And like, oh, no, thank you. Like,
I'm good. I'm good.
I'll just take my supplements. Like, how much better could it be, you know? And it's just a fantastic bit that he does on atheism. But we do have studies that show that 2/3 of atheists who do a high dose specifically of psilocybin was the study. 2/3 of atheists will not self-report as atheists after an experience like that.
Wow.
Now, they don't go back to religion. They don't really go back to theism either. So I wouldn't even say that they would say, I believe in like the God of the Bible. That doesn't seem to happen.
Sure.
But they will stop calling themselves atheists and they'll say they're agnostic or spiritual but not religious, or they'll become deists. There's something, the deism is like the God of the founding fathers. Like it's a God, it's a creative force, but not one that does miracles or answers prayers. That would be the God of the founding fathers. So we do see that even in the data, not just him, that 2/3 of atheists who have a high dose of psilocybin will not self-report as atheists. It really opens them up by shutting down the default mode of your brain, which is really like your ego, that sense of self. You really you break through the illusion that you're separate and you experience that kind of oneness of just being, just sitting and being.
You know, the main source of atheism isn't really science. I think the main source of atheism is the corruption of the world's religions.
And I do, and there is a lot of evidence that shows that Christianity creates atheism in the sense that if you build up Christianity to say that there is truth and you should seek truth to get closer to God, and God is morality, then when Christianity starts not acting moral and not being truthful or being grounded in truth, then it kind of is. It's almost like we practiced truth seeking in Christianity and trying to build morality in Christianity, and then we got so good at it that it turned on itself and like, oh, actually, maybe we're not truthful and maybe we're not moral.
Right.
So Christianity does create atheists in ways that other religions don't necessarily.
Right.
But yeah, to me, and this came up in the Sam Harris Jordan Peterson debate where Jordan Peterson was like, why don't you just do like a high dose of psychedelics? You'll know what I'm talking about. And he's like, I'll play that game with you all day long. Like,
Wait.
Peterson was like, why don't you really?
Right.
But yeah, to me, and this came up in the Sam Harris Jordan Peterson debate where Jordan Peterson was like, why don't you just do like a high dose of psychedelics? You'll know what I'm talking about. And he's like, I'll play that game with you all day long. Like those experiences don't necessarily mean something about reality.
Right.
And so something that I would stand on here is I think the mistakes that we make as humans is by saying, because this is my subjective reality, it must therefore mean something about objective reality. So because I feel that the Book of Mormon is true, it therefore must be true.
Exactly.
Because I feel,
Exactly.
all of and we have crazy ideas and crazy religions and lots of gods and all the things. And I think that's the mistake that we make too easily, that by saying you have an experience.
You know what's crazy? In DBT, they taught me just because you had a feeling doesn't mean it was rooted in data. Except that like your body was reacting in a particular way. So you needed to make sure that it was rooted in reality. And like all these conservatives will say, all these liberals are so crazy. They're all mentally ill. And they're the crazy ones because like they all have these problems. Ma'am, you believe in a God. Let's talk about it. Okay. Like, let's even talk about it in the first place. Like I grew up in a religion that literally makes fun of other cultures for having a religious relationship with God because they literally think they're the only one. Like at least in therapy, we learn to know the difference between like what is rooted in data and what is happening. Cause like your feelings are real, they're happening, but are they a reasonable reaction? Right. And like we literally have Don't even get me started. But like, that's kind of what's weird about growing up in a world of religious people that are like, oh, those people over there, that's like not real, but we're the real one. It's like, what are the chances, girl? What are the chances? But I think this is really important because like I love drugs and I've done so many drugs. And I just know that like there's this insinuation, this idea Peterson has where he is like, oh, there's like a mystical experience or like a real experience. Like, yeah, drugs have helped me ground myself, become more, humility, like all the good things, ego death, so on and so forth. But I know it's just a relationship with how my brain is processing the chemical of like poisoning myself. Like I am literally poisoning myself and having a relationship with like the reaction my body's having. And yes, I come out a better person because I go in hoping to be. And that's the thing. A lot of people do drugs to escape. A lot of people who do drugs are not trying to become more introspective. That's why there is sort of a difference between the two. But I think okay, how did Aubrey Marcus do so many fucking shrooms and the thing he came away with was God was telling him to make a baby with multiple people? Bitch, we are not doing the same drugs. My drug experiences taught me to be kinder and better to people. My drug experiences did not tell me to put my wife through hell, ruin her relationship with self so I could fuck a 26-year-old. Like, please focus.
Therefore means something is true about ultimate reality. And I just don't think that that's a jump that we can make confidently, because when we look back at all the times that we've made that jump, we were wrong. We were always wrong.
And at the end of the day, you and I will both be dead. Hopefully we'll live long, vital lives, helping lots of people along the way. And either my consciousness ends and then that's end of story. And the projector whirls and goes and fades to black and that's it. Or you will die and there's some other plane of existence beyond the
difference is you get an I told you so if I'm wrong, and I don't get an I told you so if I'm right. And that sucks.
Feel free to give it to me right now.
I'm going to give you a preemptive. We're both dead. It's black. There's nothingness.
There's
just like before your point.
Nothing else.
Rain, I told you so.
There
God, that felt so good.
Doesn't that feel good?
Oh, that felt good.
I want to tell you, I have two more questions before we wrap up. First of all.
Oh, by the way, I think if I knew what I tell you, if I knew for a fact what happened after death, would I tell anybody? Would I tell anybody? That's a good question. It's like, if you had magical powers, would you tell anyone? Obviously not, because humans are stupid and I don't trust any of you guys with anything, because like people kill you for these things, right? Men have paid stupid amounts of money to fuck your virginal daughters. You think I'm going to trust the world with superpowers, you dummies? Okay, men are so stupid. Oh my God, gross. The fact that like men have paid thousands of dollars, if not more, to have sex with your virginal daughters, I'm going to fucking scream, okay? Let me think. If I knew what happened after death, would I tell people? Like death. Nah, probably not, Like these evangelicals are like, you have to go out and tell God's truth. I'm good. Every time a Christian goes, we were killed for being Christian, you also killed the Native Americans for not being Christian. So let's just fucking, I'm still here, right? What just happened? What just happened? Hello? Oh, I'm back. Okay, never mind. I never left. I pressed the button. Boomer pretty. But it's just like, y'all are killing each other for your own religions. Like, this cannot be the answer, right? Like, this cannot be the answer that you have to, like, kill people for not being your religion, right? Thank you, chat. Thank you. I'm here. Okay. Like, this cannot be the answer to the universe of your all-merciful God. You know what I mean?
I want to tell my positive Mormon story.
Oh, I can't wait.
So I have a couple Mormon friends. I play tennis with some, and I know some from some 12-step groups. And I don't have any opinion on Mormons. They seem nice. I mean, I've seen some crazy documentaries or whatever, but regardless, I don't really have an opinion. I haven't read the Book of Mormon. I don't know that much about Joseph Smith and his history. But here's what I do know is I had a layover in the Salt Lake City airport, and I was at a coffee place right by. I know I was drinking coffee in Salt Lake City.
That's heretical already.
Okay. But family after family was coming back from.
Wait, the chat said, I think you said it was your grandma or your mom makes fun of Catholics for not eating meat on Fridays, but like makes fun of them for drinking coffee. Gagged, literally gagged. The fact that my parents, I always tell my parents, I was like, you're not supposed to eat meat on Fridays. They're like, no, we're eating fish. I was like, fish is meat. In my plant-based journey, fish is meat. Like, you're supposed to be sacrificing. You can't be sacrificing eating a great tuna. You can't be sacrificing eating sushi on a Friday. It's about sacrificing, and you're out here at sushi. Girl, no fish for you either.
missions.
Mm.
And I was there for over an hour. And it was so beautiful. These incredibly large families holding up signs, people coming back from overseas. There were a lot of like,
Chat says fish don't have feelings though. That better be a joke because fish. Okay, good. You're being sarcastic, chat. You caught yourself. I was like, how dare you? How dare you? Fish, do you know that's a part of the meat industry? Do you know a part of the meat industry is to convince you fish don't have feelings? Fish absolutely have feelings. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
South Pacific Islanders that were there. And the hugs and the warmth and this giant family after giant family just celebrating, hanging out together, high-fiving, embracing. And I watched an hour and 15 minutes of it. I would say that's better than any nature documentary is go watch Mormons greet each other at the
Yeah.
Lake City airport. And I was like, maybe these Mormons have got something right. I mean, the world feels to me like it's falling apart to such a degree, and there's mental health epidemics right and left. And here are all of these big, beautiful, loving families. And they didn't know they were being observed. They weren't putting on any kind of show. There was genuine.
Okay, yeah, but that genuineness only lasts as long as everyone's healthy and not talking about all the bullshit in the family. Hold on, I want to show you this video. Hold on, let me find it. Oh no, where is it? I saved too many videos on my timeline. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can find it really fast. That's the thing. I know, as somebody who grew up with a huge family, get-togethers every Sunday were crazy. Like literally easily 20 to 60 people together every Sunday. And then one day, some kids come out as gay and the whole thing's ruined. Shit goes down, and then all of a sudden you can't show up and can't have the celebration with your family. Communities are as convenient and possible as it is. Like, you have to show up. Everyone has to be on the same page. Everyone has to create a safe space for people to come home without feeling attacked the moment you walk through the door. Okay, here's an example. Can anyone else relate? Big family. People always ask why I want a big family. This is just a regular day at my parents' house. Okay, you see it's a big crowd of people. Everyone's talking. There's so much sound. Yeah, this is what it's like when I'm at home. When everyone's home at my parents' house, it's loud, full of people, laughter, arguments, curiosity, debates. Like, we're a debating kind of family. We debate a lot. It's not like the greatest. I try to get my family away from debating because they're so fucking annoying about it. But yeah, like, when you grow up in a big family, it fucking feels cool. Everyone's there. It's great. You've got inside jokes. When I lived with my brother during COVID, do you guys remember when Desi's community tried to make fun of me for it? They tried to do this thing where they made fun of me for living with my brothers. And I was like, are you just sad because you don't have any? Or is the fact that you do have some, but nobody would ever know because you never talk about your brothers? Chat said, is this why you like quiet? No. Chat said, is this like what you like, quiet areas and staying at home, Brittany? No, I love being in front of my family. I was the living room kid growing up. I never liked being in my bedroom. I always liked being in all of the noise. No. When I go home, I like being right in the noise. I just don't like strangers. I like people I know. I loved being at the dungeon where I knew everybody. I love socializing with my people. If I know you, I like you. If I don't know you, I don't want to hang out with you. No, I love big crowds of people that I know. That's the greatest feeling in the world. No, I'm a living room kid. I love people. So that's the thing is, like, I like people I like, and I don't like anybody else. I love everybody spiritually, but like, I don't really want to hang out with you. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, yeah, it's nice to have this big Mormon community that feels really good, but it's only as good as the community you have. And if the community you have is homophobic and bigoted, damn, it gets tiring, bro. It gets tiring.
Adoration there. Now, I'm sure all the unhappy Mormon families perhaps were not coming to the airport to greet each other. So this is a select group, but it was actually a really moving experience. And I said to my wife, like, maybe the Mormons have got something.
And by the way, this is why people have kids. Listen, this is why I always wanted 6 kids. So those 6 kids could have, cousins and friends, and they could have units. That's why I always wanted a big family, because then they would have friends. They would have a community, because that's what I had growing up. Because I had so many siblings, I could live with them during COVID. Because I had so many siblings, they could rely on us for help. Because we had so many siblings, our parents also neglected us because they couldn't give love and attention to all of us. Because we had so many siblings, my parents couldn't offer us college money or help financially for the most part because there was too many kids. Because we had siblings, there was always somebody to call to go to the hospital, right? Because we have siblings, there's always somebody to talk to. It's like there's an advantage and disadvantage to both. Is it worth having a big family? I don't think so. But there are definitely advantages to it.
Really right here.
I have heard that Penn and Teller. What's Penn's last name? Because I just think Penn and Teller.
Jillette.
Penn Jillette. He said something like that, where he said, "Do you know who's got it right is the Mormons." Now he's a very outspoken atheist,
Yeah.
and why he said that was, yes, their doctrine is wrong, and like the truth claims that they were built on is wrong, but like the vessel of their religion is wrong. And I actually think you can with some religions, they're so old. You can't quite prove one way or another, but Mormonism, because it's young and it's new and it's a record keeping.
And by the way, the other disadvantage to big families is there's always a funeral. And if you have 3 siblings with Alzheimer's, what are you going to do? I'm just saying, there are advantages and disadvantages.
People, we actually kind of do know what happened, and I do think it's a religion that you can prove is wrong. But what that vessel created was actually something quite magical, and it's something that I don't regret being a part of, because I know what a communal, service-driven life is, because I was a Mormon, and so I know what to look for.
And you have a big family that's service-driven.
I have 4 children myself.
Yeah.
So there is something there, and so he actually said, Penn said, you know, I live like a Mormon. Like I don't.
Damn, this whole conversation, I didn't get to hear about her marriage. Wait, did she talk about her marriage very detailed? I guess she did, but I would have liked to have heard more maybe. Or she did in another interview as well. She did talk about her marriage, but it would have been cool to, maybe there's a video of hers we can watch about like the dynamics of like, because I know her husband went through the journey, I think slower than she did, right? I think he was like years behind deconstructing, if I'm not mistaken.
Want to drink and smoke. I want to stay away from addictions. I want to focus on family.
Exactly. Mormonism only works if you fit into the gender role perfectly and are not queer. Exactly. Look at the Mormon Wives show. The Mormon Wives show doesn't even work. Like, that's why I love reviewing it. If you guys haven't seen it, go check that out. But like the Mormon Wives show, yeah. Like, look at the way the church is, you know what I mean? Not embracing them in the same capacity that they would other people who like toe the line. Like, my family is an amazing community if you're Catholic and straight. Oh my God. They're a great community regardless, but like, they're not the perfect community because there's always that tension. Like, I definitely grew up in a household that seriously, anytime there was a gay anything on TV, everybody would like look at me or my brother, like look at each other. Like, it was such a dirty word growing up. And when you are a dirty word growing up and you're a kid and you're internalizing that, that's just not good. It's just not good. Bigotry isn't good.
And service and love and my community. And
that's also why I'm not bigoted towards religious people, by the way. For those asking, I do not have an issue with you being religious. I have an issue with you having a bigoted relationship with life, but I don't care that people are, quote, religious. I care that your religion is bigoted and it impacts people's real lives, right? So like, I try not to be anti-religious because I think it's exhausting. I try to instead like talk about like, can you have a different relationship that doesn't include bigotry or slash, you know, that's the problem with sort of my beliefs versus other people's. What does Brittany believe is true? And then what does Brittany believe the world has to realize in order to make peace? Because ideally in the world, we'd all be on a journey of like introspecting and deconstructing all that stuff. But also that's my personal attachment to what I think is correct, which is a mistake. So philosophically, I have to recognize like, what do I think is right? Meaning like, obviously in Brittany's ideal world, like people wouldn't even be Muslim or Christian or Catholic. None of that would make sense, or Jewish or any of these things. Like, it's just stupid. It doesn't make sense. But in Brittany's ideal world today, as it exists, I radically accept that all these people are valuable and they exist and they're beautiful and they deserve to exist. And it's like, that's why I don't like when people say like, do you think the world should be more like you? I mean, do you think the world should be fake and not real? The world isn't like me. The world doesn't revolve around me. So what are you asking? Like, it's like the world that is ideal is only ideal for Brittany. If you ask somebody else what's your ideal world, it would look different, which is why we can't live life wanting it to be ideal for us. We have to live life asking, can it be better for people? Better for people.
He says the Mormons have it more wrong than anyone else when it comes to their truth claims, especially like, you know, historicity of the Book of Mormon. But as far as way of life, they're the ones who've got it right.
Yeah.
And there is something there. And so what I'm trying to do essentially in my ex-Mormonism is, how can I get all the juicy stuff that I...
Okay, I could have branded, see how they branded this talk? Ex-Mormon Britt Hartley. I could have branded myself ex-Catholic Brittany Simon. But I don't want to brand myself that way. I could have chosen any of the things about myself and used it you know, now I chose queerness mostly as the identifier, right? That's what I kind of chose. But that's because I didn't want to talk religion with people. Because if I chose religion, like ex-Catholic Brittany Simon, that means like all of the evangelicals, all of the religious people. Yes, ex-Republican, ex-Republican Brittany Simon, right? Then all the like Republicans would be in my comments, all those people. But I chose queerness, which is a minority thing in and of itself, which means the people who even care about being queer and stuff, like it's interesting. But like, yeah, like there's a, no. Chat says you don't want to be boxed in. No, I want to be boxed in to queerness. I do want to be boxed in to queerness. I don't want to be boxed into ex-Republican because of who it would invite into my space. Who would it attract? Who would come in? Like me putting the flag on my video was important. Like I have this queer flag, but it also matters that the queer flag I chose is this one. Ex-straight. You know what I'm saying? Like there's something, I don't mind being labeled, but I don't identify with being an ex-Republican. I don't identify as being an ex-Catholic. Because once a Catholic, always a Catholic, girls, as we know, especially when you're confirmed. But yeah, I don't really identify as an ex-Catholic. I'm just like, oh yeah, I used to be Catholic. But like, I don't identify it. I don't identify as that thing, right?
Experienced as a Mormon.
Yeah. Discord said, honestly, she doesn't brand herself as an ex-Mormon. That was Rain's team. I agree with you, by the way. Right? I think this was Rain's team's idea, but that's not how she thinks. I've never seen her. I don't think of Brittany as like, or Brit as the ex-Mormon, right?
Without building my life on something so unstable as these truth claims that not only are not true, but actually.
Chet says you're not born straight, so that's a silly thing to say. Well, also, I've never been straight. I've never actually, even as a kid, thought of myself as straight. So but I think people who were straight for 40 years and didn't know they were gay, I think it could make sense for them to say ex-gay or ex-straight. Like, I used to think I was straight for 40 years, but I wasn't. But like, I've never had that experience. But I could see somebody who, like, I couldn't imagine coming out at 40. Like, did you just realize you were gay? There are people who are having that realization. You know what I mean? But it's kind of funny. Like, I think it's a funny idea. Ex-straight. That's like kind of funny. Or ex-gay. What about the ex-gay people? People do that all the time. Ex-gay, formerly gay. They do that all the time. They do that all the time. Isn't that funny? What interesting bubbles. What interesting bubbles.
Cause harm to people, of course, like women and gay people and Black people in the church that we just have horrible histories around and horrible doctrine to this day that we haven't discounted. So I want all the good. I want the baby. I just don't want the bathwater, and that's what I'm trying to do as a mystic atheist.
Beautiful.
But there is something there, yeah, for sure.
Well, mystic atheist and mystic Baha'i were on the same path, which is trying to enrich people's lives with meaningful conversation. And
yeah, Discord says that's another person on YouTube that does brand themselves as an ex-Mormon, and the vibe is very different. And I think that's because usually when I see I'm not interested in the ex-Mormon bubble. That's what I've realized about myself. I do not care. And I think I don't care because I don't actually care about Mormons. I don't care about ex-Muslims. I don't care about ex-Catholics. I actually do not care. But their brand is all Mormon, all Catholic, all Muslim. I don't think I care about religion, to be honest with you. I'm over it. Like, that was me when I was like 19, 20, 21, 22. I would have loved those videos. But girls, I'm like so far from religion at this point in my life. It's so far from my brain that I'm not interested. Actually, I think I'm more interested in like political affiliations, like ex-Republican. That stuff is much more interesting to me than like ex-Catholic. Like, girl, I know why you're not Catholic. God's not real. Why aren't you Republican, though? That's interesting. You know what I mean? Like, what made you change your mind politically? You know, most people who leave religion because they realize God's not real. So it's like, okay, I've heard, like, I get it. But like, why aren't you a Republican? Did you learn to think better? You know what I'm saying? But also, I did enjoy watching Red Link's deconstruction videos, but like, not as much as I enjoyed them eating vegan food. I really enjoy watching them eat vegan food. A lot. Okay, I think this is done. Let me see if there's anything else we're going to miss.
Making choices on a larger level about what's true for them. And I've so enjoyed this conversation. Really loved your book. Check out No Nonsense Spirituality. Although I think you should write a book called Nonsense Spirituality that has all the mystical elements that you're talking about. That's all the nonsense.
We can still ground that. That's the thing.
See, that's the thing is he believes in the spirituality, but she doesn't. See, when she says no nonsense spirituality, she is actually arguing against what Rain actually believes in. They don't believe in the same thing. That's why she's smarter than him. Ooh. Ooh. She is closer to the truth than he is. Because he's dumb enough to call himself a Baha'i. Loser.
About love, like, yes, it's an experience, but you can also ground it in chemistry. And so for me, as long as you can still ground it in something that somewhat resembles what we're calling reality, that feels a lot better for me.
Okay, fair enough. But
She said, you dumb bitch. She said, see, this is why I'm not mature enough to be famous yet, because I'm still an immature bitch. She said, you're stupid, bitch. This is why Britt has to do what she's doing. She has to walk so I can run later, because I'm not mature enough to have this conversation with Rainn Wilson. I'd be there and be like, hi, are you stupid? I'm sorry. I would literally look at him and be like, girl. It's like he is the epitome of like 35-year-old man discovers empathy for the first time. Well, 12-year-old girls are discussing like world problems at the sleepovers. Like literally when my girlfriends used to get around, when my homeschooling girlfriends and I used to do sleepovers, we were talking about abortion and women's rights. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like we were literally talking about like civil rights at our sleepovers. Oh my God, stop. Okay. I'm glad we watched this though. I'll go ahead and link it in the chat. Fuck, Britt Hartley is so good. The world doesn't deserve her, bro. Okay. God, Rainn is so lucky he even got to breathe her oxygen, bro. Oh, that's so funny. Wait, let's look at the comments. Look at the comments. Britt is needed by the world so desperately right now. She's a profoundly eloquent speaker and thinker who approaches religion and spirituality with so much empathy and knowledge. Her book is one of the most life-changing books I've ever read. Do you know what else Britt can do that I can't do? Yeah, definitely. That's a funny joke. I'd be like, don't be stupid, Rainn. Focus. Like, I'm so judgmental. Like, I can't. I'm like, not judging to condemn. I'm just too gay. I'm too gay for this bubble, bro. Let's see. A spiritual atheist guest. We are so misrepresented, especially here in America. Britt is simply spectacular. My escape from nihilism was the art and creativity of human beings, the ultimate form of communication and meaning. And everyone has it inside them in abundance. Let's go. Britt literally saved me from going down a dark nihilistic road. Her book and her videos gave me tools and coping strategies that I desperately needed when I lost my worldview that I was given from my parents being raised Mormon. That's beautiful, bro. Highly recommend her book. Love that. Oh no, I thought it's girl. I thought it said emo here. I thought it said emo here, and it says X-Mo here. I thought it said emo. And I was like, oh yes, X-Emo here too. I'm sorry. I'm also an X-Emo. Oh my God. Okay. X-Mo here. I have listened to her audiobook twice. Life-changing. Okay, we're definitely going to do that. Book club coming. I can feel it. I'll take a poll, but I can feel it. Oh man. I thought, oh, okay. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, I love her. I'm so glad we watched this. I really like her. I'll reach out to her and I'll try to focus in the conversation, see if she's comfortable doing a live stream. And if not, we'll do something pre-recorded if she's open to it, of course. Oh man, that was so funny. Oh man. Woo! Anyways, maybe I'm just the sassy Britt Hartley at the end of the day. I really think I can't change my personality. So like, this is who I'm going to be. I'm going to be the eccentric old lady who shows up on podcasts one day and is just like, can you ask me a better question? Can I please be asked a better question? Thank you. You're asking me. Don't ask me that question. I'm not answering it. I'm not answering that question. Next. Ask me a better question and I'll answer it. I'm just going to have to be like tough love because I can't be the soft spoken. You know what I mean? Like, why are you asking me that question? This is the brand, girl. That's going to be the brand. Like, okay. Love that. Love Britt Hartley. Just that I think Britt acted a little differently during the interview because it was more of mainstream. Well, she did a great job because I could never have held it down. You know what I mean? I could never have held it down. Chad says, would you do analysis of True Detective season 1 using the levels? Ooh, I don't know what that is, but maybe. I'm going to do a poll for members. I've been behind on the BoJack. I'm running out of spoons here, but love that Discord. I'm going to finish up BoJack. Reminder, I'm not coming to stream tomorrow. I apparently have to go to town for adulting. So I have to go adult and I won't be here tomorrow, but I'm going to try to do BoJack over the weekend, start Queer Ultimatum. I'll take polls for my members though, what to do after BoJack, what to do after stuff, and then we'll see. Cause yeah, I always want to review stuff for sure. I'll put it on a list, you know, girls. You'll just have to remind me again. But right now, I'm recording too much. But when I'm open again, I'll ask again what you guys want me to watch. Yeah, it's been 5 hours, 5.5 hours. You remember Brittany in like 2021 was streaming 1 day a week. And I could never have imagined that I would have streamed 5 days a week and it would have been so good for me. But, you know, I'm so glad that I'm here. I'm glad that I get to talk to you in real time every day. It just is so great. And just says, how do you keep your dang voice? I don't really. I mean, listen to it. I don't really. I'm like, you know what I mean? But I'm so happy to have been here. I'm so happy to have had this conversation. I really did think I was going to be here tomorrow. So I guess I'm not. But I'll see you on Monday, you know, for a member stream. And if you haven't seen the latest podcast, go watch it, leave a comment. And with that said, I'll leave it here, girls. We'll leave it here. Shout out to Britt. And I'll see you guys. I guess I'll see you Monday, you know? All right. Good night. Have a good weekend. Be safe.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch
Samantha
a video.
Dragonati. Links in the description for the music.
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim?
Okay, let's see.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.